Pushed. Welcome to Pop Culture Breakdown Live with Overlord DVD. I am your host, Overlord DVD, Dr. Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and I am joined here by a panel of outstanding gentlemen to discuss the pop culture highs and lows of the day. I would like to first introduce my producer for this segment, Kelvington. Hail, Kelvington. How are you tonight?
Hail, Doomcock. I'm great. Another good show coming in the can. Our 10th show, by the way.
Our 10th show? Seriously?
Yes, episode 10.
Wow, time flies, huh? When you're having fun. That's
exactly.
That's amazing. Thank you, Kelvington. And we have got Mexican Iron Man. Hello, Mexican Iron Man.
Hello, boss. How are you doing, boss?
Well, we're hanging in. I'm so sorry to hear about your Bambino's close brush with a snake bite, but everything is hunky-dory with your lovely little chihuahua right now. Is that not true?
It is, and I was at the ER when it happened, and I want to thank I couldn't type and talk and be handled. Thank you everyone in Xanadu on Friday night who while the live stream was going on sent prayers and well wishes. It was an awful situation. He was limp, he wasn't moving, the eyes got glassy. I could tell he was barely struggling to breathe, but he's fine now. He's here by my side at my feet here. He is when we got back home, the first thing he asked us, it's Sunday, does Lord Doomcock need me to guard the master robots? And I said, no, the robots are offline right now. And he went, arf, 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 arf,
Oh, what a guy. What a good dog. He's worrying about me.
He is Xanadoom's loyal official chihuahua.
He is something of a hellhound, and I am delighted to say that in the best possible way. And we have got also my friend, Gary Ambrosia. Hello, Gary. How are you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well, Gary. Doing well. I just want to introduce you guys to Gary. He has been helping me build out Section X Studios at the center of the earth. So if you like Section X Studios and the fact that it hasn't as of yet blown up with all the magma and all the things that could definitely go wrong down there in that hazardous environment. Got Gary Ambrosia to thank for it. Thank you, Gary, for all that you do for Xanadoom and for me.
You're welcome, and thank you, my liege, for letting us out of the cave today. It was really, really a treat. I appreciate it.
Well, you got to come up to the from the center of the earth sometime, Gary. I know you're dedicated to your work and what treasures you have behind you. But I will probably go over that in just a little bit. Yeah. And saving the best for last, of course, the one, the only, the incomparable Tom Connors Jr. Hello, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Wow, way to build that up to let everybody down. Thank you so much, dude. I'm glad to be
love
here,
you,
though,
buddy. Love you. You know, you're great. You know, you're great. I don't have to say it.
I do my best.
So welcome to all of you out there in the audience. You've picked a good one to come on. We've got some very, very interesting news to cover today. But first of all, I owe an apology to Kelvington. He kept telling me this story for weeks and weeks, and it was about Don Cheadle getting an Emmy nomination. And there was something very funny about this. And Kelvington, kept bringing it up. So now finally, when it's too late, or just about too late anyway, we're going to go ahead and have Kelvington cut loose on this, point out how insane it is. Kelvington, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, and this was one, when we write the show up, we come up with overflow stuff, and this was always in the overflow. And I said, I'm going to keep putting this in the overflow until we talk about it. And what it is Don Cheadle got an Emmy nomination for the Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series. Again, a lot of qualifiers, but that's what he got. But here's the thing. He was in 2 scenes of an episode of television, and his on-screen time was 98 seconds. Had he won, he would have the shortest on-screen appearance of anyone ever to win a major award, an Oscar or an Emmy. and only one other person. There was a film called Shakespeare in Love, and Dame Judi Dench, I think was it. She was on screen for 10 minutes and won an Oscar, but this would have killed that record, like 98 seconds. He showed up for a half a day, and they shot every frame of footage and showed every frame of footage he was in.
You have now officially talked longer than he was in the show.
Absolutely. And he lost, it was last week they did the technical Emmys, and I didn't realize they were also going to give out the actor Emmys for the lesser roles. And it turns out, because I was waiting for it tonight, that he in fact did lose to Courtney B. Vance, who played George Freeman on HBO's Lovecraft Country. So this is one of those weird little stories that had he won, I would have thought, oh my God, this is the coolest thing ever for somebody to just walk by a studio and wave and be given an Emmy.
Well, this highlights a larger problem, Kelvington. I mean, I don't know if this is the case with the Emmys, but I do know it is the case with the Oscars, that there are now diversity quotas, diversity requirements for being nominated for an Oscar. I don't know if this is true about the Emmys as well. But the thing about that is that this completely invalidates the Oscars, in my opinion, because they are essentially introducing into the nomination criteria things that have absolutely nothing to do with motion picture arts or sciences. It has to do with social engineering. It has to do with wokeness, but nothing to do with the quality of the film in question. Therefore, although I always felt that the Oscars were artistically bankrupt, have been since since Raiders of the Lost Ark lost Chariots of fucking Fire. Yeah, that's what about when I wash my hands. Also, Gandhi beat E.T., which made me pretty angry as well. But now I think that's completely invalid. Are there also criteria, race-based, representation-based, slots and allotments necessary to be nominated for an Emmy? And if so, that would explain these 98 seconds. Anybody out there know?
Well, if I can jump in real quick, I warned everybody last year when these rules were announced that this was going to happen across the board. And as we've seen in the last few months, nearly every major studio and production company has basically taken on these rules. In fact, wasn't it Bad Robot who was one of the first ones to go out publicly and say that we from here on out are going to make sure that all of our productions are XXYYZZ? Oh God, I'm so sorry, Kelvington. I didn't know.
You made him do a spit take.
I made him spit up. I'm so sorry, Baby Yoda. But yeah, no, like you're 100% right, Doomcock. That's one of the half a dozen problems I can think of just off the top of my head, that having these stupid draconian rules, or however you want to put it, over top of an already snooty, horribly self-indulgent award as it is already. Like, I don't know how many more words I can attach to it, but like, let's be real. It's one of the most self-gratification awards in the world, right? It's people giving themselves awards. Like, and that's the funny thing when they kept saying like Oscars so white a couple years back too. It's like, you guys realize that you're voting for yourselves. So the only people that you're calling racist are yourselves. We have nothing to do with the Oscars. Like, the audience has zilch to do with the Oscars. We can't just go in and vote for the Oscars like the People's Choice Awards. You have to have a lot of criteria to vote for the Oscars, right? Like, so it's not just something anybody can do. So you're basically blaming yourselves for your own systematic problem you have. So your solution is to make these stupid rules that will make it almost impossible for any movie to live up to, right? Unless you're making, and even in a sense, like, because even people were pointing out, like, what was the movie? I forgot the name of it that just won the year before or whatever. What the heck's the name of it? But
I don't watch the Oscars, so I don't know.
It was like all Chinese cast in it.
Oh, the Parasite?
Parasite or something like that. Yeah, like people were pointing out that even movies like Parasite technically couldn't win under these rules because there wasn't enough diversity in it.
Right.
So,
right.
like,
well, it was set in Korea or Japan or something.
It wasn't Chinese. Yeah, I can't.
No, it wasn't Chinese, but
it wasn't. Okay, sorry about that. But like, I never watched the damn thing. But like, I'm with Doomcock. Honestly, like, I'd go a little bit further. Yeah, there was a bit of a snooty period in that late 70s, early 80s. Like, who the fuck thought that Annie Hall was a better movie than Star Wars? That's beyond me. But like, yeah, once you got going for a while there, they were okay. Then the Weinsteins came in and fucked all that up. Basically, English Patient Zero is where everything went wrong with the Oscars, because that was when like the Weinsteins would come in and buy up every Oscar, and every movie was one of their movies that would win every year almost, and it became more about the campaigning than it was about just watching the stars get together, get drunk, and dress up. You know, that's kind of what the Oscars were for like 50 years, right? They were just an excuse for movie stars to just show off, and we get to laugh along with them and enjoy the show, because the Oscar show used to at least be entertaining, right?
In a cringe kind of way, like Rob
Sometimes,
Lowe
yeah,
being Prince
yeah.
Charming singing to Snow White.
But Lord knows, we all love Billy Crystal. You know, we all loved Whoopi for those few times that she did it, and there was even a few people in between there that weren't so bad. But like, there's a few moments like that I love from Oscars that, you know, that are still some of my favorite television moments in history. Like, there's that one where Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon are going on about how, you know, some directors have no sense of the human condition, but can tell you every single lens that goes on and the distance between, you know, this aperture and that aperture, but couldn't, you know, understand when, you know, a human being is completely exhausted. And then that punchline, of course, is when Walter Matthau coming in and going, "We have all these directors in this room tonight." You know, it's like they could at least make fun of themselves. You know what I mean? It's like they lost that sense of humor about themselves, and it became too important, self-important. And that's where we've gotten. It's been like, instead of going out there and having fun and getting drunk and dressing up, it's more about, what do I say tonight to make myself more virtuous than the next guy? So every single Oscar thing the last few years has been, you know, everybody trying to out-politic the next guy after the next guy after the next guy. So no, I'm not surprised by this. And the Oscars are going to turn out just like the Emmys and the Grammys and everything before them. Like, nobody's going to watch them anymore. They're done. The normal people of the world have turned away from them because they don't care to see, you know, a bunch of rich people giving themselves awards anymore. The veneer has worn off. Sorry, I went on a long tangent there, guys. Sorry.
No, that's all right. But 98 seconds for a nomination for Don Cheadle becomes somewhat understandable, given all of this.
I did
anybody else
Emmy performance there than he did.
Yeah, right. Anybody have anything else to say about that before we move on?
Must have been a hell of a 98 seconds.
It wasn't. I saw Falcon and Winter Soldier. I don't even remember Don Cheadle in it.
That's what I was going to say. I don't even remember him in any of the episodes. I'm like blanking out here. I can't believe it.
No, but of course he was, you know, the right kind of nominee that they want these days. So I think if there are diversity requirements for Emmy, that explains it.
I just love how it's Hispanic Heritage Latinx Month, and I'll bet like hardly any Hispanics win shit because we just don't matter. But that's another story for another.
Well, that is another story. But yeah, man, it's pretty. Oh, and by the way, the one who beat Don Cheadle for that was someone in Lovecraft County, which was basically Wokeman 2.0. I didn't watch a frame of it, I'm proud to say. It was just a bunch of garbage, a bunch of claptrap and baiting and virtue signaling, and a disgrace to the name of Cthulhu. Thank you. You're very welcome, Harvey. You're very welcome. Well, shoot. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kelvington. I wish he had won. That would have been irony of ironies.
Indeed.
Oh, well. Shall we move on to the breakdown? He was right on it. And the first item on the breakdown tonight, we might as well go ahead and go into it, is the whole issue of essentially the rumor that got picked up and spread by such publications as the Examiner, the New York Post, Screen Rant, Screen Grab, all of these things reporting independently on a rumor that I broke 2 months before about the possibility of Phoebe Waller-Bridge essentially replacing Harrison Ford in the franchise's the Indiana Jones type moving forward. Now, this is something that came from the set, and my reporting that I had gotten, the tip that I had gotten, was also from someone on the set who told me that there's going to be a lot of leaks coming out about this because there's a lot of people on the set who are very upset at what is being done with Indiana Jones. Now, there was a draft of a script that this individual summarized for me. I have additional reporting from an entirely different source of another draft that is largely the same, but with some interesting variations. I think that revisions are going on. I think that the story is evolving, and I think, who knows, they may even be somewhat cowed by all the publicity and reaction to this thing that's going on. Now, I was sent a tweet, an interesting tweet by Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina. Stephanie has been dubious of this rumor, and I hope that she's right. However, the fact that 2 months ago I heard this, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, other people from the set are leaking stuff, just as this other source predicted, that is being picked up in all these different publications, more all the time, leads me to believe that this was in the works. Now, is it still in the works? This tweet came in response to Daniel O on Twitter, said to Mangold, the director, he said, whose idea was it to replace Harrison Ford with Phoebe Waller-Bridge at the end of Indiana Jones 5? Yours or Kathleen Kennedy? Disney Plus TV show with Phoebe Waller-Bridge as the new Indiana Jones. Say it isn't so. And Mangold replied, answer to Q1, nobody's idea. Answer to Q2, neither. Answer to your snarky last sentence, don't be so gullible to clickbait. Which makes me wonder, are they reversing course? Because apparently there are multiple drafts of things out there, but now, of course, with all the delays, they've had some chances to maybe have some revisions or shoot different endings or something. I really don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I thought I would just go ahead and kind of give you all an update on this situation. And go around the table here and just see what you guys think of it. Let's start with Mexican Iron Man. What do you think, Mexican Iron Man?
Well, I'm going to, as you know, I'm a huge Bond fan, and I've seen every movie multiple times, and I'm very much looking forward to, despite all the contrary rumors and all that, I have to go see this next one because I've seen them all. And we know there have been reshoots. We know this for a fact now. I mean, at first it was rumored. Now we know it's for sure happening. We also know that it was screened. We also know that the screenings went poorly. And we know that many of the reshoots and the rewrites happened simultaneously, before, during, and after. So we also know something else. We also know that we're starting to get in movies that are coming out. We're getting real movies again. I just saw the Clint Eastwood one. I'm going to watch the action movie tomorrow with, I can't remember now. Jesus, I'm blanking now. I had just seen the movie Protege recently. There's a turn happening in this woke stuff. I mean, we also know for a fact that the Disney movies aren't opening in China. We know that the China, culturally doesn't want a lot of wokeism and embrace how Disney embraces the woke culture, and this third wave feminist stuff is not flying in China. They're not getting releases. I would not be surprised if maybe someone had that bright idea, and if maybe that was the direction they're going in. But as Cameron Pasha, my good friend and brother, have stated, and he's a Hollywood insider, the Titanic ship is moving. It's not moving as fast as we want. It certainly doesn't feel good because we're still burned by what we've experienced over the last 2 years. But I would not be surprised if we get something that is not half as offensive as what it could have been had changes not been made. And I don't know. We've got to wait to see what we're going to get. But I would not be shocked if they're pulling back, just like 007's pulling back.
Well, I hope so. I mean, that's very interesting that the director went on record with this tweet and denied everything. So perhaps there is
and that's what I'm trying to get to, too, because that's something that I think a couple years ago one would jump to embrace, or maybe even say this. Let's say it wasn't happening, but maybe he does something like maybe makes a comment similar to say, hey, look, that would have been an excellent idea. I'm all for one. There wasn't any virtual signaling in his comments either.
Right.
either. So you have him denying that this has happened, and at the same time, he's also, because when you analyze people's language, and I've learned this in politics, and I sure as hell know this from business, you can't just analyze by what they say. You can't even analyze what they say. You have to look at the actions, and you also have to pay attention to what they don't say. And when they don't say certain things, that also is a clue as to what's going on.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Kelvington, have you got any feedback on that at all, sir?
No, but I would say Kevin Smith also denied right until the day it went on the air that
Right.
He-Man was going to be about He-Man as well. And he denied it every time, everywhere, was even crying about it. So at this point, if a director said, "Oh, this is not going to happen at all," that would be as sure a sign as any that it's absolutely going to happen.
Yeah, Kevin Smith lied about He-Man being about He-Man. It was actually about Teela. Jar Jar Abrams lied about Khan not being Khan. Of course, it was Khan, although it wasn't Khan.
Except nobody cared about that.
Exactly. But nevertheless, he lied his ass off about it, just flat out lied about it. So maybe Mangold is either lying about it or two, trying to change it and hoping. But let's face it, Indiana Jones 5 without Spielberg directing isn't Indiana Jones at all.
Was this the one quote where he said something about she'll never put the hat on, or she doesn't put the hat on, or something like that? Or is that somebody else who said that?
No, that's a different, I don't know which quote that is, but
yeah,
this is
somebody had said
fairly
that.
recent.
Yeah, and I'm just like, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that Disney and Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy and other people involved do not have the at least motive to try and spin this franchise off further. Because let's be real, Harrison Ford has said, no, nobody but me will ever play Indiana Jones. Okay, no problem. So that tells us there's probably not going to be another Indiana Jones ever again. But just like the whole, there'll never be a female James Bond thing, Barbara Broccoli never said there'd never be a female 007. She just said James Bond, right? And as we've learned quickly with this new film, you got to listen to what they're saying, like Mike just said. So again, she may not be the focal point of this movie necessarily, but that doesn't mean this movie isn't setting her up to be the future of this franchise. Because let's be real here. They're not going to want to sit on an Indiana Jones franchise. And if they made some kind of deal with Harrison Ford that they'll never recast the role, which I don't understand why they ever fucking would, at least in his lifetime anyway.
No way.
Then yeah, what other way are you going to do this without introducing a new character who's going to carry that mantle? Sure, she may not put the fucking hat on, but that doesn't mean she isn't going to do it metaphorically through the franchise.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's an awful lot of smoke lately. Gary Ambrosia,
Yeah.
I know that you are a big Indiana Jones fan, like I am a huge Raiders fan. In fact, I see a piece of the Lost Ark on the shelf behind you.
There it is.
I believe it belongs
in a museum.
It belongs in a museum. Damn
He's
it!
also got the Ark behind him too. Did you miss that?
Yeah, he's got
Not
pieces
the Ark,
of it right here.
Not the Ark, the Holy Grail. I meant right there.
the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're right in front of it there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Yep.
cool stuff up here.
There are, Gary. So you love Raiders of the Lost Ark. How do you feel about this news, and what's your opinion of all this?
It's just so damn disgusting. There's only so much you can take, and to the point where you literally feel insane. I mean, what is this? What are they doing? What I was listening to your live stream the other night, and you were talking about Johnny Quest.
Oh yeah,
This is the same kind of thing. I mean, Ford can say all day long that he's the only one that's going to play Indiana Jones. He doesn't own the franchise. Disney does, and look at what they're doing. So this, even though it seems like the worst it can get and the most extreme, they'll do something worse. I don't know what could be worse, but
well, this would be bad. I mean, they are basically systematically erasing all problematic white males from all of these properties that they starred in, and just reflexively recasting everybody. And we'll have some more remakes and recastings here in just a little bit. But I noticed someone in the chat asked if I was sick because my voice sounded different. So for this next part, I'm going to go ahead and put on my helmet here. Hold on just a sec.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll just say to Gary's point, like, yeah, they could do a lot worse. Like, making him interior decorator in a sexless marriage. You know, they'd never do that to one of our heroes. And
that's a scary kind of thing to hear.
Well, that's what happened to the Terminator. Sorry.
No, I understand, and that indeed is an accurate assessment. But now I would like to go to a very interesting piece of news that I received from Mr. Brown, actually. Mr. Brown was supposed to come on tonight on the Spotlight segment, or advertising his channel and his Zazzle store and everything. He could not make it, but he did send me a very, very interesting piece of news about Marcia Lucas. Now, for those of you who don't know, Marcia Lucas was married to George Lucas and was the editor of Star Wars, and also an accomplished editor in her own right for Taxi Driver and other masterpieces like that. So this is a woman that I knew had a lot of taste and a lot of class. And I was amazed today when this came out apparently just a few hours ago. Mr. Brown sent this to my attention. I want to thank Mr. Brown for that. Marcia Lucas apparently speaking out about Kathleen Kennedy and about Disney Star Wars, folks. And this is what it was tweeted out that she said. "I like Kathleen. I always liked her," says Marcia Lucas. "She was full of beans. She was really smart and really bright, really wonderful woman, and I liked her husband, Frank. I liked them a lot. Now that she's running Lucasfilm and making movies, it seems to me that Kathy Kennedy and J.J. Abrams don't have a clue about Star Wars. They don't get it. And J.J. Abrams is writing these stories. When I saw that movie where they kill Han Solo, I was furious. I was furious when they killed Han Solo. Absolutely, positively, there was no rhyme or reason to it. I thought, you don't get the Jedi story. You don't get the magic of Star Wars. You're getting rid of Han Solo? And then at the end of this last one, The Last Jedi, they have Luke disintegrate? They killed Han Solo. They killed Luke Skywalker, and they don't have Princess Leia anymore, and they're spitting out movies every year, and they think it's important to appeal to a woman's audience, so now their main character is this female who's supposed to have Jedi powers, but we don't know how she got Jedi powers or who she is. It sucks. The storylines are terrible, just terrible, awful. You can quote me, J.J. Abrams, Kathy Kennedy, talk to me." This was from Marcia Lucas. I had never seen this published before, but apparently she went ahead and gave this interview, or was interviewed in some book or something at the end of Last Jedi, by the time Last Jedi had come out. So it was before the ruse of Soywoker, when they made it even worse, and they turned Palpatine into the winner of the entire thing by having his granddaughter or whatever steal Luke's lightsabers, steal Luke's land, steal Luke's sunset, and steal his last name. Oh my God, some truth from Marcia Lucas. If this is the case now, this text was published, was a photograph of some printed text. I'm not sure what book or interview this came from, but it appears to be legitimate. And she has given voice in a very, very articulate way to all of us who have been saying the exact same thing for years. And so, with that said, I wanted to go ahead and see what you guys think of this, because well done, Marcia Lucas. Let's go ahead and go, first of all, well, let's kick it to Kelvington. Kelvington, you've had a little longer to chew on this news since I shot it your way in preparation for the show. What do you think of what Marcia Lucas said?
Well, you know, the phrase "full of beans," I never thought that was anything but a pejorative. I only ever heard somebody's full of beans like when they're full of shit. So I thought that was an interesting choice of term. And you know, Marcia Lucas has the highest level echelon in my world is that she saved Star Wars. Her and Paul Hirsch and Richard Chew saved the Star Wars film, because in George's original cut, it was done like a documentary. And those three, particularly Marcia, came in and saved that motion picture by adding the extra bit of the Death Star coming towards the rebels, because that didn't exist in Lucas's cut. They were just out in the middle of space and they blew up the Death Star. She gave them some reason to blow it up, essentially. And that's all done in post. There's no actor, no character on the screen ever that says the Death Star is nearby. None. It's all done with graphics and voiceover work. So like, she's a god in my world. And she took something that could have been an okay B science fiction film and elevated it. So her telling the truth, because there's nothing you can do to hurt her at this point. She's divorced from Lucas. She has half his money. You can't hurt her. She's going to say the truth. There's no reason for her not to. You can't shut her up. So I think it sounds very much like the kind of thing somebody who was disenchanted would say. And I love how it's said.
I love it too. When I saw that, I felt like cheering. Mexican Iron Man, any thoughts on Marcia Lucas's wise words?
How in the holy hellfire tortilla plantation did we miss this one?
I don't know, man. This must have been published years ago, and somehow it just only emerged now.
This is fantastic. She gets a, hold on, let me see what she gets. She gets a cheer. She gets a welcome.
Your sounds aren't working if you're hitting something.
Your sounds aren't working.
She gets a cheer. She gets a welcome. I'm stuttering for words. Actually, is what I'm speechless. I'm speechless. This is holy. How often have I been on the show and been literally speechless? Never.
Never. You were hoping to go to a sound effect, and it let you down. But you never let us down, Mexican Iron Man.
You know what this is? If ever there was a day of redemption, you know what? This is a great Sunday, because let me tell you this. This is, it's what Kelvington said. We owe her a debt of thanks, and we now, in this day, with this news and with this information, which has been printed, and she said, quote me, take it on the record, this is the kind of validation that we need. So often, Hollywood has taken a back seat, and they sit here, and they're just throwing rocks at us, and telling us that we're wrong, and telling us we're is, and telling us that we're crazy, and trying to shove this mediocre to poor quality crap down our throats. And here is someone with authenticity, with insider knowledge, with integrity, and with clarity, speaks truth to us. This is what we need. This is what I've been waiting for, and it means the world to me. This is fantastic.
It is absolutely fantastic. I was delighted. You tried to get my attention, Kelvington. What's going on?
Yes, because while we were on the air, I've been looking for this quote, and I have found it. It is in a book called A Producer's Life by J.W. Renzel. It's about Howard Kazmajani, and it was published this year. And I actually found the book online and found the quote in the book. So it actually comes from a legitimately sourced item that is coming out or is already out this year.
Fantastic. He is the gentleman that did the great Making of Star Wars, Making of Empire Strikes Back, those series of books, really some of those in-depth reporting on the making of these classics. Renzler is a master, and boy, he got the goods here, and it just got published. That's fantastic. Tom, dude, what do you think of this? Well done, Kathleen, Marcia Lucas.
Well, anybody who knows me knows I have this very strange kind of love-hate relationship with George Lucas, and I am somebody who's always quick to point out that Marcia is the one who deserves a lot of the credit, and he tried to take that away from her in a lot of ways. And the fact that she said this, considering the shit that man has put her through, and I'm not saying that she's innocent. They were in a marriage. Marriage takes two parties, right? But afterwards, George has done everything he can to blacklist that woman. He has tried to remove her from the Star Wars legacy. That's kind of the big reason people say he's so hung up on the special editions, but that's a whole nother conversation. So for her to come out and say this about him and the legacy that's there says a lot to me personally, I think. And I don't even know if she's even talking about The Last Jedi here. I think this is just right after seeing The Force Awakens. Honestly, I doubt
it was no. It's actually she did mention The Last Jedi.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. So sorry about that.
In the quote. So yeah, but she had not seen Ruse of Skywalker yet, where the Skywalker saga became the Palpatine saga because Palpatine wins. His heir inherits everything that Luke Skywalker had, and he got his aim, which was you got to kill me. So she does, and then he gets what he wanted. And I wouldn't be surprised if his Katra or his force or spirit was inside Rey, even as she was looking at that sunset. I expected her eyes to turn yellow. And I think somebody does need to do an ending of the Ruse of Skywalker where her eyes do indeed turn yellow like Palpatine's, because that would be perfect. And the perfect capstone on Kathleen Kennedy's supreme towering achievement of making the villain the fucking hero on this thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And there is the quote right there.
I love that. You can quote me. J.J. Abrams, Kathy Kennedy, talk to me. Wow. She is just throwing down some. No, it was Marcia, I've always thought she was a ballsy woman. I've heard lots of stories about her. She was a person who never was afraid to tell George what she thought. She has called him a cold fish on multiple occasions. I mean, she has said he doesn't understand human beings.
Well, they have, they were married, and it was.
That's what I'm saying. So for her to come out and say this kind of thing and kind of defend, like, this says a lot. You know what I mean? Like, this carries a lot of fucking weight. I mean, this is the divorced wife coming out in defense of her ex-husband. It is exactly that in a way. That is insane. Like, to me, she is outside of her legacy, which she gives a shit about at this point. Because, like I said, she has walked away from it all. She has not been a part of Hollywood in many years. This is the first interview that I've known of her, and I don't know how long. Somebody please in the chat tell me, because as far as I know, she has been out of the public spotlight for like over 20 years or better, even more than that.
Yeah, this is an amazing quote from a woman. Let me tell you something about Marcia Lucas. She edited Taxi Driver, okay? And that is an editor's movie. That is a masterpiece. Kelvington, you're an editor. So, I think that's the basis of the enormous amount of respect that you have for Marcia Lucas.
Oh, absolutely. Because she took a film that was going to be an okay B movie, and they spent a lot of money on, and turned it into one of the most classical films of all time that still holds up, even without the special editions to this day. And it's because of her and two other editors that this film, exists. I can't say like this film made me go and become an editor, because I was already kind of starting down that road a little bit, but she certainly influenced me. And what she did in Taxi Driver is another film that is exceptional that you can't hardly beat.
You really can't. Gary, you're a big fan of Lucasfilm and LucasArts and all of this kind of masterpiece that George Lucas, all the great films that George Lucas created. And you have any thoughts about Marcia Lucas and her what she expressed regarding these horrible movies?
I do. First off, if Star Wars meant anything to anyone, it would have been her. And another thing is, we're actually really lucky that she has the ability to give us this quote, because she's probably not under Disney contract in order to, she's not under a chokehold to talk trash about a movie that sucks. And what I find interesting about it too is that it was, I guess it was, she probably made this quote right after she had seen The Last Jedi, which is when I, discovered that there was something wrong. And which is when everybody else pretty much discovered, there's something wrong with this franchise now. I find that very interesting. Look at what Mark Hamill, he had to say great things about a movie that he hated, and he couldn't say what he really thought about it. Marcia can tell us the truth. And, I'm not going to badmouth George Lucas, but I do have buddies that were on Howard the Duck and the Ewok movies, and they felt his wrath. And, I would side with Marcia over George any day, but we're actually really lucky we get to see this quote. It's honest.
I know. This just came out. I mean, this is absolutely God, it just feels like a weight off my shoulders. You know, I think I don't know. I probably speak for most of you guys that, I mean, for years and years we have been saying this stuff, and we have been labeled as, oh, you just don't like strong women, and you don't like this, and you don't like that. Marcia Lucas is a strong woman. Yeah. Marcia Lucas was a partner in the creation of Star Wars, which George Lucas does not like to talk about, and I understand why. It's emotional for him, but by God, this is a woman who knows shit from Shinola. This is a woman that could sniff out the bullshit and hated that they killed Han Solo, hated that they killed Luke Skywalker, and hated that they got rid of Princess Leia. This is spot on what we have been saying for years. Thank God somebody stepped up and spoke those words, even though it was years ago, apparently, before we've actually gotten to see this quote in this book, which is not a barn blazer of a title. I mean, you know what? What is it called? Coming to the producers?
The Producer's Journey.
The Producer's Journey. Who the fuck's going to buy that book? Other than people who, I don't know, want to get into producing or something. I mean, I would have looked at it on a shelf and I would have just passed by it. And yet there was this gem lurking in there. Unbelievable. Mexican Iron Man, you were about to say something.
I was just going to say... you know, I mean, I reacted raw and maybe a little overreacted, but I think you described it. It's exactly what you said. It's that weight lifting off shoulders, because this isn't just George's ex-wife. She had her own career, and like she had a real career in a real meaningful way and did meaningful work. I've never had any respect for KK. I've never, you know, good God. I mean, I'm not even if you put me behind Spielberg back in the day, I could have been an amazing exec producer. Any one of us, probably half of, if not almost everybody in this chat stream could have. I mean, seriously. Hi, I'm looking for money. I need some checks for the next Spielberg movie. Okay, let me get your check. Let me get your check. Let me get your check. Let me get back in the car. Let me drive back to the studio. Let me make some coffee. Here's Steven. Here's some checks. Okay, what do you need me to do now? Oh, we're out of coffee? Okay, hold on. Let me go get some more coffee.
Holy crap, man.
This is great. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. This is why this show exists, for stuff like this. This is great.
Guaranteed the mouse didn't want that.
Go ahead, Gary. What was that?
Oh, I was just going to say, guaranteed the mouse did not want that quote to come out. There's no way. That's why we didn't see it until now. Because now it doesn't really matter, not to them, you know.
Yeah, no, they don't care. But I tell you what, we care. The fans care. And oh, what a friend we have in Marcia Lucas. I've always admired her. And, you know, it's going to be hard for them to dismiss her as an istinophobe, because she is indeed the very kind of strong woman that they purportedly like to admire and promote. It's just exposing them as the frauds that they were all along, and it is exposing us as torchbearers, as prophets, as people that know what real Star Wars is, vindicated by Marcia Lucas. So thank you, Marcia Lucas, for speaking the truth. Thank you, J.W. Rinsler, for getting that interview. I cannot believe it flew under the radar for this long, but I am absolutely delighted to be able to bring you this news today on Pop Culture Breakdown.
No, and Mike's absolutely right about Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, I've said it time and time again, especially when somebody wants to defend her legacy. It's like, yeah, she has a great legacy, but it's all because of the men that she's worked with. Like, anybody who's made Spielberg movies for 30 years can get anything done, right? Like, it's not her that did anything. She never added anything to the mix. And Mama Lucas, Miss Marcia Lucas, is responsible for a lot of what we love about Star Wars, as was pointed out earlier by these fine gentlemen here. And it's 100% correct in my opinion. And I mean, this woman, she basically, Lucasfilm was built for her, guys. Like it doesn't take much research to figure that out. George wanted to build a facility where Marcia could edit from home and did not have to leave. That was his whole goal.
Which is why most people...
Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, which is why most people don't know this when they talk about Hollywood and they talk about Star Wars and Disney, because we are so focused on Disney being in LA and all that. But Lucasfilm is actually in San Francisco.
Right, in Orange County, right?
No, it's in San Francisco, in Northern California, at the Presidio.
They moved.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I've never actually been there. I'd love to go. But
They have
I think,
ancillary offices out in Orange County as well. But
Okay.
they made a special deal with the state, and they rebuilt the park, and that's where it's at. In fact, after I do my little Kurtzman visit, I'm going to be doing a little visit up there too.
Oh, yes, that is right. Mexican Iron Man is going to make a little visit out to secret hideout, and make a spectacle out of a graveyard for Star Trek, which I think is going to be absolutely magnificent. And it looks now like Kelvington is signaling me, like a great producer, that it is time to read some super chats. We want to let all of the audience in on the fun, but my God, I just want to say this, guys. This emotionally feels so good. I mean, I felt giddy when I read that. I felt vindicated. I felt like, my God, it's like they gaslight you so much. They go ahead and they tell you that you're crazy. They tell you that you're evil. They tell you that you're a gatekeeper. They tell you this. They tell you that. What they don't tell you is that you're also right. We were right all along. Marcia Lucas articulated it perfectly, and I'm absolutely delighted to be able to break this bit of news on Pop Culture Breakdown Live. Kelvington, thank you for looking out at me, as we could have rambled on about this all night, but let's go ahead and get to these super chats. I want to thank everybody for your patience. That's the way this show works. Is we have a little bit of content at the beginning, and then we always go to you guys. So Stellar Heather has renewed her channel membership at the Dumendite level. Thank you very much, Stellar Heather, who is a wrench and a mensch. Thank you, Stellar Heather. You are awesome. And Point Curation says with a $6.99 super chat, thank you, my friend Hale. Wish you in the chat well. New prices and lower prices on artwork if anyone is interested on Etsy. Go to Point Curation on Etsy. Thank you, Point Curation. And if you use Dominion as the code word, you get a discount. That's funny. And Michael Maloney, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 22 months now. Thank you, Michael Maloney. He says, Hale, have you got your mice yet? No, Michael Maloney, I have not gotten any mice as of yet. I don't know exactly what that is referring to, Michael, but no mice around here, at least not that I see. Corion Witch in Residence with a $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Corion, very much, my friend. He says, in the underground city of Xanadu, crimes against pop culture are considered especially heinous. Those who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Pop Culture Unit. These are their stories. There's a million stories in the Naked City, and this is one of them. Hail, Corion Witch in Residence, and thank you for that super chat, sir. And the Star Wars guys with a $4.99 super chat. Wonderful ads that we had on the show in the spotlight just a few weeks ago. They made a big impression. I won't say why. We'll spare them. But the Star Wars guys, I love these guys, says, Hail, my lord. Michael and I have finally seen Dune. I still don't fully understand it, but I liked it a lot. Well, there you go. So we've got some interesting feedback from the Star Wars guys. Now, I have not, as of yet, read the email that I received, but I saw an email shortly before I started this live stream that said Dune sucked. So I don't know if that is true or not, but and I haven't read the details of it, but one of my members, Star Wars guys, saying they liked Dune. Someone else was saying it sucked. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. Two different points of view, widely spread apart. I guess we'll wait and see how it takes off. Squire Waldo, thank you for the $3 super sticker of the hand, giving it like a dude, kind of giving a horn, sparkle horns, thumbs up there. Thank you, Squire Waldo. I appreciate you, brother. Kathleen Morrison with a $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much, Kathleen. Kathleen Morrison says, DC, Friday Night Frolics, and Pop Culture Breakdown Live are excellent bookends. My weekend starts and ends listening to you and talking to the chat. Well, you are always welcome here, Kathleen. I'm really glad that you're enjoying our modest efforts here at the center of the earth. And I want to thank you so much, Kathleen, for your support and for being here on Sundays and Fridays for Pop Culture Breakdown Live and Friday Night Frolics. And Grand Wazoo 42 with a very generous 20 euro super chat. Thank you, Grand Wazoo 42. Says, hail my liege. Greetings from Europe. First time I could catch this show live. I celebrate my 12 months membership today. Congratulations. Happy anniversary, Grand Wazoo 42. He says, keep up the good work. Also saw the new Dune movie today, and I liked it very much. Waiting for part 2. So now we have 2 good reviews and one person who said it sucked. So a great going, Grand Wazoo 42. Thank you very much for that. Crass Socks with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Crass Socks. Says, hail to you, Crass Socks. And Beth Orsted with a Doom Corn in the chat. Thank you very much, Beth Orsted. Nicholas Horton with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba waving and saying, how's it going? Well, I think it's going good. Crass Socks, how are you tonight? And how is it going for you? Thank you for being here tonight, my friend. And hail, Nicholas Horton. Thank you, brother, for your super sticker. Kennick, who has been an arch villain of mine for 5 months, says, hail and greetings, DC. Hail and greetings to you, Kennick. Thank you for being here tonight. Hope you will be able to join us for the Arch Villain live stream, which has had to be shifted from tomorrow to Thursday evening. Thursday evening at 8 o'clock is when we're going to have our Arch Villain assembly, and I hope every one of you Arch Villains can attend. Michael Beacom with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says the Oscars have been bereft of merit for years. Got to spend time with an ex-Academy president who told me outright he did not watch all the nominees. Wow. An ex-Academy president who told me outright he did not watch all of the nominees. Holy crap.
Well, isn't that special?
Isn't that special? Boy, they do not have any integrity at all, do they, Mexican Iron Man?
Nope. Well, if he wasn't watching what he should have been watching, maybe he was doing something with Satan.
I think maybe that's true. Oh, Jesus. This is what I've suspected all along. This is just nothing but what Tom Connors was saying. It's just a self-congratulatory,
circle jerk
participation trophy. It's a circle jerk, basically. Pretending to be art and science when really the only science is, padding their pocketbooks or trying.
My opinion is important because why exactly?
You got me, buddy.
Look, and there's some great actors out there. Don't get me wrong. There's some hardworking actors, and so I'm not trying to pick on all actors, but it's like I'm talking about that upper 1%, right? The ones we always hear from. The ones that say that like this whole thing's a living hell when they're tweeting out from their $1 billion estate.
If that's hell, sign us up because there's a lot of people that actually are suffering in the world. Hollywood stars are not really all that much among them, in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being insensitive. What can I say? It's just pathetic. Thank you very, very much, Michael Beacom. I'm glad you shared that little news flash with us all. What we have long suspected has been verified by Michael Beacom. And I guess I could go ahead and take off my helmet at this point. I hope I have made everyone comfortable who was uncomfortable in inquiring about my health. Let me take this off here so I can have a drink of bourbon.
I always piddle when you put it on, so.
Just a little bit, like
just
a dog panicking or something?
Yeah, like a little bit. Just that little fear.
I'm so sorry. I'll try not to do that again. Or if I put the helmet on, then I'll try to talk in a voice like this, so maybe it'll come out normal.
Then what's the point?
We'll try. I
understand. I'm willing to take a little bit of a wet seat for you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. And Taigia 527 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Taigia. Says, hail DVD and panel. Check out Common America 4-volume omnibuses on Kickstarter. Mike said he wanted to know about good new indie comics. Love from Texas. So Common America is a 4-volume omnibus on Kickstarter. So I'll go ahead and post that name in the chat here for those of you who are interested in supporting, new and original work. There it is, folks. Thank you, Taigia 527.
Timothy Lynn, right?
I don't know. Taiji was just pointing out. So you already knew about this, Mike?
I didn't know it was on. Yeah.
On Kickstarter?
Yeah. This is great. Yo, this is great. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that, Doomcock. I'm sorry.
Well, there you go. No problem, Mike. Lyle Hamack with a $5 super chat. Hail Lyle Hamack, who says, hello and hail all. I haven't watched the Oscars since 2003 when Lord of the Rings Return of the King won 11 Oscars, tying Ben-Hur. Haven't watched since. Yeah, I don't watch the Oscars. I don't care about what they think. I really have no respect for their process. I think it's absurd, frankly. I mean, my God, how do you possibly say, I'm sorry, Chariots of Fire was a greater movie than Raiders of the Lost Ark? Raiders of the Lost Ark is one of the greatest movies ever made, period.
Let's be real. They get it right or wrong 99% of the time. I just watched Shawshank Redemption earlier today.
Uh-huh.
Now, how did that get beat by Forrest Gump? Not only that, how did Pulp Fiction not win that year?
Oh, my God.
I mean, Pulp Fiction changed cinema. I mean, like, to me, it's just like, yeah, Forrest Gump was cool. I get it, but not for Best Picture. I mean, we can do better. We can do better, Hollywood, to steal a phrase.
Shit, man. I agree with you entirely.
In the last 20 years, nobody's seen any of the Best Pictures except for the Lord of the Rings films. So yeah, go figure.
Yeah, man, I know it. Matt G with a director's chair on-set super sticker. Thank you very much, Matt G. How are you doing, Matt? You having a good time this evening? I hope. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Hail Dixon Cider, who says, the last time this country tried to be less white, we wound up with vanilla ice.
Oh shit, we do not want to go back to the early 90s. That was a bad time. It took us a good 4 or 5 years to get shit back together, right? We don't need that.
Oh my God.
We had Bart Simpson rapping and shit. We can't. No.
Oh, Dixon Cider, dude. That was a classic.
No. Please,
Thank
no.
you, dude. I needed that laugh. Thank you, Dixon Cider, so much for that. And Cardinal Sin with a $5 super chat. Hail Cardinal Sin, who says, hail Doomcock. Marcia Lucas won the Academy Award for editing in 1977 for Star Wars film editing. She kept Star Wars from being a complete failure. This is exactly the point that Kelvington was talking about earlier, Cardinal Sin, and I agree with it entirely. I absolutely do agree with it.
There's a really great video out there that covers that whole thing. I think it's called How Marcia Lucas Saved Star Wars, or How It Was Saved in the Edit. How Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit, I think it's called. Great video to check out.
Whose video was that?
I'm trying to remember now, but it's I'll find it here in a few minutes here. I don't want to slow down the show though, so just keep going.
No problem. Kelvington is just this is Mexican Iron Man actually saying here in the chat, can you inform Doomcock that J.W. Rinsler, the Star Wars historian, passed away a month and a half ago? Oh,
that's
man,
true. Yes, he did.
That is, oh God, that's sorry. I had no idea. That guy really had the goods when it came to documenting the making of these classic films. I mean, he really dug deep, and I am
Yeah, and what he did is he approached it. He gave you both that documentary feel in terms of the read of the books that he wrote, but he did it from a very academic point of view. Facts mattered, interviews mattered, source material mattered. I don't know how many books he read. I got to have been a dozen or two. I don't know. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing work that he did. I didn't know he had died till James threw that out there. Thank you very much.
I remember now that he said that. Yeah, I remember.
Thank you, James, in the chat stream. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just posted a link that Tom found to that video about how Marcia Lucas saved Star Wars.
Yeah, a lot of people have probably seen it, but if you haven't, after the show, do yourself a favor and check that out. It basically goes through the whole story that Kelvington kind of abbreviated there about how Marcia saved the film in the long run. So yeah, it's a very good documentary.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Dalben, who's been a Dominion of mine for 5 months. Thank you so much, Dalben. Says George is the great writer. Marcia is the editor. I very much agree with that, Dalben. And I'm sorry that they broke up. I'm sorry that they broke up. I really am. And Tom DS with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Tom. Says it sounds like someone digging up info on KK to destroy what's left of her career. I know Stephanie Janicek has noticed articles like this have been popping up. Yeah, well, again, that goes in to all the weirdness and mystery around Kathleen Kennedy's contract renewal. I've been looking into it. I've been looking around it. I've had one source say that this is just something I am not authorized to comment on. And another source was saying, I have asked everywhere. I have turned every stone over. I do not think that these people that I asked who would be in a position to know would be lying to me. They say that it's not true. I'm totally mystified. I think that this is a hot potato. The fact that they've delayed this long means that they're agonizing over it behind the scenes. And I don't know what to think. I honestly, at this point, this is the weirdest story that I think I've encountered in these past 4 years, almost 4 years of doing YouTube and lots of leaks and lots of stories. And this one, you got me, folks. You got me. I mean, this is a great source, two great sources that one simply will not comment on it. And the other is saying, I have looked high and low. I can't find any evidence that she's renewed. But people that I respect, like WDW Pro, are saying it's so. You got me. I don't know. But I do know that if it does happen, Star Wars is in deep bantha poodoo. Deep poodoo.
Well, and as we kind of pointed out, or at least with like Cameron and we did, was more so like, look, she's kind of been defanged at this point. What else can she do? Jon Favreau is basically running every one of the shows. It's better to, keep your enemies close than to have her out there running amok, bad mouthing you. And Chapek is already facing one of the arguably strongest producers in Hollywood right now with Kevin Feige, and he's got Bob Iger and a few other people in his corner. So, I mean, if this is really happening, which it appears to be happening, playing out right in front of our eyes in the media, I can see why he would just keep her close to the chest. She's not really doing anything. So why shake the boat at this point? Favreau has probably made it very clear that he is not going to take over Lucasfilm.
Right.
Why would he? He's a creative. He does not want to be a numbers man. This is not his job. I'm sure that eventually somebody else will move in quietly when she retires, and it'll be 3-4 years down the road. But at this point, the damage is already done. It's kind of the same thing with Star Trek, right? Like, the damage is already done, but there's a lot more going on over at Paramount that I can't even get into right now. That's a whole nother conversation. But
I know what's going on.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit going on over there. But
regardless,
when it comes to this, I think Chapek's like looking at it as like, just keep things going with Favreau smooth on that end. I think a lot of this is what caused, going back to the whole Gina Carano thing, is what set a lot of this stuff in motion to begin with. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out here in the next few years. I mean, Star Wars is barely on life support at this point with The Mandalorian. So, I mean, we'll have to see how that plays out. So.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out. D Carre with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, D Carre. Says, "Hey George, you owe your ex big time. Release the originals." Well, I don't think, does Lucas control the originals still?
I think he does. I think they made a deal with him. And honestly, I was going to make that point earlier, but we were moving on. As I was going to say, Marcia could have spoke out any time when George changed the movies, when he sold the whole thing to Disney to begin with. But no, she waited and spoke to Chose Out about this specific thing. So that speaks a lot to me, right? Like, she kept her mouth shut about a lot of other stuff. But really, maybe it's not so much her coming to George's defense as like they fucked with her babies too. Let's be real. Maybe George got them in the divorce, but they're still her children. She did edit Star Wars and ghost edited Return of the Jedi. And she was there during all of Empire. I mean, that's kind of when their marriage fell apart, but that's still doesn't mean that she wasn't a big part of that. And I mean, she edited both American Graffiti films. I mean, she's a big part of Lucasfilm.
Right. And American Graffiti is a masterpiece. It's a great movie. If y'all haven't seen American Graffiti, you should check it out. I love that movie. I dearly love that movie.
Not to take us off two topics, but just a quick 30 seconds. I'm sitting here on my IMDb Pro looking at Lucasfilm, and the whole page is like announced. Except for the Alkalite, there's nothing in production and barely anything in post-production. And the website, the IMDb Pro meter is like almost non-existent. It's like this company's dead.
Wow. Yeah.
And yes, they are all based in San Francisco. I went and checked the addresses for each of the executives for Lucasfilm. They're all in San Francisco.
Well, unfortunately, they used to be blaming the homeless for the sidewalks being covered in poop, but now we know the real reason. It's because Lucasfilm is there, and
well, Amber already shit the bed, so they had to find someplace else to do it.
Exactly. He emptied his mattress out on the sidewalk out there, and who can blame him? Kit Kat. With an incredibly kind and generous 100-pound super chat. Thank you so much, Kit Kat. Consider yourself a producer for tonight, Kit Kat. Now, Kit Kat said this. I don't want to read this verbatim, Kit Kat, because I don't want to stir up any resentment towards other channels or go over the negativity of the past, my friend. I do appreciate the sentiment, but essentially what Kit Kat is saying here is lamenting the big fallout, the kerfuffle that happened several months back, involving Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and all that stuff, and expressing that the hope that at some point those fences can be mended. I don't have anything against those folks. I'm not harboring any hard feelings, Kit Kat. I echo the sentiment, and I deeply appreciate your support, and I hope you understand. I just don't want to, I definitely am torn between reading your super chat and then, stirring up a bunch of stuff. And I hope that this compromise you can accept, offered with love and respect. Thank you, Kit Kat. And I hope you'll forgive me and understand my urge not to make anything worse. Thank you, Kit Kat, very, very much for that. Michael Thompson with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says full of beans is a very old term for full of energy. Okay, so some of you thought that it was basically full of, what?
Well, that's what I didn't want to say anything at the time, but that's how I took it, that quote, because my grandpa used to talk like that. I don't know if it's a Texas thing or a Southwest thing. I don't know where he got it from. But when I was a kid, I used to hear him say that a lot when he was alive. And I took it as like spunky, as being the connotation or something like that, or but what do I know?
It may be a regional colloquialism, because growing up where I'm from, full of beans meant you were full of shit. If you were full of energy, it was like vinegar or spunk or whatever they would usually
say. Piss and vinegar, right?
Piss and vinegar was a good, another one, But I understand that, sayings change over time, or depending on where they are said, they can mean two completely different things. I mean, it's specific, it's one of those things. So again, I got what she was saying to begin with without even knowing that, but that's cool that people are
Kristen, again, my grandfather's Mexican. He could have meant Mexican jumping beans for all I know.
Right.
I mean, seriously, he could have been Mexican jumping beans, and it was a Mexican thing, and I'm totally off. So.
Well, it's funny here because Orville Nation with a $2 super chat from PJ himself. Hail Orville Nation, says, Mike, you are better at getting coffee than KK.
Well, wait. Thank you, PJ. You ever had one of those minutes where you get a compliment and you're like, thank you. And then you're like, wait, hold on. It didn't feel right. Wait.
Why is Mike the one getting the coffee?
I don't know. He's just basically saying Mike is more competent than KK at everything, including fetching coffee.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to grilling the rabbit chickens in the back. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Orville Nation says like a maraca. So there you go. And Cavi with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Cavi. Says, hail glorious overlord. Hope all is well with you. All is not well with me, guys. Unfortunately, I've had a really shitty 24 hours in particular. Of course, I've had a shitty couple of weeks, and the shittiness of the couple of weeks starting with the emergency a few weeks back that had me cancel the show. It's just continuing on. It's just continuing to vex and stress me. But I tell you what, I do appreciate being here with you all. I really love you guys, and thank you for taking my mind off of my woes, even if just for a few hours. So thank you guys very much for that. And Cavi, who has been an arch villain of mine for 22 months now, God bless you, Cavi, says a special shout out to the wonderful moderators of Xanadu for all the hard work they put into maintaining the Overlord's realm. Absolutely. Thank you to all of my wonderful wrenches, Mary Ashmead, Canadian Spider-Man, Lori Wilson, Rennie A, Stellar Heather, Sandra Feliciano, Raymond Feliciano, Tyron Beard, and gosh, if I left out anybody, it was just off the top of my head, yammering a mile a minute. No offense intended. Thank you guys. You all do an amazing job at keeping this place running and safe and fun for everybody. And Golgo 13's Anime 101 with a $4.99 super chat. He was in the spotlight last week. Please subscribe to Golgo 13's Anime 101. And he says, hail DC, Gary Ambrosia, Mexican Iron Man, the Kelvington, and Tom Connors Mead. So glad the real Lucas stood up and said hell no to Disney. Well said. Golgo 13's Anime 101. Yeah, man. It's pretty remarkable, I gotta say. I'm really feeling so vindicated and so happy that she spoke up. And I wanted to share the good news with you guys as soon as I got it. Echoes of the Ancients with a $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Echoes of the Ancients. Actually, while I do super chats, Kelvington, remind me that when I do super chats, I ought to go ahead and just share the screen, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Instead of just
I think that'd be a Jim Dandy idea.
I think it's a
Calvin could write a book about producing. Look at that.
He pretty much has. Kit Kat says full of beans is a compliment, means eager and full of energy. Yeah, she was being nice to Kathleen Kennedy and to Frank Marshall. I mean, she's known them forever, so she wasn't personally throwing them under the bus. But then she says their work stinks. So
yeah,
it's kind of like Mexican Iron Man makes the best coffee. Wait, what?
That was Orville Nation. That wasn't Marcia Lucas. Don't blame her. And echoes of the ancients with a $3 super sticker of Bushiba saying, my hero. Thank you so much, Echoes of the Ancients. That is very, very sweet of you. And Stephanie Littlepage with a poop emoji. Thank you so much, Stephanie Littlepage. Not Another Dime, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 14 months, has given a thumbs up. Thank you, Not Another Dime. And Darth Eclipse has renewed their channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Darth Eclipse. Thank you very, very much for that. Agent Pepsi 1 with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Agent Pepsi 1. She says, Friday Night Frolics and Pop Culture Breakdown Live are not modest efforts, my liege. Oh, that's very kind of you. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Agent Pepsi 1. That's very, very sweet of you. Honestly, thank you. And Michigan Man 95 with a Doomacorn as well. I love seeing Doomacorns in the chat. Thank you so very, 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 very much. And let's see. Let's go ahead and move on to our next item. Kelvington, what do you think would be the next bit of news we ought to discuss?
I was thinking it would be the Flight of the Navigator reboot.
The Flight of the Navigator.
Wait, what?
Yes. Yes, my friend. Mike. I hate to tell you this, but the Flight of the Navigator is once again being rebooted, as in Disney's putting its boot in its nether regions in a place that really hurts. The Hollywood Reporter is saying that Bryce Dallas Howard will both produce and direct a reboot of the beloved film Flight of the Navigator, but this time with a female lead. The project, which is intended for Disney minus, the original movie told of a 12-year-old boy who is abducted by a UFO and reappears 8 years later at the exact same age with no memories of what happened. In this new version, Dallas Howard will be making the protagonist a female. This is not the first time Disney has tried to reboot this film. In 2009, Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly worked on adapting an updated script, but the rights were at Lionsgate, where it didn't take flight, and the property is back at Disney for them to utterly ruin and destroy. This will mark Howard's first feature directorial debut, and what a stunning debut it is. So once again, any fans of Flight of the Navigator in the chat or in our section here? Anybody seen that movie?
I'm a
yes.
huge fan, actually. Go
That's
ahead.
an amazing film.
What do y'all think about
well,
this news?
I'm either having deja vu or Tom. Did you guys talk about it on one of the nights I was off?
We just talked about it this last week. I think it might have been the night you were off. Yeah, that could have been. That's my.
Because I mean, this is bad news. This.
Yeah,
I'm going to let Tom or somebody else go.
Well, like I said, I want to hear what
just,
Kelvington has to say first.
Yeah.
So.
Go ahead, Kelvington.
This is, another gender swap that doesn't need to be done. And, from my point of view, The Flight of the Navigator was one of the greatest movies that was produced in that era. I've watched at least 5 documentaries on how this film was made. I saw it in theaters as a young kid or a young man, and I loved it. And the subtlety of some of the things they did in that film are unbelievable. And if you can remember, they used some CGI, which was very rare for that era, where like the door
Creed
opens and
T2.
stairs kind of pour out. And when the kid goes to step on the stairs and touch them, they give just a little tiny bit because they were using the perspective of the camera, and the stairs were actually put in rods in the ground. So he could put a little weight on them, and they give. And it was that attention to detail that, really worked in this film. They also did some forced perspective shots where they had some real elements and then fake elements and then a small model and then real elements again, but it was all done in camera. It was not done in post-production, and it looks perfect. Like when you see this film, there are 3 or 4 shots that you go, I don't know how they're doing this. Like I can't imagine. And of course, the guys who worked on Tron worked on the film. And this was just an amazing motion picture. It had a lot of heart, and it was cleverly done. And it was a film of its day, to be certain. And maybe you could remake it again, but without Paul Rubens, I don't see how you're going to do anything, because he was one of the big hearts of that film.
Yeah, even though he went uncredited.
Oh, man. That is messed up. Tom, it sounds like you are a fan of the film. I've never seen it personally myself.
Oh,
I've
it's a wonderful, wonderful film. Everything Kelvington said is 110% correct. I'll even add that it had reflective metallic CGI years before T2, like 5 years before, and it always gets overlooked. And I can't remember if this or did Young Sherlock Holmes come out the year after this? Someone remind me, because I believe this would have been the first time we had photorealistic CGI on film, because all the shots that they have where the ship's flying and you see the reflection and stuff like that, they had to use the computers to make that work, and it was way ahead of its time. But just beyond that, the story is what works. The story is airtight. It's a really great story about, the breakdown that Doomcock gave is pretty well there, but like the big deal is that why the 2 characters have to have some kind of relationship is the ship gets caught up in some power lines and gets all his star charts get erased, so he doesn't know how to get home, and he can't even take the kid back home because he doesn't know because he doesn't know if it's going to fry his brain in the process, because they ended up that far in the future because of their little trip they took. But the kid has the star charts in his brain, so they need to kind of form this relationship. And yeah, Paul Rubens did an amazing job as the voice of the robot, not just when he's doing the Pee-wee bits, but when he's doing the regular bits where he's talking like a robot, basically. And the movie has some great comedic moments. It has some great sci-fi elements. Time travel is used really well. I mean,
it's a combination, great sci-fi movie, great story, and heartwarming.
Honestly, the only reason it probably didn't do as well. Okay, Holmes was 85. Okay, so this was a year after, but yeah, because Sherlock Holmes had the glass knight come to life, and they used ILM used CGI for that. So that would have been technically the first photorealistic, because they tried it with Last Starfighter, but it wasn't quite there yet. But anyhow, moving on, that's a whole debate. But no, this movie is a great film, and you could have done it with a female lead. You know, there's a way they could have done this. I actually watched that Mighty Ducks update series they did, and it wasn't half bad. And all you had to do is kind of do this like Cobra Kai. You just have the kid from the first film, who's an adult now, have it be his daughter, you know, who has the star charts passed down from, you know, generations, and the ship come back needing the star charts again because something else happened. That, if you know, you could have just done a sequel instead of doing a reboot and had a good reason for it to be a female lead this time, instead of just retelling the same story over again. Right? Because you're never going to be able to capture that. And the movie probably could have done better if it come out maybe a couple years sooner, when it really could have jumped off the Star Wars kind of heat. But it came out at a time where that was kind of fading, and it got kind of lost in the shuffle of the movies in that period. But it really had a home on video. Like, a lot of people I know discovered it on video. Was where a lot of people found it first. And yeah, it's a great film. It's been really hard to come by in the last 20 years too, and I know that's because of the rights issue, and that's another reason why people probably haven't remembered it or forgotten about it. But Disney is bringing it out again. It has been available in other countries. I suggest checking out the original film. Ignore this new one. I don't know if Kelvington agrees with that, but yeah.
No, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. It's almost like, you know, you guys have been submerged, you know, at a depth of 200 feet, and you've just gotten so used to the crushing pressure that you forget that you're 200 feet down and are just being crushed by the weight of the ocean. The real core here is, why do we fucking need all these fucking remakes? I am just sick to fucking death of remake after remake after remake. Can we just have something original, for God's sake? I mean, we've got another story here, right here. Disney greenlights a National Treasure TV series. I mean, they're just going and dipping into every old fucking thing that they can find, whether it was successful or not. They are just remaking and remaking and remaking. It's the death of creativity in Hollywood, and I'm just sick of it. Gary Ambrosia. Gary, my friend, did you see this Flight of the Navigator? And regardless of whether you did or not, what do you think about all these damn remakes?
I did see it. I think it was a birthday movie, you know, when I was a kid, and there really isn't much else I could say that all the rest of the guys haven't. But I will say this, seeing that this Howard girl is involved, I just smell nepotism, because remember the story I told you about why Ron Howard really took Solo?
Right. Go ahead. You want to share that?
Oh, you want me to rehash that? Okay.
Why not? Go ahead.
I have no idea. Yeah, teach us, because I haven't heard it before.
Imagine Entertainment, right before Solo had come out, Imagine Entertainment, which is Ron Howard's company, had nothing going. Nothing. There was nothing in development. There was nothing going on at all. And all of a sudden, right after he signed the deal to go in and fix Solo, all of a sudden $100 million was dumped into Imagine for development, and all these productions started, you know, coming up in development, and you know, they're writing scripts. They were doing stuff. They were doing something. It just smells of nepotism to me, and it smells like this remake's going to be with Solo blood money. So that's all I have to say about that, really. But how do I feel about remakes? Can I puke on the camera? I don't know. What do I do? I mean,
why not?
It's your camera. I mean,
you know, I don't know what to do. What can you say, except for just get angry and throw something? You know,
I am so so tired. I mean, the way that we're talking about this stuff. I mean, I catch myself doing it, and I have to like slap myself. I mean, I have to throw cold water in my own face to say, wait. Let's not normalize this. This is another creatively bankrupt remake of a film that was pretty goddamn great in the first place and doesn't need a fucking remake. And it's just so pernicious. It is so emblematic of the death of art in Hollywood and the death of art in all of our lives. I mean, 2021 is almost, maybe, I mean, it may well be even worse than 2020. I mean, this is just an awful time.
It's worse
in human history, and they are not helping by basically, raiders of the lost art. That's what they are, raiders of the lost art. They're going into their own vaults and pissing all over their own stock, and just going ahead and selling us leftovers and soiled, broken things that will never ever be nearly as good as the things that they're ripping off. And so I say this all the time, but I want it to sink in, people. I want it to sink in for those of you who are parents, for those of you who have kids. You know how many of your kids are going to get ripped off by seeing the live action remake of fucking Little Mermaid, or this female centric Flight of the Navigator, or Snow White that isn't. I mean, it is child abuse. It is taking great cinematic masterpieces at a time when our souls are so under assault. Our hearts are under 200 feet of water. We are assaulted on all sides by the madness of politics and the fucking pressures of the coup and unemployment and fiscal irregularities and all sorts of horrible things in the world. And we need good stories now. We need more good stories more than ever. And what they're doing is they're ruining that for kids who are already depressed because they're not able to go to school and they're not able to do this and that. And they're getting substandard shit shoveled at them that can't help but basically be one long 2-hour fucking spoiler for a better movie that they may or may not ever see. And they have to pay for it. We have to pay for it. For fuck's sake. I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Sorry.
No.
Okay. Oh my God. It's just...
Not sorry. You know what? You're right. I think, golly, we got to catch ourselves. You're right. We got to remember that we're being crushed with all this water of pressure, and our reactions aren't what they used to be because we're getting numbed. I'll speak for myself. You're right, Doomcock. You're right. And I didn't even really think about it until you just said it like that. And we have to hold the line. I'm just a little speechless because I didn't know that this is a really... You haven't even seen the movie. You think you're pissed now, brother? Wait till after you see how good this movie is. Yeah. It still holds up to this day. And you know what else these idiots do to us? They make us do more work now. It's harder with entertainment. My kid was going to watch, he has Netflix for kids. He was wanting to watch Bohemian. I said, no. Whoa. Wait. Hold on. So I sent him one of my box sets of DVDs, which I actually have one of them. I have the one that has like the top episodes, and then I have my full set, right? And I told his mom, I said, make sure he doesn't mess these up because I've had them for a really long time. And, I want him to have the original so he can enjoy the original like I enjoyed what I enjoyed when I enjoyed it. But, it's like you got to watch what's happening like at a level of detail that's way different than the level of management that I know my mom did with me. You can't assume something's going to be enjoyed and something's going to be good. And, I got into this debate with someone recently, and you know what they tried slapping back at me? The 10 Commandments. Well, the 10 Commandments was redone. I'm like, the technology was all different, you moron. It was updated. It was still a great story. It became an even better story. The motion picture industry had evolved. There's a difference between a reboot and a remake and a recast of a story that's bastardized versus you're updating something and making it even better. There's a big difference between taking something and enriching it and taking something and turning it to shit. And that's really what you're getting at.
Well,
that is
yeah.
exactly what I'm getting at, and it's just like in these times where things are so hard, we need things to feed our souls, and kids need things to feed their souls, and they're just being fed a junk diet of cheap remakes and horrible shit. I mean, my God, the kids' version of Rocketeer that has like a little girl with the Rocketeer stuff, only they don't even have the helmet. They didn't even get the helmet right. It's just a damn motorcycle helmet, like with goggles, and the fin is on there. Great. I mean,
Yeah. Well, this was the problem before even the woke shit, right? Like I was calling it the McDonaldization of Hollywood. It was just churn them out. Everything was, look at all the remakes we had in the early, 10s or whatever you call it, 2010s, right? Like before it was all like, what did we have? Total Recall, Point Break. I mean, we could sit here for 10 minutes and probably name all the fucking remakes we had in those matter of 5-6 years there. It was ridiculous. And that was even prior to a lot of this woke crap. And they were all just garbage. I mean, I just watched The Thing the other night. And it's like, why can't we have readaptations and remakes and reboots like this? Like it wasn't that hard to do back then because Carpenter was a quote unquote fan of the original. That's all it has to be. Somebody who's a fan who comes in and says, I have a take on this, and I think it may be something that fans of the original are going to like. No, instead, nowadays they come in, they push all that shit aside and say, what can we do? Shove in this to make it the most relevant and reach the most quadrants we can. And that's not how movies used to be made, right? Like they're made by committee. They're made by a group of people who sit there and go, we got to have, dogs in it because the Midwest loves the dogs. Oh, but you don't forget cats because the East Coast loves the cats. I'm just making a stupid point here, but that's how these things used to work even before this virtue signaling crap came into play.
Yeah. Yeah. But man, it's just breaking my heart.
I don't have the details, but I'll throw another one. Luffy as God just reminded me of something. I was on the live stream earlier with Steph, the alternate, and she was talking about a remake on Pauly's channel where Latino Slant, hail Latino Slant Pauly, if you're still listening. I don't know if you're still there.
Amen.
And they were talking about the Lost Boys remake casting is happening.
Yeah, that was another one that was supposed to be done on CW as a gender swapped, and they canceled it. They didn't get past pilot. And so now they're deciding to do a remake as a film. It's going to be horrible, guys. It's going to basically be like Twilight. You watch.
Like Twilight is going to be that bad.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude.
They're not capable. They're not capable. The only guys I've ever seen that are capable of doing anything remotely close to what we expect them to be able to do, which is not that hard, are the guys behind Cobra Kai. All the requirement it took for them to get it right was be fucking fans of the franchise. That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah. That's all.
Well, they
That's
are
all.
decent writers, but still, it also, the main point is they respect the past.
And there's no love or respect here. There's just greed and stupidity and social engineering. And it just breaks my heart. We also have, in a related story, actually, let's. I already mentioned about Disney greenlights this National Treasure TV series. Deadline is reporting that a 10-episode order has been given to a National Treasure TV series at Disney Plus. The project is a reimagining of the franchise. Go figure. And get this, gang. The series explores the timely issues of identity, community, historical authorship, and patriotism is told from the point of view of Jess Morales, a 20-year-old dreamer who, with her diverse group of friends, go on an adventure of a lifetime to uncover her mysterious family history and recover lost treasure. So, Jess Morales, she is taking the torch from the character played by Nicolas Cage in the movies. And so once again, the automatic, predictable, and ludicrous, swapping of gender or race or whatever, or both at the same time, with a remake.
That's not in and of itself original, though.
What do you mean?
just changing the sex of a character is not bringing something new to the table.
Oh, well, of course not. It's just,
I mean,
it's just sloppy seconds from the
and that's why I
man's
brought up
table.
The Thing, and that's another great one is The Fly, right? Like, because The Fly, look at the difference between the Cronenberg Fly and the original, right? Like, I mean, holy shit. What did Cronenberg brought a lot of shit to that movie. The original Fly is like this B movie, right? It's just, it's kind of, it's quaint and it's cool for what it is, but it's not anything like Cronenberg's Fly. Cronenberg's Fly is like a whole nother level of filmmaking, right? And
I thought it was a masterpiece. It's
Exactly.
a great horror movie, a classic. Jeff Goldblum was brilliant.
Oh my God, right? Like the acting, the casting, the story. You have it's a visual feast. It's got the body horror on top of, it's a comment on the AIDS epidemic. I mean, there was all this shit going into that. Where is this kind of storytelling? There you go. There was some commentary buried deep inside. Since Dune is in the news right now, talk about Dune, the space herpes. You know what that was? That was Lynch commenting on AIDS. Okay. You didn't know that. Why? Because nobody probably told you before. If you did, you're like, oh yeah, okay, I can understand that. But it's not like blatant in your damn face. Now, is it? No, it's because it was like Star Trek used to do and all the other old sci-fi used to do. It's sure they can take some social commentary and sprinkle it in and maybe use it a little bit, but it's not like right in your face like Mike and Spock.
Right.
This is an awful idea. Is this some kind of, I mean, did you say her name was something Morales? I was away for a few minutes. What?
Yes, Jess Morales.
What is this kind of crap? What is this?
She's Latinx.
I absolutely am all for additional Hispanic, not Latinx, Hispanic participation in entertainment. But give me some original stories. Better yet, let us tell our stories. Better yet, let's come up with some original stories and let's tell those stories together. I don't give a flying fracking crap if you're going to take someone of my background and slap them in and swap them out. I'm sick of this swapping crap. You know what? I have resisted starting a channel, but so help me God this fall, if I ever actually do launch a channel, I'm going to start having a show called White People Appreciation Wednesday Mornings or something. I mean, this is getting absolutely ridiculous, out of control. Don't use me for your little diversity 7 pillars of crappy diversity crap. I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone that I know to get race swapped in for crap. This is crap. I ain't going to watch it. I don't give a shit who's in it.
Mike, are you saying you don't want Latinx Star Wars?
What? Did you just say Latinx Star Wars?
Yeah.
Oh.
Triggered.
My
My sound box isn't working.
That was well done, Tom. Thank you for going ahead and triggering Mexican Iron Man again.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't trigger
But it's
Mike.
not
He's had a rough
Doomcock.
weekend
It's
as it
all.
is.
Doomcock, it's the worst form of race. You know what? This is even worse. I'd rather be called a beaner than called Latinx. And I said it. Yeah, I said it. And I don't care. And it's true because, you're basically saying, you know what? Let's go ahead and retell this story in the Karen way. Let me see. We need a brownie, aisle 2 over there in the back. You never get work because we never give you meaningful work. Come on up to the front. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right up here. Right over here. Put down the tortilla, basket and come on over here.
It's
the worst form of racism. The tokenism is the worst form of racism.
Well, what's the easiest way to break into Hollywood when you're not talented? To claim everybody's gatekeeping bunch of racists and bigots, and then you jump to the head of the line, Mike.
Right.
You get situations like that Superman and Lois writer who cried racism when she's like, I know my writing wasn't that bad. It's like, probably was. When you're getting fired from a CW show, that's the bottom of the barrel, bitch. I'm sorry.
And you know what? You know who I am and how I am. When I got started at my own accounting firm, I was advised to go after affirmative action contracts that were available in California that were being hooked up by the Hispanic Small Business Association in cooperation, or I don't know, by selling out by the United States Small Business Association with the Chamber of Commerce and crap. And you know what I did? To this day, I have never gotten a diversity minority certification for this MWBE crap. You know what? When someone said this to me, I stopped going to the monthly accounting staff meetings of the industry, and I said, you know what? I'm going to go do it the hard way. I'm going to go out in the market, and I'm going to prove my mettle and prove my worth because of who I am, what I'm able to do, and I'm going to strive and work hard like every other American has since the day this country was first founded, regardless of skin color. Damn it.
Well said,
Hollywood
Mexican Iron Man.
yo-yos.
Well said, sir.
Hollywood yo-yos.
Well, and I'll try and keep this brief. Script Doctor told me the story about how the Turner and Hooch reboot show got on the air. He basically said that the showrunners had to hide from Disney that it was not a remake, but an actual sequel. And it wasn't until they got deep into production that they realized, oh, this is a sequel, not a remake. So yeah, they don't want this kind of stuff. They're resistant to it in a way. It's weird. I don't understand it. And it boggles my mind. Now, I haven't seen the show. He said it actually isn't as bad as you would think, considering it's a sequel, not a remake. But that's still, like, how hard is it to do that? Why can't they just keep doing that kind of a thing, like the Cobra Kai thing? I mean, it's not like The Force Awakens didn't have the right idea going into it. It was just executed piss poorly. You know, it had too much politics going into it with Kathleen Kennedy and her self-insert character, and like Marcia Lucas pointed out, you know, how they treated all the classic characters. You know, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't take that much, and I'm hoping Ghostbusters will show them again how to do it right. You know what I mean? And Dune is another one I'm hearing great things about. Andre saw it. He liked it. He wants to go see it again. It's doing much better than I even anticipated. I told a lot of people, be prepared. This movie's going to do better than people think. And I think it's because people want escapism. And they saw the Dune trailer and they felt that escapism in that trailer. I really believe that.
Yeah, I'm hearing good things about Dune, but, you know, I mean, that's a timeless classic that arguably still has not had the definitive version of it done. So
sounds like from what Andre was saying, this is the closest we've gotten so far. He said this is the most faithful to the book of all the versions. That's his opinion anyway.
Absolutely. Gary, I would like to, would you be willing to talk about, we're not having a spotlight this week. I had lined up, Mr. Brown to come on, and he declined because it was so late for him. So we're not going to have a spotlight segment, but in lieu of that, would you be willing to talk about some of the amazing props and things behind you? Just kind of,
yeah, sure.
Just kind of chat about them. I'll go ahead and.
Well, let's see. This is a casting of the cherub from the Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark. When I got the original casting, it was in such terrible condition that I had to spend a few years restoring it. But it's in great shape now.
So that is supposedly a casting of the original head of the Lost Ark.
It's right out of the original mold from Lucasfilm. Yeah, it was in such bad condition when I got it. The mold was probably deteriorated after they did the casting. But yeah, it was really in bad shape. But it's good now.
Because you have been in you grew up basically in Hollywood.
Let's see. I mean,
or in the area.
Yeah, I lived and worked there for about 12 years, and I worked for Disney and Universal Studios and Warner Brothers. You go back and forth to different studios, and let's see, what else do we have?
I won't
here?
ask you to give away any secrets, but you've got some amazing stuff. You've got Goonies
yes
coins over
yes,
there.
Let's see if I can get a better shot of that there. This is the only full set of Goonies treasure coins known to exist. Not even the Astoria Film Museum has them. That's it.
Wow.
It took about 15 years to get all those, but I got them all.
Fantastic.
And, yeah, it's pretty cool.
I like your creature head there with the fez on it.
Yeah, you have one of those.
Yes, you made me a mold of that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the I got that from some lady who I think her husband used to run a video store in Los Angeles called Jerry's Video. Well, it had been on the wall since the 80s, and I've seen the original at the Universal Prop Shop, and it's legit. So I bought it, and then I actually bought it when you had mentioned that you were kind of a squid for Creature from the Black Lagoon. I said,
love
you know
the
what?
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, I said, so am I. What the hell? I'll buy it, and I'll make a mold of it, and now we both have them.
Which I love. I've got a mold of the original creature head, because you believe that is the one that was hanging in the video store was a pull from the original mold.
It was the exact same one that I had seen at Universal Studios on display at the prop shop. So I've been this close to the one at the prop shop. So it's legit.
That's cool.
I'm good. I certify. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I got a casting of the Orin from the Never Ending Story.
Wow.
I think it came from the one of the two books was for sale on eBay, and I think somebody snagged a mold of it and off of the book, and I ended up with it. I don't remember where I got it. But.
Cosmic Vader in the chat is saying, can you ask Gary to make a wish to the Orin to make this nightmare go away of, I guess, wokeness in Hollywood or
well, I could, but that's going to cost you $100.
Okay. Well, we'll move on then. We'll move on.
Not cheap.
I don't want world peace that much.
No.
No.
It's not good for business.
Wait. If I can reverse the continuum for $100, I got $100.
Okay.
Well, once you get it to him, he'll make the wish. He's no
Anybody want to go higher? 150. Okay. $100.
And the Holy Grail there. What's
This is like a reproduction. I just kind of did it up with some gold foil. It's just kind of, for decoration.
nice.
But this is
That's the cut, ain't it?
That's that came from producer Michael Gross, who is not with us anymore. Michael Gross was a co-producer on Ghostbusters, and interesting fact, he's actually the guy that created the No Ghost logo for the movie, which I thought was kind of a cool thing. So I got that from him a few years ago, from his estate, because he's not with us anymore. But another piece of the Ark back there. I got that at the same time I got this. This is just a couple of things, I decided to put on
a small sampling of your epic collection.
Just a small one, but yeah.
So I'm really thank you for sharing that with us, because I think a lot of people are big, movie prop aficionados, just like I am.
Yeah. Well, we kind of have to curate this stuff now. That was a point I was going to make earlier. I know how upset you are, but at this point, we need to accept the fact that this stuff and our movies and everything are going away, and we need to preserve and curate all this stuff. So if you have kids out there, start showing them the originals. Keep those old things, keep those old copies of those movies. And because, who knows when we can't have them one day and we're stuck with these shitty remakes.
Amen. And Citizen 333 in the chat says, would not be surprised if Gary owned a DeLorean as well. LOL.
Oh, let's not go there.
That's another story.
That's another story for another live stream.
Another day.
Yeah.
With a lot more drinks or stuff.
Oh yeah.
All right. And I will also say that Gary Ambrosia for Christmas sent me a Holy Grail as well. So I have a Holy Grail just like he does. And he also sent me a incredible, lavish reproduction of Henry Jones' Holy Grail journal that is meticulously hand done with photographs and maps and everything, sandwiched into it. That thing is amazing, and I just want to thank you publicly for making my Christmas very special with the Holy Grail and the journal about it.
You're welcome. That was made by an artisan from Italy. It's on eBay in case you're interested, but it's very expensive, and it's he only makes them every once in a while, and it's absolutely fantastic. I have one.
It's incredible. It's got a picture of Henry Jones as a young man with young Indy. It's got
those are copies of the production use photos, I'm sure.
They're incredible.
They are. It's really fun to read it in Sean Connery's voice too. Sometimes I sit there and I read it to my wife, and I read it in Sean Connery's voice. She loves Sean Connery, so
Sean Connery, Junior, come here. So thank you for sharing that, man. I really appreciate that. So, one other story, and then we'll get back to. Oh no, Kelvington wants to go to. Time to go to super chats. Let's go to some more super chats, shall we? And now I will put them back up.
Meanwhile, super chats.
Let's see. Michigan Man 95 has got a Doomacorn in the chat. Thank you very, very, very much, Michigan Man 95. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack White, for that. He says, panel, when you get into a disagreement with someone trying to protect KK's so-called legacy by pointing out that she only got in with Spielberg and Lucas because of a Title IX complaint she lodged. You know, I've heard this before. I don't have any confirmation of this story. Have any of you guys heard anything about that yourselves, Tom or Gary? Anybody?
I don't know, Gary, have you? Because I never really had heard that. But.
And I want to welcome Douglas Nelson here, who came in, snuck in while Gary was doing his show. Hail, Douglas! How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing good. A little tired, but I'm here.
Well,
so
I'm
what's
delighted.
the question again? What are we? I'm sorry.
Something about how Kathleen Kennedy only got in with Lucas and Spielberg because of a Title IX complaint, which I guess is a complaint about discrimination or something. I've heard this before, and Jack White was claiming this in a super chat here.
Well, she's married to Frank Marshall.
Well, yeah, which would
you were talking about before that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know anything about it.
I've never heard of anything like that. I mean, I know she's been married to Frank Marshall for years, and you know, we've all desperately tried to email him, tell him, hey, get it under control here, pal. And you know,
what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, he emails back, for the love of God, get me out of here, help me, please.
She is out of fucking control.
Yes. But I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
Congo. No,
he's reduced to writing pleas for help and putting them in fortune cookies and just hoping.
That's right.
Hoping that someone in the greater Los Angeles area will come and rescue him from his.
Well, the funny thing about, I don't know if you've heard this, Covington. I know it's in one of the books about George, where it was stated that she was worried about Stephen finding out that her and Frank were together and George was the only one that knew. And she was like deathly afraid he was going to tell her for some reason. And I don't know the context of why she would be afraid of that. But like she said, she was afraid of getting fired or some shit like that was the reasoning. But like, why would he give a shit? Right? Like, so again, that kind of paints a bit of a strange picture. You guys can
I know what they're
all
talking
you want from that.
I think
unless she was sleeping with them all.
I didn't want to put it out there.
Well, what else could it be?
So
I don't know, man. All I know is that, you know, she married Frank Marshall in the late 30s, and ever since.
What they're talking about is the. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, here you
Okay.
just fine.
So what I think he's referring to is that there was the Hollywood Sexual Misconduct Commission that was formed to, quote, tackle the broad culture of abuse and power and disparity amongst Hollywood studios. And Kathleen Kennedy was the co-founding chairwoman of that. And I'm reading about this. I'm on my IMDb
when
Pro.
Did she found it though? That's the bigger question.
What did you say?
When did she found it though? Because
2015 incorporated and launched
okay.
launched in 2015, and then their first meeting was in 2016.
No, she's been working with Spielberg since the late 70s, basically early 80s, somewhere in there.
Jeffrey Wolf is claiming that KK was fired from the NBC's news affiliate in San Diego as AP.
That is true. That is true.
That's true. So she was fired from the NBC news affiliate in San Diego. Was she what, like the weather girl or something?
It was I can't remember.
And this tomorrow afternoon, we're going to have a front of wokeness sweep in. So get out those umbrellas, kids.
Well, let's move on. I can do a little research before next Sunday on this. This is
all right.
I've got all the resources to figure this out. So,
and Jack White, if you have any evidence of any of this, please let me know, and we will. I would love to hear it. I've never heard this before. And Nicholas Horton with 2 10-pound super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Nicholas Horton. Nicholas says, I'm going to read both of them because they're basically together. Jellystone is shit. CalArts is shit. Most of the characters have been gender swapped, i.e. Jabba Jaw, Top Cat's gang members, and several other characters. And the whole Johnny Quest and Hadji now being part of the Rainbow community. They don't even own Quest Industries. They own a bowling alley. It makes me horrified, sick, and vomiting. These are from emojis he put in there. I Jellystone, I've not seen it because I'm not in the habit of watching garbage, if I can help it. But I've heard that Jellystone is just a nexus of suck, the likes of which we have not seen since the first season of Star Trek Discovery. Hey, boo-boo. Oh, I've got a pain in my butt. I got to tell you.
I know, Yogi. Why did they make us gay?
I don't know, but roll over. Yogi's coming home.
Please don't put it in my picnic basket again. It's still sore.
I still think it's got a bratwurst in there. I gotta say, one thing that was said earlier was that
once you go bare, you can't go back.
Not there back again.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I had him in me. I had to get him.
No, that was good. But somebody was saying that CW was the bottom of the barrel. That's not true. Star Trek Discovery and Picard are bottom of the barrel.
Very much. But you got to remember, CW consists of what was left over of UPN and soaked up into the WB.
Yeah. Well, this is true, but look, I mean, let's. I
mean, between the two, odds are that if Star Trek Discovery had been a CW show,
that's my point.
It probably would have been better.
Yeah, well, that was the thing everybody bitched about. Why isn't it on CW?
Yeah, because it's not good enough for CW.
Right. I mean, I have seen things on CW that make. Look, Star Trek Discovery is far worse. I've never seen anything on Star Trek Discovery or Picard that was worth a squirt of piss, literally not worth a squirt of piss. But I've seen actually good things on CW. They're rare, but they're there. And I got to say, The Adventures of Superman and Lois is a damn good show.
That might be in spite of itself, though, too.
No. Yeah, I know. It's some kind of anomaly.
It really is, but it was good, man.
Yeah, it was.
I hope you guys watched it out there. Because
I did.
That was a good show.
Yeah.
I got to catch up on it. I see it's on HBO Max now, so maybe I'll find the time, but I'm so behind on everything.
Right. It was genuinely good, Tom.
Yeah.
I very much enjoyed it. They treated Superman with respect. Lois did her own thing, and she did it well. Even the high schooler, drama of his kids that was obligatory for CW was handled pretty damn well. I mean, I don't despise anything about the show, and it wasn't anything woke about it.
No,
that's another reason why I'm kind of hesitant is because now everybody's built it up so much. But no, really, I had to force myself to find time to watch Cry Macho the other night because I was not going to wait to watch that because I'm a huge Clint Eastwood fan. So it was so for me to find time to do stuff, I usually have to push a lot of shit out of the way. But I'll definitely try and give it a shot now that it's more accessible. So there you go.
It was very, very good. And also I have to point out historically that the first season of Arrow kicked ass too.
I like the first 2 or 3 seasons. I have got the first 2 or 3 seasons of Flash too. They weren't that bad. No, I get what you guys are saying. I can't disagree with that. But let's be real. it wasn't so much that it wasn't good enough to be on CW. It was just that it cost too much to be on CW, so they couldn't put it on CW. That's the whole thing with Discovery. It still doesn't say it's better, but still, yeah.
Discovery is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
It is,
has
it is.
absolutely not even. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just lumping it all together. Kurtzman Trek is the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Period.
I mean, there's at least Discovery you can ignore. Picard is like rubbing, some shit in your face because they actually have Patrick Stewart being puppeted up there, going, I'm sorry, I'm white. I'm sorry, I've got a penis.
Yeah. Picard was Last Jedi level devastation to the Trek franchise because the Star Trek Discovery was never going to matter. And but the thing of it is that a lot of the shows is that it's a show that's, yes, disrespectful to the continuity of Star Trek and all that out of the gate, but it's disrespectful to itself. I mean, their plots and stuff, and they can't remember what they did in the previous episode and stuff like that. It's just so, and the money that was spent on it, it's an extraordinary thing on all sides of just what a colossal
got us out of the national debt.
As Kelvin,
but let's waste it on Kurtzman Trek. So,
but Mikey Spock is that fucking important, yo.
I know. Oh, that's right. All hail Mikey Spock.
It is the destroyer of great actors. Rosa, what's her name? The one that played Alita, who I love Alita, and I loved her in Alita. She was in one of those Star Trek shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Most ridiculous captain that said the most ridiculous crap. That was so, it was third dimensional wave feminism crap and degrading to men and awful to white guys. And I mean, look, I'm gonna forgive her on that one because she's just an actor, and actors are paid to say whatever's in their freaking script. But good God, I mean, they take, and frankly, Mikey Spock, I can't even remember her real name anymore. Shaniqua, what was her name? Shaniqua Wahua Green?
Shaniqua Martin Green.
Shaniqua Maudlin Green, I think it was. But is that wrong? Did I say it wrong?
It's more accurate.
Shaniqua Maudlin Green.
Well, I'm going to go with Shaniqua, but whatever. So, but she was a great actress. I loved her in The Walking Dead back when The Walking Dead was watchable. And I was excited for her to be on this show, and then she just turned into this thing. Doomcock, what did you and Kelvington, or like she pointed the phaser wrong at herself? Remember that?
She painted. Shaniqua Maudlin Green is the only actress I know of that can both succeed and fuck up at the same time. She succeeded in rightfully pointing the phaser at herself. She fucked up by not pulling the trigger.
I got to correct you on something, Doomcock. Yes, her stage name is Shaniqua Maudlin Green, but her original name was Shaniqua Forrest Green, named after her grandfather, who was a plank of wood. But no, you guys always
Chris
got
Pines for her.
Hey,
Chris Pines for her.
They're cousins, I heard.
I wish they would just leave her alone.
The chat is on fire, though. I got to point this zinger out from White Knight, though. He goes, Tom, if you were responsible for the Picard show, you would be walking around saying sorry to everyone, too. You're damn right. But I wouldn't be responsible for such garbage.
Oh, my God. If I had produced that somehow, I need to be taken immediately to the hospital for a cranial scan. There's something really, really wrong.
It's not hard to give the fans what they want. Even if you've given us fan service, we can at least forgive that, I think, in some respect, if you guys get what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, it's like, we get it, you're pandering to us, but we'd rather have that than the other crap. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I would rather have the most mediocre episodes of Voyager compared to everything the most mediocre, like the ones where, I don't know, Janeway reads a book in Ireland or some shit. I don't know. She looks out and watches water flow for 30 minutes. I'd so much rather see that.
Well, we've gone past, here's the thing now, is we've asked the same question for how many years now is, are they that oblivious or what? No, we know now they're not oblivious. They're doing it on purpose. So that's where I've gotten fired up more so. Is like, okay, we've gotten past the point where they've called us crazy for the past 2-3 years on top of calling us every other name in the book. Now to try and just change the narrative on their own end, they're like, oh yeah, we don't want you as fans. It's like, so how is that working out? I don't know if you've got the what's her face. If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book story coming up tonight. There's a great example of what a lot of these creators are going to be talking about soon. I don't know if you saw her recent interview where she's like, I just don't know what happened with the industry, and these books that should be selling aren't selling, and it just makes no sense to me. It's like, bitch, you know what you did.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery box of J.J. Abrams doing, maybe. I mean, it's not that big of a mystery, guys. It's a full of suck, as Doomcock would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every time they'll announce something, there's always somebody involved with the production that this will make the haters go nuts, and it's just
exactly.
So yeah, it's deliberate, like you said. It's deliberate, and that's all you got,
Because they've got this weird idea that if they scare us away, and that's what they think they're doing, guys. They don't think they're actually, in their eyes, they're winning by driving us away, right?
Right.
As much as we sit there and try to support them and keep crying to the wind, going, "This is all you got to do to fix this," or "Please do this to fix this, that." No, they don't give a fuck. You're right. They're trying to do everything they can to drive us away, because then they got this idea that once all the old white men are out, then the new kids will come in and take over, and that's where the future of the franchise is. That's basically what Kathleen Kennedy was saying when she was talking about like the parks and stuff and doing it all modern day shit, right? Like that was her reasoning for that. But see, they're not grasping is the idea that, oh shit, it's not just old white men that are the fan base. That's the part they're not paying attention to. So that's where we need to hear more women and more non-white people speak up and say, I am a fan of this and you're fucking ruining it. What's your excuse now? Because they're using you guys as a shield. And that's what sucks. And Mike knows what I'm talking about, not to single you out, Mike, but I mean, you've ranted about this how many fucking times, and even going into Star Trek about how we call out, like, why aren't people in the LGBT community and other places calling this out, because they're treating you like circus freaks.
Yep.
Yeah, they are. And look, the weird thing about it is, I mean, you talk about they think they're driving away the old white men, whatever, but the thing is, the old white men would stick around if there was anything quality about what they were doing. And you're not going to get these new audiences with really boring, substandard remakes and shoddy merchandise. I mean, what they think that people of color and members of the LGBTQ plus community don't have any taste either. I mean, they like entertainment too. They like good stories too. And they're falling down in every single instance and dimension, every way that you can possibly fail. They are, because they think, hey, we just throw a bunch of our target audience up on the screen and they'll go, oh, that's what I wanted to see the whole time. But no, they also want to see them doing something worth watching, for fuck's sake.
Besides being the bestest ever without ever trying.
Yeah. Now, if there was any fraction of truth to their working theory here of pursuing this new audience, they would have shown up by now. They never
would have shown up by now.
Coming.
You're right. It's exactly like Marcellus Wallace in Pulp Fiction saying, if you was going to make it, you'd have made it by now. But
it's like being beholden to Twitterverse for so long, and they don't buy your toys, they don't go to your movies, they don't watch your shows and all that stuff. So by now, the time is long since run out on that theory that we're chasing after the new audience. And that, I mean, just for Star Trek alone, the idea of coming in and say, well, the old Star Trek audience are just really racist. Which proves the point. You've never watched a single second of the show, of any of them.
Right. And if that's the case, then your franchise is hopelessly tainted, and she shouldn't be making anymore.
Right. Would you want it?
Racist bastards.
Well, and I keep bringing up Cobra Kai, but that's where the proof is in the pudding, right? Because Karate Kid was not a franchise that was screaming out for a fucking sequel or a reboot or a remake. Hell, even the Will Smith remake did okay, but it wasn't even well enough to where anybody was like, yeah, we need to get another one of those going. They tried and nobody showed any interest, right? So it was a dead franchise for all, lack of a better term, but these guys came in and they reinvigorated it, and a whole new generation of kids discovered the Karate Kid through this show, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now the Karate Kid franchise is is basically a 4-quadrant franchise, not because they tried to make it one, but because they just tried to make a good follow-up to the Karate Kid. There was no expectations for that show. Zero. Like, I even went into that thinking this thing's going to be a joke.
That's how I went into it when I watched when I remember it came on my little red YouTube red notifications, and I was like, "Oh, what is this?" No one was talking about it on any channel at all.
Oh, we cried about it for 2 years. We're like, watch this show. Nobody paid attention. Then all of a sudden it gets dropped on Netflix, and it's like, oh, Cobra Kai is the greatest show. Like, we've been telling you guys this for 2 years.
Right.
I know, but they don't listen. And Citizen 333 in the chat says Eagle Fang Karate. Damn right.
Eagles don't have fangs, sir.
They do now. They my God.
And we defanged all the rabbit chickens. So,
I have no mouth, and yet I have fangs. I think that was a Harlan Ellison book. I don't know. Beth Arstead with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Beth. Says, wait, is the Archvillain live stream at night this Thursday? Sorry, I thought it was during the daytime for our lovely overseas friends. Actually, I had announced that it was going to be in the evening for Monday, but I've had some shit come up on Monday, so I'm not going to be able to reliably be home in time to do the live stream. So I just moved it to Thursday night. But you know what? Maybe I'll do 2 Archvillain live streams on Thursday. Maybe I'll do one during the day for folks who can't make the night one, and then do another one at night. Well, I'll see what I can do. We'll figure it out. But the next one definitely got to have another one that's going to be in the day for all of our folks in the UK and across the globe who can't make an evening one. So that is coming up. I promise you, one or the other of the next 2 is going to be during the day. Thank you, Beth, very much for that clarification. Give me the chance to clarify that. Phantom Boomer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. Says, boss, can you adjust the modulation on your helmet to tweak your voice up and down? I've never tried that. A supervillain does not put on a helmet to sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks. It's just not, Darth Vader, saying, where are those transmissions you intercepted? What have you done with those plans? It's just, it just doesn't work. I mean, you could try Woody Allen as Darth Vader. I hate to interject at this juncture, but I know you've had some broadcasts out there, and I want to know what you did, and where's Princess Leia, and what is that weird dildo walking around over there? It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. And Chaos Oi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Chaos Oi. Says KK's new name is Calamity Clown. Well, that is kind of, that's what freaks me out, is that if Kennedy is in like Flynn and is renewed and everything's back, why are all these bad things about her just finding release these days? Why? What's going on? I don't know. I just don't know what
lack of achievement and credibility gives ways to criticism, and as Cameron Pasha said, people inside Hollywood know that she's a failure and it's been a failure, but that doesn't mean that she's not someone that can drum up trouble, and that doesn't mean that Chapek isn't going to buy her off with a contract extension. That's the way I read it, but what do I know?
That's true. We were talking about earlier how she might have some dirt on Spielberg and whatever with the Title IX or Title 24 thing, whatever, but I know that she's probably got something on Iger for certain.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. If you can look up a document and it shows a public document, a court document that shows that Iger has been implicated with Weinstein and Eisner in the Paz de la Huerta case. So there you go right there.
Oh, wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Look that up yourselves. That's legit. But I just get the feeling that she's got so much dirt on everybody. I mean, how else can she keep her job? How else can she keep doing this horrible shit to Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Willow, whatever's next?
I think if they're sticking her around, they're keeping her around, it's due entirely to the dark side of the Force. Fear, loathing the dark side, or these, vengeance. Obviously, I mean, good God, there's no positive reason to keep Kathleen Kennedy around. She has failed and failed spectacularly. to deliver the huge returns that Disney was counting on when they spent, $4 billion to get Star Wars. That has not been, oddly enough. I mean, I've heard various people, making a kind of a solid case that this has not been nearly as profitable as they wanted it to be, and they still have not, in fact, adequately recouped their investment.
No, and I don't think they will at this point. I mean, what's coming around the corner?
The Acolyte.
Oh God.
The Acolyte. Oh my God, it's not good.
Yeah,
it's not good at all. Yeah, exactly. I don't. I certainly don't. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says KK is acting like that chick from Boss Level. Every time she ruins a new movie, my name is Kathleen Kennedy, and Kathleen Kennedy has done this. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Xenobit. I think that's a good analogy. And Casey Osowski with a $20 super chat. God bless you, Casey Osowski. Says, hail all. It does my heart good to hear someone else willing to call out Disney's Star Wars. Thanks, Marcia. Absolutely. Marcia Lucas, if you're out there listening, and I know that you probably are not, but I'm going to say, if you ever want to come on YouTube and talk about this, talk about editing Star Wars, talk about your career, I would love to have you on, Marcia. Absolutely love to have you on. So if you're out there, or if anybody is out there that has connections to Marcia Lucas and she would like to come on and just talk about her illustrious career, she would find a most eager and willing audience here. Absolutely. Tony Yule with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Says, hail Doomcock. Did you check out last week's episode of Friday Night Tights with Alex Jones? If so, what did you think? No, I haven't seen it, Tony. I'm sorry. I haven't had much of a chance to watch anything. I have been so busy with the aforementioned emergencies, problems, and so on going on in my life that I just really don't have much time to have any fun at all. And I have not been having any fun. Thank you, Tony Yule, and sorry about that. I'm sure I'll get around to checking it out eventually, though. Rick Moranis is here with a $10 super chat. Hail, Rick Moranis. Is it the real Rick Moranis? I'd like to think so. Anyway, he says, I yearn for the days of the worst thing they could do was frack up the book. Oh, boy. Those were the days, right? Those were the days. Makes me want to break out Archie and Edith in a duet here, but I'll spare you guys that. Thank you, Rick Moranis. Yeah, man, used to be good. Jonathan with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jonathan. Says, Mike Zero reported on a leak that Gina Carano is set to return for Mando season 4. Not sure how viable it is, but I expect her to return eventually. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I've heard a bunch of different rumors about Gina Carano returning, but I haven't really been able to verify any of them to my satisfaction, so I haven't actually reported on them. I have reported when I found out that they were talking to her. I believe that they were talking to her. I believe my sources were correct on that. They also pointed out that she was spotted on the set of one of Jon Favreau's ongoing concerns, and that kind of got some excitement going. But as far as actual progress, I haven't heard anything definitive. Tom, have you heard anything?
I'm sorry, as far as what progress?
As Gina Carano coming back. I hear stuff, but I don't necessarily believe
there may have been a point where they reached out to her. I don't know how accurate that is, but she did post something that kind of alluded to too little too late or kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah, I reported on that.
Yeah,
but I haven't heard anything since.
Honestly, I think she's got way too much self-respect one way or the other to go back, no matter who is asking, no matter who is begging. At this point, if somebody was and I don't blame her. Like, even if it's Jon Favreau who secretly had her back behind the scenes, if that was the case, I mean, she still probably would say no, because I doubt they would ever do what it would take for her to save face to go back at this point.
Well, I thought back when, I mean, look, my instinct tells me that this KK situation has been in serious flux for a long time. And I mean, there has definitely been reluctance to keep her involvement. I understand Bob Chapek is fucking not happy with her, not at all. And so they've been dragging their feet. And honestly, I think that people who were convinced that she was gone, but then all this shit with Feige started up, and you know, the situation in Hollywood with the coof is inherently unstable, and the best laid plans of mice and men week to week can change. So it's really difficult keeping track of everything that's going on over there. It is fear and loathing and desperation in Hollywood, and they don't know what's going on. You know, you've got Paramount in just a world of shit, or, you know, Viacom, CBS. Things are bad, folks. Things are bad for them, and it's just a situation where I think they're like chickens with the head cut off, and they don't know what the fuck's going on.
They're getting in their own way. I mean, they support a candidate that's, you know, locking them down, and then they don't know who they are, what to do, and you know, you can't make movies with all these restrictions in the classic sense of the way, in any way, shape, or form. Literally, they're at odds with themselves, and as we've seen in recent weeks and months, they turn on each other pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Doom, did you get the email I sent you about what's going on Picard with our mutual friend?
You sent me an email?
I don't remember. It might have been email or text, but I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember a text from you.
Okay. Well, our mutual friend, who we will lovingly refer to as Debbie, she had a solid block of schedule as not a primary but a secondary cast member on Picard, and you know, she said that the tests are out of hand. They're out of hand. They're like 3 tests a day. They have to all be negative, which, okay, that's fine. You know, you can't get you can't even get on set without the jib jab. So that's their new rules. And I guess they had shot a bunch of scenes with her, and already shot. I think she was about halfway into her time, and showed up on the following Monday, and with 3 negative tests, the jib jab, and they asked her, "Oh, okay, well, do you have anything else going on?" She's like, "Well, I had a little bit of a cough over the weekend." They said, "Nope, boom, that's it. You got to leave right now." And she's like, "What are you talking about? They already shot scenes with me last week. If you don't shoot my scenes today, you're not going to get anything done." They're like, "Well, then that's just what happens. Oh, and we're not going to pay you." She's like, "Like hell, you're not." Yeah, SAG's a pretty good union, and if there was a grievance, boy, there would have been a problem. But I know that she told me the week before she told me that news that one of the principals had the wheeze. So, you know, it sounds to me like either they've got a problem, or maybe they're just looking for excuses to shut this bullshit down. I don't know. You know, I smell bullshit. I really do. You know, for them to do stupid things like that. Like, I mean, if your actor shows up and you send them home with no reason, I mean, no reason at all to send them home so quickly and so abruptly, and to sacrifice the production for that, you're either complete moron or you're doing this on purpose. And, you know, sometimes I can't tell the difference between the two. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know whether they're, you know, certified geniuses or stupid. I can't figure it out.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. But
yeah, I'll vote for stupid. Can I vote? I vote stupid.
Let's go around and vote.
Mexican Iron Man is exercising democracy, and I'm casting my vote from South Carolina, and I vote that they're morons. Yep.
Duly noted.
What do you say, Kelvington? Are they morons?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Big time.
I think, and the answer to the question you asked me, Kelvington, is yes. We will be doing that next. All right, let's get back here. Matt Giles with a 20-pound super chat of excessive and very generous generosity. Thank you, Matt Giles. Says, with the success of The Mandalorian, plus possible success of Obi-Wan and Book of Boba Fett, will Star Wars be able to absorb a fan-rejected Acolyte or any other of KK's bad ideas? Well, it's like, what did Paula Abdul sing in the 90s? One step forward and two steps back. That seems to be what Star Wars is doing. This, Matt, this rumor that's gone around about, Sam Maggs rewriting Knights of the Old Republic to remove problematic stuffs and bring it up into the woke 21st century, adulterating one of the classics of the genre. This story, if it's true, and I've been trying to get that, the reason I haven't chimed in on it is, again, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. I've got a source that's telling me they've played the first 10 minutes of the new Knights of the Old Republic, and it was basically the same as the old version, just updated graphics and everything. So no evidence of rewriting there, but of course, it would probably come later, it would probably come later. I don't know. I cannot lock down. Is it going to be butchered and wokeified or not? And until such time as I can get a kind of a definitive take on that, I'm not talking about it. But regardless, if it is true, Jesus, it just makes it damn near impossible, Matt Giles, to love Star Wars anymore. I mean, this is absolutely pointless. You've got a perfectly good script there. You've already done it. It's just basically augmenting it, releasing it on a new platform, and making the artwork and the updated gameplay and other things like that. But the story doesn't need to be changed one scintilla, one iota. And for you to do that, it's just so perversely stupid, so needlessly, pointlessly stupid and woke and craven and pandering that, it's almost worse than anything else they've done, because it's just so utterly pointless. And if that's the case, then I don't know. I think a lot of people, I don't think Star Wars can survive that. So I hope that that's a lie. I hope that those reports are wrong. But I just don't know at this point. Has anybody else heard anything about this, Tom or Kelvington? Anybody?
Nothing new, anyway. Go ahead, Kelvington. Sorry.
No. I just said nothing. This is not my bailiwick.
So you just don't know, Tom.
I mean, I just know what we've talked about up to this point, and I've heard nothing new anyway.
Okay.
As far as,
all right.
If you mean like her being renewed, or
no. I was talking about Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, I don't follow gaming, so
not gaming. It's literature.
Not a big gamer.
Well,
I mean, it's
the major
so
red
utterly
flag.
pointless.
The major red flag was the woman they hired
to
have the script duties for this new version of it or what have you. And that's, unless it's just she's just there for the for a placeholder or whatnot, and it's just going to be an updated version of the old game, and it'll be basically the same story, which would be the better outcome. But they did hire her, and so odds are they're going full steam with that. And maybe that's part of the deal where, okay, Favreau, you can have Mandalorian and your other two shows and whatnot, and Kennedy gets this, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
So right alongside High Republic and all that. So,
Yes.
So, beyond, we all agreed there's an enormous amount of stupidity at the root of this. You have to throw in a certain amount of mental disorder as well. So I've run out of scenarios as to where this makes sense for some kind of scam or, and all that kind of thing. It's just, my God, it's been too long now. And so they can't see well, they're you know where their heads are, and it's too far up in there, and you can't see. So that's.
But Douglas, do you see my point that because it is so utterly and completely pointless, that it's almost worse than the usual subversion and stuff with things like The Last Jedi and stuff, because it's just so pointless.
Yeah, all of it was, even with that, it's all unnecessary.
It's utterly unnecessary. You could even say, well, okay, they thought they were doing something new with The Last Jedi. They were tragically wrong and horrible and insulting and ruined Star Wars. But this they've got the blueprint. In fact, they don't have the blueprint; they have the whole house.
I know. It's like Knights of the Old Republic. Even though I didn't play the games and all that, but I knew a bit of the stories and whatnot. And I thought, there's this raw material you've got just sitting there. And you could go off into this whole new thing and do trilogies out of that. And no, let's mess that up too. So it's just beyond baffling as to how this could happen, because you basically had gold sitting on a silver platter, and some weird alchemy, you turned it into dog poop. Yeah,
for Disney to poop on.
Yes. So, it's an astounding thing to behold, a sad story overall, but I never could have, because, I've said this for video and other avenues and whatnot, is that if they had just made a bunch of solo level films, they'd be in better shape. As stupid as that movie was, it wasn't Last Jedi. It wasn't that hateful devastation that those
hateful devastation. But my God, Douglas.
Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, it just would have been this basic stupid crap, and you had this. At least it had a plot. They had something to do. I just, oh God,
my God, you're being forgiving. That movie sucked, brother.
Oh, I know it sucked, but in comparison,
I gotta say, Solo committed the absolute cardinal sin for me, which was it bored the shit out of me. Just to God, it was so boring. It was
someone
so
ever told you
substandard.
10 or 15 years ago that there would be new Star Wars movies that would bore the snot out of you, you would think it would be you'd be like, how the hell would that happen?
Exactly. Yeah.
And it was, oh my God, it felt like time. It was like I was in the event horizon of a black hole. It just stretched on.
That's what happened to me with Rise of Skywalker. I was sitting there waiting for it. My poor little 7-year-old son is sitting there looking at me like I could tell I could tell he was like looking to me for leadership and like, Dad, what just happened? And I look back at him like, for the first time, like this is the conversation I'm having with myself internally. I look at my boy and I'm like, son, I have no answers for you. Like, I always have answers for him. Dad, I want to watch He-Man on Netflix. Is it okay? Is it good? No, it's gonna suck. I'm sending you my DVDs. They'll be there in 2 days. I'm going to the post office about right. Dad, I want to do. Should I do baseball or football? You're gonna do baseball. You're not gonna do football. I have answers for this kid on everything. He needs help with homework, math, no problem. Then my kid looks at me. We're in the middle of the Rise of Skywalker, and he 3 or 4 times and bless his little heart, he charged lightsabers. He wanted us to, father and son. We went to the Rise of Skywalker. He took his allowance money and he bought us tickets, right? So we go. And I wasn't going to go. And he wanted to take our lightsabers. So we're sitting there and he's holding his lightsaber with his left hand. And he's holding Daddy's lightsaber with his right hand. And 3 or 4 times in the movie, he looks up at me. And I look down at his little 7-year-old eyes. And he looks up to me. And he goes, Dad, what just happened? And I looked down at him and I'm like, son, I'm not sure, but I think we'll have answers further in the movie, right? That was the first time. Second time this time. I don't think I ever told you the story, Doomcock. Second time, he looks up at me. Okay, Dad. Now I don't know what's happening. Like now he's getting irritated, right? I look down at him. He's sad, cute little proud eye. Well, we're only halfway in. I'm sure everything will be revealed in the end. And he looks up at me and he's like, and he didn't look back at the theater. He just kept looking at me in my eyes. And he knows I'm lying. He knows. He knows. It's like we're in open water and there's a shark coming. And I'm like, son, I'm going to take care of that shark. And he looks at me like, well, Dad maybe should have worked out first. You know, like that kind of look. You know what I mean? And I said, son, by the end of the movie, I'm sure. And he looks at me and he says something like, "Okay, Dad." He goes back, he looks at the thing, and then I knew he was out when the first lightsaber, he took it from his cute little hand and he set it down to the side of him because there wasn't any. We were the only ones in the theater. I may have told you that. Like there were like 8, 9 people there. So he puts it down to the left. And we get to the end of the movie, and I'm like, and I fell asleep for a little bit. And he looked at me at the end, and God bless his innocent little soul. And he looked, and it's ending. He looks up at me, and I said, "Well, what did you think?" He's like, "Well, I'm not sure what happened, but I think I like some of the music." I'm like, "Well, what did you think of the movie, son?" And he said, "Well, Dad, let's go play lightsabers." So we went outside to the parking lot and we played lightsabers. Oh God, bless the innocents. Bless the innocent. But that's God. You would think they could mess a good thing up, but they found a way. And there I am thinking, God, this poor kid. And and here's the funny thing: he's never wanted to rewatch it again.
Well, why would he? Oh my God!
But Doomcock, he saw the originals without me. I didn't even know he was going to see the originals. And one day he wanted to, and his mom showed him all 3 of the originals. And you know what he's into now? He's into Godzilla movies from the 50s and 60s. That's what he's into right now.
Wow. Outstanding. Well, he's a fine young man then. Absolutely. Holy crap. I mean, that is wonderful. I wish I could have seen my own face as I was watching Solo, A Star Wars Story. I can't prove this, but I imagine that the look on my face was similar to the look on the face of a dog watching an old lady who just farted. You know, that little head tilted to the side and that perplexed, disappointed look, that confused look. Like, what was that? Was that a frog? That's how I felt watching Solo, A Star Wars Story. Dear God in heaven. Not good, folks. Not good. Preston Brand with Preston Bruno with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Preston says none of us like KK, but at least she's a devil we know. Well,
I mean, she's done her job. It's done.
It's like the inhabitants of Nagasaki saying, "Oh well, at least it's the bomb we know."
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I don't. Yeah,
it's just like that doesn't really help, but okay, I guess. Sage of Rakaseca. Sage of Rakaseca has joined the channel membership. Thank you, Sage of Rakaseca at the Dominion level. Thank you for your support. Hail to you, Sage of Rakaseca. There is a whole bunch of channel member exclusive content on my YouTube page. I hope my wrenches will post a link for all of my new channel members here today. And we will also be doing I'm going to try to find a place to squeeze in a members only live stream for all channel members sometime this week, knock wood. I will do my best to make that happen. And there are a whole bunch of those archived in playlists on my YouTube channel. Please go and check them out. Wrenches, please give them the instructions and address on how to do that. And Chaos Oi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Chaos Oi says, this is why Disney is the Antichrist of Hollywood. That's fair. Disney is the Antichrist of Hollywood, but Jar Jar Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist of cinema all over the globe. I think that's a good way that we could put that. And my dear friend Captain Spire is here. Hail to Captain Spire. He's got 2 $5 super chats in a row, and I thank you very much, Captain Spire, for those, sir, very much. And he says, next shows to ruin The Last Starfighter, Forbidden Planet, The Black Hole. Why not? They just can't make anything. They need to defile and destroy. God, yeah. I would not put it past them. In fact, I thought they were redoing The Last Starfighter. Am I wrong, or is that?
I believe so.
Oh
it's in development hell.
Yeah,
I believe it's supposed to be like a prequel reboot, but or not a prequel, but a reboot. But it's not.
Well, of course it is
reboot kind of thing. Not it. I'm trying to say is it's actually supposed to take place after the other stuff. I don't know if that's still happening or not. Yeah,
I don't know. If Mr. Barkley made a holographic toilet on the holodeck and substituted Star Trek Discovery for the holographic poop usually found at the bottom of it, he'd get complaints.
Our great brother Cameron Pasha is in the chat. I just want to say hi to Cameron. Hello, brother.
Oh, right.
Oh, hell, Cameron Pasha. If you want to come over, Cameron, you are more than welcome. Shoot. Actually, let me shoot him an invite just in case he wants to come on. I didn't want to bug the man. He is actually going to come on with me and Eric Sullivan this Wednesday. We're going to do a live stream on Piercing the Veil. And cool. Cameron Pasha wants to come on and talk about the Bhagavad Gita and other philosophical concerns from a Sufi perspective. I think it's going to be a hell of a great live stream. I didn't want to bug him for this, but here he is. Shoot, I'm going to just shoot him the invite. Vamp, Kelvington, talk.
Well, I was going to say before you...
Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I can't share it. I need Doomcock to share it.
Oh, okay.
Shoot him.
We're going to continue with our super chats,
Yeah,
and then
we'll
we're going to do What's Eating You next. So if you have things in your head that you did not like in the last week, this will be the time to vent those frustrations. And that's coming up very shortly.
All I know is I want a sequel to What's Eating Gilbert Grape called Gilbert Grape's Eating Me, and it's about how he turned cannibal.
Oh, that's good.
I think that'd be a good film, don't you?
I think
so.
No,
that sounds awful.
Film.
I think Johnny Depp.
Wouldn't it be What's Eating Gilbert Godfrey, though?
What's Eating Gilbert Godfrey?
Oh, that's the most annoying comedic voice in all of Hollywood and all of history of ever. Oh, I never liked that guy.
I went ahead and sent Cameron Pasha an invite. And just letting him know he certainly isn't obliged or anything, but since he's here, shoot, I would have absolutely asked him in here. And what happened with Tom?
I've got this here. If we got 30 seconds,
go ahead. It's not going to be a strike or anything.
Oh no! It's all good. We're all fine. This is for Mike though. So,
do you like rabbit? Do you like chicken? Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have both at the same time, but can never find both at the same place? Well, Disney and Shang-Chi have taken care of that for you. That's right. You can get yourself rabbit chicken meat, now available at every Walmart and Costco. What you waiting for? Move your feet and get some rabbit chicken meat.
Don't they have that in South Carolina? You gotta have that in South Carolina, Mike.
I don't know if you guys can hear
He's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed with joy.
Oh,
breathe, everyone! Breathe. Thank you for bringing me on, Doomcock.
Hell, Cameron! You would have been automatically invited, my friend, but I didn't want to prevail upon you.
I was enjoying. Gary, I want to show you this. It's what I got.
Hey!
Ark of the Covenant, right?
Oh wow! Wait a minute. Let me make you big on the screen.
I got this in Jerusalem, actually. I got this
great.
in the old city of Jerusalem. I just went to some like kitsch, like little East Jerusalem, little.
Well, that's where they said it always was.
Yeah.
There it is. All right.
Wow. It's got a little mold thing up here. Yeah, it's got the angels, whatever. Yeah.
Have you looked at it?
Open it up.
Yeah, I can actually open it. And
Don't look at it.
Open it.
No.
Don't look there,
dude.
Tom, I unfortunately on the jingle part I was laughing. Can you play it again?
Sure.
Let's do it again.
I'm going to try not to laugh
because I'm going to laugh. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, I've got to mute myself.
Okay, hang on here. Let me reshare it.
Because I was laughing over the jingle.
No worries. Cool. There you go. It's in the bottom there. Whenever you're ready. All right.
Do you like rabbit? Do you like chicken? Have you ever wondered what it would be like to have both at the same time, but can never find both at the same place? Well, Disney and Shang-Chi have taken care of that for you. That's right. You can get yourself rabbit chicken meat, now available at every Walmart and Costco. What you waiting for? Move your feet and get some rabbit chicken meat. It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Oh.
You know, the only way that could be even better is if that was like a Crazy Eddie's ad from 1980, New York. Like, the prices are so low, it's insane.
I'm going crazy over this meat. It's Crazy Eddie's meat sale.
Do you like rabbit? Do you like chicken? But you can't find them in the right place. At the same time, well, my friends, I've gone down to Walmart or Costco because we've got rabbit chicken meat. Oh my God. If Valiant Renegade was here, he could have done it great. But I got to tell you, happy birthday to Valiant Renegade. Today is his birthday. I invited him here and he said, well, I might come on, but of course, it's my birthday. And I'm like, oh, well, shoot, dude, I want to prevail on you on your birthday. But God bless
I just want to say that I've been in the chat for some time just watching. This has been one of your best live streams. And Gary, I don't think we've met before, but I'm really intrigued by everything you have to share. And I wanted to go back to something you said much earlier, which is when you were pointing out what you knew about what was happening at Imagine. I don't know if you heard just a few days ago, suddenly Imagine made a major pod deal with these two sisters who are these interesting sort of wealthy Kuwaiti sisters and the Al-Fala sisters. It just came out on the trades. And I think one of them was dating Mick Jagger, right? So they're all connected in that upper level of like rich people world. So it seems like they're really trying to access money right now.
I knew that probably that was before Solo came out. I heard that information. And I think that I relayed that to you immediately, Doom.
Yeah.
And that was, it ended up being, sometimes it takes a while for this information to actually come out. And then you realize, oh, look, I was right. But yeah, that's definitely how it goes. And it was an agent that told me that information.
Right. Okay. So that's the thing. I do not reveal all the tips that I get. I try to protect sources and actually, Gary, I'd never asked you on the show before because I didn't think that you wanted to be outed or identified. But then
I don't care. Fuck them. I don't care.
Exactly.
I'm gonna
fuck them all, man.
At this point, people who hate you. There's nothing you can do about it. You've been in the town long enough that people know who you are.
Yeah, fuck them. I don't care.
That's what he told me. And I was like, buddy, I definitely, love you and I want to have you on the show if you want to, but I don't want to get you in trouble or anything. And
I am more proud to be your friend and on this live stream than I would be working for these woke idiots. So again, fuck them.
Thanks, Gary. And you guys, man, now I feel like a Sweeney Todd. I feel like at last my arm is complete again because we've got like a grand panel here. I'm just all my favorite people. Love you guys. Thank you.
Missing one lovely lady with an incredibly sexy voice.
Yes, Raquel Briggs. I would love to have her on. I guess I just need to send her a message, because I've been inviting her for several weeks, and she hasn't been able to come, and I just kind of figured, well, maybe she doesn't want to do it anymore. But actually, I should just go ahead and tell her that she's always welcome. She just needs to shoot me a message, kind of what I said about you, Cameron, that you're always welcome on anything I do, but I certainly don't want to bug you,
While we're doing confessions, I feel that I have to come out of the closet and disclose something too, and that's that I really am Mexican, and I really am a Mexican Iron Man.
Yes, Mexican Iron Man, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him.
He's got the start glasses too.
Strike a pose.
and look, Mexican.
What is your robot name? It's not Jarvis, right?
Mexican,
right?
It's Hector or Jose. Is my robot name.
Okay.
See, Mexican, Iron Man. Mexican, Iron Man. Yeah.
A very good visual aid there. Very good visual
so with those
aid.
glasses, you can control the missiles in orbit, right?
Oh, well, that depends if I remember recharge this helmet.
Yeah.
It runs on a different currency. It's it got a 240.
Depends on how good the rabbit chicken harvest is this month.
Yes, sir.
They're
all
headless,
right,
so they're
let's
easy to feed. So
let's. I tell you what, Kelvington is pointing out to us that perhaps it is time to play our "What's Eating You" segment. For those of you who don't know, this is a segment that I go around and give everyone a chance to talk about what is eating them this week. You know, like what ticked them off. It could be a pop culture thing. It could be a personal thing. You know, an old lady paying for you know, a set of new tires with nothing but pennies in the front line, something like that. Let's go to Kelvington for the first iteration of this. Kelvington, my dear friend and excellent producer, what have you got to share with us?
Well, I got a couple things. You know, a few months ago, I complained and bitched about the Halloween decorations and candy already being out at the local big box stores. And now matters are worse. Now, I love popcorn balls as much as anybody. I call them diabetes starter kits, but I enjoy them. And I enjoy a variety of the fun-sized candy bars, or as I think of them, disappointment you have to unwrap. But now they've just gone too fucking far. Candy corn, okay? And yes, we all know candy corn is rubbish. It might as well be wax bits you can't digest. They hurt as much going out as they do coming in, but it's terrible. But now we have some variety. Behold, the worst candy corn developed so far, which is Nerds candy corn. This is this cacophony of garbage was the winner of the Sweets and Snacks Seasonal Award at the 2021 Sweets and Snacks Expo. Yes, there's a place where adults go to try all the different kinds of candy they're going to use to lure kids into their vans. I mean, going to give out over Halloween. I'm pretty certain the expo is held right next to the nondescript van car lot on Route 815.
Oh, dear.
Now, just when you thought, well, you know, how bad could Nerds candy corn be? Allow me to show you. This is what Nerds candy corn looks like. This collection of demon's teeth, this mass that should be called Joseph and his Technicolor heave coat. This is not candy. But wait, it gets worse, because how about Minions candy corn?
Oh.
It comes in these great flavors of banana, blue raspberry, and vanilla, or what we used to call wax flavored. But as always, I save the best for last. And that is turkey dinner, apple pie and coffee candy corn. And if
You're kidding.
Right above the word pie, it's a ghost of a small child, which is what you'll get if your kid starts to eat this shit. It includes many of my favorite things like green beans candy corn, roast turkey, and cranberry sauce candy corn. And of course, my favorite, stuffing flavored candy corn. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
They can stuff
This
it.
isn't a treat. This is fucking torture.
You are
I thought
kidding.
Harry Potter's Bertie Bott's every flavor beans were bad, and they just tasted like puke and earwax and boogers. These are way fucking worse. Way worse. The other thing that's bugging me a little bit this week is we lost Norm Macdonald.
Yes.
And he was an amazing comedian. You know, he had a very unique sense of humor, but he's very dark, but very funny. This is one of my favorite jokes he did, and it's fairly clean. He said, at Virginia Commonwealth University, a professor is being sued for revelations that he spanked one of his students. It was the student's parents who first became suspicious when they asked, "What kind of marks are you getting?" And the student replied, "Big red ones on my ass." So Norm is very, very much missed, and he was a great, great comedian, and I loved him a lot, and he's going to be missed. And as always, my last thing of what's eating me, you know, we talk about Disney doing all these gender swaps and, you know, changing everything. Well, you know, I happen to have found a list of the other top 10 shows Disney is going to gender swap, if you'd like to hear it.
I would love to hear it. Let's see it, Kelvington.
All right, here we go. The top 10 other shows Disney is going to gender swap. Number 10, Grey's Cut Off Anatomy. Take that, patriarchy. Number 9, How to Get Away with Alimony. Number 8, The Golden Ghouls. Sorry, that's from the Halloween top 10. Number 8, Gillian Anderson's Island. Number 7, The Dickless Van Dyke Show. Number 6, Some Buddies. Wait, I'm confused. Number 5, Boob Nanza. Number 4, Number 4, Everyone Loves Rihanna. Number 3, How I Met Your Turkey Baster. Number 2, 9 Perverted Strangers. And the number 1 show Disney is going to gender swap, I Dream of Jerry. Seinfeld.
Great stuff.
Boo Banza sounds good. I'd watch that.
Well, the only way I can get behind all this gender swapping is if we get a gender swapped Magic Mike. I think we all think that's fair,
I
right?
think that's a good idea too.
Exactly. Magic
Michelle.
Mildred? Magic Michelle. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's a ticket. Sure. It's got to be that. Yeah.
Fair is fair.
Let's go to Mexican Iron Man. Anything eating you this week, my friend?
Well, I already covered it, and that was the use of I don't like any kind of heritage months in general, but the whole Latinx thing that all the big corporations did. I thought it was interesting that YouTube itself actually kept Hispanic Heritage Month in the moniker, and they didn't go Latinx, but all of Hollywood did. And I'm not going to repeat the rant I did earlier, but that was my rant, and that's what annoyed me beyond belief.
It was a great rant. Let's go to Tom, who is so even keeled and utterly unflappable in a Buddha kind of way that nothing seems to anger him and nothing seems to cheer him. He just kind of cruising along like Christopher Cross sailing. What do you think, Tom? Anything eating you this week?
Sailing. Other than the loss of Norm Macdonald, which, Covington brought, like, that one hit me because I've always been one I've said that Hollywood never gave that guy a break.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he proved time and time and time again that he's funny and people like him, but they were just like, no, Norm, just go away. He movies like Dirty Work, which would have been probably huge hits had the studios gotten behind them, which are great films. Check it out. Even Screwed got overly bashed. Yeah, it's not a great film, but it's not nearly as bad as what people made it out to be at the time it came out. And he's worked on so many other great things. He's always had a great sense of humor. And I'm just doing what he told us to do. He said when he died, he wanted people to mourn him. He wanted people to be sad. He wanted us to miss it. And we do, and it's like, oh man, like we lost one of the greats, one of the last greats of SNL as far as that cast goes. Especially when somebody dies so young, and cancer is a bitch. So this week, cancer is eating me more than anything. Like, fuck cancer. I think we all have probably had a family member or somebody close to us who's probably have to have dealt with it or even passed from it. And it's one of the just saddest things ever, especially when somebody has so many years in front of them, like Norm probably did. And it's just sad when that happens. So yeah, out of everything that happened this week, that was probably the thing that ate at me the most, I'd have to say. So I know I'm kind of stealing one from Kelvington. Sorry about that, but yeah. So
it was very, very sad. Let's go to Douglas Nelson. Anything eating you this week?
Well, of course, I guess I'll third that. The passing of Norm Macdonald is pretty big. And all the sentiments are completely accurate as expressed there. And it's, I feel robbed, of the years of that man's talent. What else? Of course, cancel culture reared its ugly head. So, a certain pop star of ample assets got in trouble over medical information, and so that sort of thing struck out. And it's the idiocy is on display a lot, and in the back and forth on that. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably something he can't go into because of the nature of YouTube. I don't know, what the rules are anymore and what that would do for your channel. However, it's the odd thing about cancel culture, and that it also played something to give a laugh in the case of Shang-Chi actor Simu Liu. Because when you virtue signal and all that, and you lecture and preach and whatnot, and then they look into your closet, and it came back to haunt him. So I'm a bit of a loss as to whether to feel bad about cancel culture possibly coming for him and what his possible future could be as a result of it, or just, well, you walked right into that one, pal.
Yeah. God knows, man. God knows. Cameron Pashaw, is there anything that has been eating at you at your inner peace and perfection this week?
Yes, and of course, I will iterate. We're all saying Norm Macdonald. He was an important part of my life, especially the '80s SNL, early '90s SNL, which is some of the best stuff that we've had. He was a very courageous guy, and what was amazing about him is that he kept his cancer quiet and secret, much like Chadwick Boseman. He just wanted, he didn't want to burden his family or the world. And as a result, when he left us with a big hole in our hearts, and a recognition. As Tom said, he didn't get a fair shake in this town. So that's the big thing. On a more specific level to the world that I'm in as a screenwriter, what's been eating away at me is something I'm actually going to write an article about for my Patreon, I hope this week, which is that just in the last few days, the trades, particularly Deadline, have been reporting how a lot of young television writers have been very upset because they're no longer able to get good representation. They've lost their agents. Now, won't get into all the details of it, but some of you may know that there was the Writers Guild a couple of years ago forced all of us to fire our agents as part of a leverage they were trying to do in a negotiation with our own agents, right? It was something I opposed at the time. And I did that because I knew that the whole plan was being orchestrated by very rich writers to try to screw all the young up-and-coming writers, the minority writers, and all the people that didn't have the network, the club that I talk about. And I knew why they were doing it. For all the claims of the economic reasons why they made us do it, and literally said, if you don't do this, you're out of the guild. You can't work in Hollywood, right? And I said at the time publicly, which got me a lot of enemies in Hollywood, I said, this is being done as part of a scheme to screw over young writers by essentially old rich writers who were threatened by the up and coming new writers and wanted to take their representation away while they themselves had their own network that protected them. Right. It's just something that ate away at me. And I was publicly attacked by some very, very powerful writers who got really angry that I was coming up and speaking about this on Twitter. And it was really difficult time for me. And now 2 years after I went through that humiliation, everything I said was going to happen has happened, and now the trades are writing about that, and the Writers Guild leadership is now saying, we want to apologize to all you young writers. It was really an unintended consequence, but we wish you good luck. Literally, they said that. They actually said that. It was an unintended consequence. We hope it all works out for you. Like, yeah, you screwed an entire generation of screenwriters to preserve the wealth and power of a few of you. And I'm going to be writing an article on my Patreon about this because I was so angry to see that kind of power play, and now to watch them publicly say, yeah, I guess that kind of happened, and we're really sorry for you. Good luck to all of you. But we're going to keep our money. It just blows me away.
And Cameron, let me just add in one more point, since I am in your Patreon, and I got a little preview of this from you, obviously. Mm-hmm. And for the benefit of those that are in the chat stream, the thing that I didn't know is that these agents control everything that happens all the time. They're the ones with the connections. They're the ones with the relationships, and they make or break careers. They make or break projects. They make or break financing. They make or break everything. And so for this to have happened, it's absolutely devastating. It's no different than literally telling a bunch of, if you own a restaurant, making sure that it gets, basically telling patrons to stop coming. I mean, it's really devastating what happened.
Or shut off the food supply. Gary, the power of agents. They're the blood supply of the whole entire industry. And when a professional guild orders its members to fire their agents, I mean, the ramifications of that are unheard of. And now we're witnessing it. An entire generation has been wiped out. A generation of writers has been wiped out. Yep. And we've got a bunch of old writers going, guess got no competition now. See y'all later, suckers, which is what I said would happen. So that's what I'm angry about. And so anybody who's following me on Patreon, I'm going to write a very detailed article about it, because this is what I talk about. I've talked about on Doomcock's channel, the club that I talk about. This is the most nefarious, sinister thing I've seen them do. They've done sinister things to me personally. I've never seen this kind of broad scale, open, sinister action against a swath of thousands of writers, knocking them out of the game and doing it so blatantly, knowing these young kids would not understand the machination of what was being done to them. And all those kids can't get representation now. They're out. They're just done.
Good God, dude, that is awful.
Yeah, that's why I'm angry about it.
Holy crap! Please consider joining Cameron Pashaw's Patreon. He's doing some great stuff, and I told him already that you were going to join us on Pop
Wednesday,
Culture Breakdown
really
Live.
Yeah,
gonna be talking about the Bhagavad Gita and Sufism parallels.
I have a great book on Sufi interpretations, Islamic Sufi interpretations of the Bhagavad Gita, which I'm going to be happy to share with Eric and you when we get out and do that thing. It'll be really interesting mystical insight.
I can't wait to do that. It's going to be so much fun. Gary Ambrosia, sir, what, if anything, is eating you this week?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna reiterate some stuff that Cameron was talking about. What really irks me, not just necessarily this week, but has for quite a long time, and it's that people that think that what's happening to pop culture and what's happening to movies and television shows, people that think that it's an accident, it's not. Things like what Cameron just said. They happen all the time, and in every, not just the Writers Guild, casting agents, producers, across the board, everywhere. And it really irks me that people think that what's happening to our franchises and our beloved movies, our stories, our mythologies, it's just accidental, and it's sheerly out of stupidity. I'm telling you, it's not. It's not.
What is the cause, do you think?
What do you mean, what is the cause?
Like, what if it's not stupidity, what are they hoping to achieve? I've always wondered this, and I have my theories that they're trying to basically demolish our culture from within.
I believe that. I think every culture is really strengthened by their mythology and their stories, and that's their heart. That's how you convey lessons to your youth. I mean, look at what Mexican Iron Man's talking about his son.
Well, they even use the
and what universe?
And stuff.
In what fucking universe would you think that a child would be disappointed in a Star Wars movie? Not this one.
No, you're right.
I would never even consider that. And from the mouths of babes, there you go. They even hate it. If they hate
demoralizing.
If they hate it, it's done. And there's no way you can get to this. You can have this amount of influence and have this amount of control over our culture and have it just be accidental that it's happening. There's no way. I don't believe it. And it irks me that some people don't get that yet. I mean, that's just me, that's my thing. But I'm sure Cameron knows what I'm talking about, because a lot of this shit is pre-planned. I think that movies in the entertainment industry are they're a byproduct. Mm-hmm. I think that the primary product of it is just so these people get wealthy and they have control over people and lives and stuff like that. I really do. I spent a lot of time down there. I saw some pretty horrible shit that I won't go into, but yeah, that irks me. There you
go. Tom was going to say something.
I was just solidifying what Gary was saying by saying, yeah, they've even used the terms like rewriting history. Right. And no, I think you're 100% right. And this is, we use the term manufactured trend because it's completely political, and that's where the money comes from. And that's where, you guys keep asking, how do they keep doing this without making money? Is because you have political powers putting money into this, because a big part of this is, as you guys know, when you want to move and change things to a certain political side, what is the first things you attack? You attack the literature, you attack the music, you attack the movies, the television, and all the culture that we take in. And I agree with you 110%, Gary. This is not just some trend that came out of nowhere. This is a manufactured trend.
Yeah.
This is 110% planned. And Cameron knows exactly what we're talking
No,
about.
I wanted to say, Gary, thank you for courageously saying that. Because it needs to be said. We've both worked in this industry. There are sinister forces here. I mean, yeah, there's some bad people here who are just here, to get something out of it. But there's people with actual sinister philosophical outlets, right? They have beliefs about the world that are very dark and strange and frankly occult for many of them, and they utilize this medium that we're in Hollywood to propagate those for very dark things. I mean, when I first arrived in town, I thought one thing I said, hey, nobody wants to make a movie. Everyone's just trying to get laid, right? That's all they're trying to. And that's one real layer of it. But beyond that layer of just the people that just want to use this for wealth and power and sex, right, are the people that want to use for wealth, power, and sex, and then something much darker, which is something that is so hard for people outside this to grasp because it sounds crazy until you actually meet these people.
And until you meet them and you have a discussion with them and you're actually friends with them, you won't get it. And then all of a sudden you look at it and you're like, oh my God, these are the people I'm surrounded by. And
they're actually evil people. I mean, I can deal with the guy that's trying to get there to get laid. I understand that guy, right?
Yeah.
But the guy who's there saying, the guy who's like telling me, I need you to put these occult symbols in the final episode.
Wow.
Fuck, right? I mean, I've been in those kind of situations. Like, where's this coming from? That's not normal. That's not the Jew just trying to mac on some actress. There's other stuff going on.
Yeah.
Are you serious? They actually did that at some point? They tried to get you to insert
Doom. I don't know how far you want to go into this.
I want to be careful, but yes, I have been approached. I've been approached to put stuff.
There are groups and things that I won't even mention because I know I don't want to bring that kind of.
You don't want that kind of attention on this channel. But let's just say that there are things out there that are so crazy that cannot be believed until someone says, I need you to do this for me. And you're like, well, what? Why would you do that?
Holy crap, man. Wow.
Yeah, basically, the way I see it is the things that we, the fans, love have kind of been hijacked. And the truth is they were kind of always the property of these people to kind of do some bidding and to get, to make money and to get their little agenda going, whatever. But now it's like, it's so blatantly obvious what they're doing. And it's definitely on purpose. And for everybody out there who's watching, the things that you grew up loving, you'll always have that. They can't take that away from you. Star Wars, Star Trek, Raiders, Ghostbusters. So like I said, curate that. And if you have kids, show that stuff to your kids. But, I don't see Hollywood improving anytime in the future. In fact, I think it's going to go worse. So
I just want to echo that last thing. Showing your kids is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Because yes, actually you're right to a point with a caveat there, Gary. They can't technically take it away from us. But at some point, if things get as rough and bad as they could get, which, people would laugh at me for saying these things, but, we're not that far from getting this bad, where they could actually consider that stuff contraband and come in and take it away from us. Like, and if we don't turn it over, then it's considered illegal. Like, we are just on the cusp.
I totally agree with that. And I'm going to state real quickly a true story from a friend of mine who is a Ukrainian. He left in the big exodus in the 80s. And he told me that one day his older brother had gathered a bunch of people over the house very secretly. And he was a young kid. His older brother was probably 16 or something. He was about 5 or 6, and he couldn't figure out why. And his older brother said, "Don't come downstairs. Don't come into the basement." Okay. So of course he does. He peeks out. He peeks through the door, and he's creeping down the stairs, and he sees what they're doing down there. I mean, he's probably terrified. What are they dealing, drugs or something? No, they're gathered around a television, and they're watching a really shitty VHS copy of Rambo: First Blood Part 2, which at the time would get you 25 years in the gulag for just possessing.
Right.
So there you go. I mean, I don't want to sound, like I don't want to get too crazy here, but really, how crazy is it to say that we're not that far? We're not. So we're
already seeing it. They're editing movies. They're already putting labels on everything. And what happens then is those labels then turn into the next step, which means if you have said thing, then you're considered what label says. So you are the problem. So either, relinquish said thing and or, you're going to get in trouble for it one way or another. And again, we don't want to sound hyperbolic, but we are that close, guys.
No, Tom,
Pretty
you're
close.
absolutely. I once just a few years ago was sitting in a writer's room with a young writer who was very passionately talking about how they need to you can't release Gone with the Wind without a special disclaimer if you're even going to release it at all. I said, we don't need a disclaimer. People can watch this movie and then come to their own conclusions. This is 2020s, man. We're not a bunch of idiots. All the information's out there in the world. I said, you start putting disclaimers on movies, you're already telling people that they're being branded and they're telling how to interpret it. Eventually you got to put a disclaimer on the 10 Commandments. That'll come, right? It's all. I was like, no, you can't do this then. The audience is not a bunch of idiots unless you're trying to control what they think.
Yeah.
It's just
there is no other reason why they would do it.
Yeah.
There's none. They could come up with all these fucking excuses as to why. Oh, well, we're being sensitive to this, that, and the other. These people don't care about that. We're all smart enough. We don't care about that bullshit. We're beyond all that now. No, you can't watch it because it'll hurt somebody's feelings.
It's about the power. They know at the end of the day, the average person isn't watching Gone with the Wind and going, you know what, I think slavery is a good idea. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody is watching that movie and thinking slavery is a good idea. I don't think they were watching that in 1939 thinking slavery is a good idea, right? The whole movie is about the end of a civilization and the collapse of that culture, right? And the heroine is not a good person. And she, like, after slavery, she uses forced labor of white people. She's the bad person, right? And they show that. And so it's nobody's thinking that. What you're doing is you're trying to label people, you're trying to make them scared, you're trying to make them afraid to actually look at art. That's what you're trying to do.
And if you don't think it's possible, look at the fact that you cannot technically legally get your hands on Song of the South. And I've seen the movie.
Right.
Yeah. That movie's biggest sin is it's fucking boring. I mean, really,
Tom, that was one of my mother's favorite movies.
Look, I will say this about it, and because I've made this point before, and I've because I've heard from my friends that are black who felt this way. Otherwise, I would not even dream to make this point. But it has been brought up to me by individuals where they've said that it's sad because even though there is the stigma attached to that, that is pretty much the most that some of them have as far as a chronicling of those stories, right? Like, they have been lost. Those are stories that were passed down through the generations. And just because they're attached to that now, those are gone and they're being forgotten. And people are looking at it the wrong way. And Lorena Creole is one person who has publicly made this point before is like, look how progressive Disney was at that time to even let a movie like that happen, right? Sure, we look at it in a certain way, or certain people look at it in a certain way, but they're not looking at it from the point of view of like, who else was making a movie with an all black cast about black fairy tales at that time? Nobody. But Walt Disney said, you know what? I'm going to take a chance on this. And he did, and he put it out there. And it also has those stories of Brer Rabbit, which are their stories.
Yeah.
That's their heritage. That's what they used to pass down from generation to generation.
Yeah.
And like Vanessa just said, my grandfather told me those stories. Exactly. And now those are being lost because they don't want you to have that. It's naughty to have.
And you know what happens when you disconnect from history? We're seeing the practical element of it. And again, I'll be careful what I say about it. But when it was brought up earlier, talking about what a certain rapper got a lot of attention from making certain comments about making certain choices in your medical life, right? That's all I'm going to say. However, she put out something that I think that really agitated people. She said Malcolm X would tell you to ask questions, which is correct. As anyone knows, I'm a huge personal follower of Malcolm X, right? He really defined who I am as a person. And he was all about finding truth and speaking truth to power. And then all these sort of woke weirdos have now stolen his name and his image, thinking that's that he was one of them, and he wasn't one of them. And they got really agitated when you have, the leftists got really, really agitated when she mentioned Malcolm X would be like, let's ask some questions about why the government's doing these things, right? They didn't want, because this figure that they've stolen, his own daughter has said, they've stolen my father's figure and made him into this leftist, revolutionary, which he wasn't. He was a conservative, traditional religious guy. He was very critical of liberal and leftist movements, and that's why the New York Times, when he was killed, said he was a brilliant guy, but he was an evil guy because he was criticizing the New York Times all the time. But that because the whole figure cut off from their history. This major figure who would tell them traditional ethical values out of the Black community, they don't want to know that part of him, so they've erased it. They've erased the history of it, so the next generation doesn't know.
And so Tom Connors here has revealed in saying that Song of the South was boring, essentially Tom Connors saying zippity don't da, zippity nay.
I'm giving you a thumbs down, Gene.
Well,
I don't give it a thumbs down. I actually would still recommend it. It's just, to me, it was like I was expecting this salacious, like, it's not anything what everybody would make you believe it is, right? Like,
right.
Does it kind of gloss over some things? Oh, yes. But at the same time, it tells these stories as genuine and as close as they could at that time period, regardless of what you may think of, what came out of that. The fact that they did that, I think, was a big deal. And yeah, we need to get some super chats because you guys got a lot of great points out there. Like Blazehart pointed out that even Walt tried to get an honorary Oscar for James Baskett, who played Uncle Remus, for instance. But they don't even bring that up. No, they just want to hide the movie.
And they don't bring up that Hattie McDaniel won the Oscar.
And she wasn't allowed to accept it.
First Black woman to win an Oscar, and she wasn't even allowed to sit with the white castmate because of segregation. The hotel at the Oscars wouldn't let her sit with Vivian Leigh, but she still got up and took that Oscar. We need to know that history of the courage she had in that world.
Yep. All of this wokeness is not genuinely concerned with improving anything. They really do not care. They are just pandering. They are just virtue signaling and using this as a pretense to undermine our cultural pillars, our myths, our stories, and so on, to demoralize us. As Yuri Bezmenov lectured about, I think back in the 80s or 90s, I think he was a Soviet defector who knew the playbook, knew they were playing the long game, and we may be seeing this long game act out now.
Yeah, and just remember that was in the early 1940s, right? Late 1930s when Gone with the Wind came out, and Clark Gable was the one who spoke up and said, if she's not allowed in, frankly, I don't give a damn. I'm not going to be there too.
Yeah. Well said. Kelvington is pointing out we've got a lot of folks that want to point out this stuff. So let's do it, shall we? Captain Spire with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Captain Spire. I really enjoyed that last one I read of yours, and this one is good too. He says, many old, better stories and movies are being guarded and kept by their creators. Rama, The Last Starfighter, Explorers, and others. I say good. Yes, so far, Back to the Future is being protected, and thank God for that.
Yeah.
We really do not want that to get remade and bashed. We don't want Mariette McFly, right? We don't want that.
Or they'll go back in time and deal with the social issues of the 1950s rather than dealing.
There's no way anybody wants to see.
Don't give them any ideas, Cameron. Don't give them any fucking ideas.
And we all know Melissa McCarthy.
They're writing that shit down right now. That's really great.
They're taking notes.
Fuck.
Oh my God.
Marty McFly has to organize the protest.
Zendaya is Martina McFly. She was never on time for class, and now she's out of time. And her doc, played by Melissa McCarthy, has to help her get home. Yeah, that's what we're
She'll be like, she'll play Doc neutral color. It'll be really, really obnoxious.
And jokes about why there's not enough wontons in her fucking soup. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, it'll be awful. And
it'll be that gentleman who played the fairy godmother. I think he's just gonna play the side character from now on as the fairy godmother and everything. It'll just be like Martina McFly and the fairy godmother.
It'll be Leslie Jones playing Doc or some shit. That's all we need.
Yeah, bibbity bobbity fu.
Oh, I know that thing is.
I'm not thrilled. Chris Topher with a $2 super chat is asking, I wonder how they will recreate the leak scene. I guess that would be in Flight of the Navigator or something.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't there.
I don't know, man.
There was a take a leak scene, right?
Yes. Because he makes him, he won't let him leave. And he's like, I got to leave. I got to go. He's like, go where? To the bathroom.
That's right.
So like the robot's watching him and he's like, thinks he's leaking. So, So they go underwater and he's like, I hope you don't leak. He's like, I do not leak. You leak.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, yeah, they
have to explain the whole joke, but like
that'll be problematic and will be cut, Christopher. Well said.
It will be.
Preston Bruno with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Preston says, yes, I agree. DVD. Why aren't they doing screenings of these older movies and then releasing sequels around them? They are not interested in that because the old movies compete with their constant new remakes. So I wouldn't be surprised if all the remakes wind up behind vault doors. I've always said this, and I keep saying it. When they want to remake Die Hard with Joan McClane, all they have to do, if we all abandon our DVDs and our physical media, and everything's on the cloud. Disney has bought, Fox, and they can go ahead. If Die Hard only lives on the cloud, clouds evaporate. Then they can go ahead and turn that off globally.
Absolutely.
Like a year or two before Joan McClane's remake, and then suddenly there's only one Die Hard with Joan McClane. It's always been Joan McClane. It's the ministry of truth in Orwell's 1984.
But they're doing already with ebooks,
Mr. Mix is really.
Okay.
What?
You asked to be reminded to bring up the chat. I texted you.
Okay.
Okay. And then Supergirl woke us up. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Cameron.
No, I was just saying they're already doing with ebooks, right? I mean, I have a few ebooks. I've got my Kindle or whatever, but I'm a bibliophile. I have thousands of books. I have 2 storage rooms full of books, right? And I prefer physical copies because already we're seeing that Amazon is deleting things from Kindle if it's politically insensitive or politically incorrect. So if you don't have the physical copy, you paid for it, and one day you're back on your Kindle record, you can't find it anymore. It's not there, right? And so they're already doing that with books. They're going to do it with movies. You got to have your physical copy.
Absolutely. Yep. And that's where I think I don't know, Doomcock, you're mighty generous thinking they'd actually keep around any of that stuff in a vault, because let's be real, if they want to keep something out of our hands, they will do everything they can to destroy it. I mean, there's already negatives that are missing just because of negligence. Imagine if they actually wanted to get rid of this shit.
Oh man, it's just dire. It's dire. And if anybody out there thinks this is alarmist or puts that past them, you are living in a dream world, folks.
Well, I think it speaks volumes when one of the first books that people noticed was ripped from Amazon was 1984.
Yeah. Which is a book that only grows in relevance as years go by.
The irony is just alarming. I mean, because they lost the license, so people are like, "Hey, my copy's gone." It's like, "Huh, fuck, sorry."
You guys ever seen the photo of the inside of the Universal film lot or the film vault? No.
What's the photo?
It's this massive. You can look it up. It's online, but it's this massive, gigantic. I want to say Costco-sized room of. It's like a giant refrigerator in the room.
The end of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Exactly, and it's just there's not only Universal films, but I mean everybody stores their negatives there.
Yeah,
it's all in one spot. Trust me. Not only could they do it, they could do it very easily. That building, just turn off the refrigerant, and you got a fire in the building. Yep. All those old movies gone.
Not only that, the Library of Congress or whatever is where the rest of them are at. So, oops, that's gone too. Shit.
It's a lot easier than you think, and it's actually quite scary. I was there in the 2008 fire, and they almost lost it there. They lost tons of negatives, tons of tapes.
Don't even get me started on the.
Oh, it was so bad.
Fire, man. They lost so many original tapes from artists going back up till now that people are starting to sue out the wazoo because of this, because they claimed it was like, oh, it was no big deal, we just lost some Christmas decorations, nothing important, nothing
Huge
big.
deal.
Big
Huge
fucking deal.
Yeah, I was there the day after the fire, and I have photos of it. It was immense.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't believe the vault didn't burn down. But
geez, so ironically, it may be pirates that are the keepers of our culture.
You're right.
Ultimately, I mean, as weird as that sounds, pirates that have ripped these things to their hard drives and their backups and everything. That may be the last best hope for it's like Fahrenheit 451.
There's a historical example, Nosferatu, which I think is amongst the greatest horror films ever made. That movie was lost because Bram Stoker's widow sued the filmmakers of Nosferatu, saying that essentially ripped off Dracula, which they had, without getting the rights from her. And she won in court, and the court ordered all copies of Nosferatu destroyed. And for decades, it was assumed destroyed. One person, decades later, and long after the Bram Stoker, his widow had passed away, found one copy of it in some storage somewhere, and now Nosferatu is back. And you watch it, you're like, this is one of the greatest movies ever made. Forget horror movie, and it's like silent film, and you're like, this was lost for 70, 80 years. Right?
Well, there's stuff that's been lost in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years even.
I know, but you're right, Cameron. Max Schreck's, Count Orloff? Orlok is incredible imagery. I mean, that is a genuinely terrifying, creepy.
Yeah, I mean, the movie haunts me. It's up there with The Exorcist. I watched it, and it was disturbed me so deeply. I was like, this is made in like 1925, and it's so profoundly disturbing and frightening. You're like, there's no sound here, and I can't stop watching this movie, and I'm scared of every scene.
It actually has a really great Blu-ray release, by the way. Kino Lorber, I think, did it.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, really great release.
Oh, I need to get that on Blu-ray.
Yeah, and a great companion to it is Shadow of the Vampire. If you've never seen that film,
yeah, I saw that. That's a good one. Willem Dafoe.
I love that. I'm sorry, I know it's not, you don't like it, Doomcock, but I love the tongue-in-cheek nature.
It was an interesting movie, and we've also lost London After Midnight.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies we've lost.
Which is that amazing image of Lon Chaney, with the sharp teeth and the bulging eyes and the top hat and the black cloak. I mean, that movie's gone.
I want
it's
to
gone.
see that so
somebody
bad.
has it somewhere.
I would hope.
I don't know, man.
That's our only.
I remember years ago seeing an advertisement for the Wichita Film Festival back in 1980, I think, and it had that. It said that they were screening a 16 millimeter copy of that movie at the Wichita Film Festival. So there was a 16 print of it somewhere. Who knows?
I don't believe it, man. I know that they tried to recreate it with stills and narration. But that wasn't it. It
was just a bunch of stills and they talked. It was like, wouldn't this be interesting if this movie was real? It really didn't. It didn't. Okay. I watched it. I was kind of disappointed, but I mean, it's all we really have. It doesn't really convey anything. It's just a bunch of stills. It's cool. I mean, you see Lon Chaney in the cool makeup, but my hope is somebody has that damn movie somewhere, and you better come forward and you better bring it to us. So
otherwise, I hope so. I hope so, man. I don't think so, though. But maybe. I mean, if there was a 16 millimeter printout, that guy's sitting on a fortune because he could, license it to DVD and make absolute killing. I would buy it in any format I could. Mad Cat 15 with a $5 super chat says, "Preach, brother." Thank you. I did actually earlier. I kind of lost my shit.
Welcome to the Church of Doomcock.
It happens. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Xenobit says, "I want a Mexican cut of Flight of the Navigator, where all the maps in the kids' head are maps to every Taco Bell in the country." I bet Taco Bell would like that too.
Taco Bell would, but I doubt the Mexican kid would.
I don't think he would. I don't think Mexican people eat at Taco Bell. It's not.
Mexican Iron Man, are you back? Can you tell us if that's true? Do Mexican people eat?
If he's not back, I can tell you for a fact that he would probably bitch about it.
He probably would. I guess he's out. He's out doing some stuff. That's okay.
Like, are you kidding?
He would go crazy. Matt Giles, an arch villain of mine for 8 months, a channel member. Thank you, Matt Giles, says, why do they have to gender or race swap every iconic movie? They deserve to flop. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I want them to flop. I want them to fail. I want them to pay for this affront. I genuinely do. I despise this shit. And it gets more and more obvious every single day. They do it constantly, knee-jerk, impulsively, obsessively. They're crazy. They're just
I will say one thing, to be fair. There are moments where it can work. When the new Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica as a woman worked perfectly, you know, and Katie Sackhoff, I worked with her on Bionic Woman. She's an incredible actress, absolute professional. And so there are moments where it can work. But again, they, you know, Ron Moore wanted to try a woman in that role, but they found someone who made it her role, right? And it wasn't about, you don't care that it's a woman that's taking over a role from the 70s that was a man, right? Because she made it hers. And what often happens in these swap situations is it's just this lazy virtue signaling. Even the actor feels a little embarrassed to be doing it. They don't make it theirs.
Yeah, that's true. And Ron Moore intelligently wanted to swap Starbuck because of the relationship between her and Apollo, and particularly between Zach Adama and her, where her failure gets him killed, essentially. Where she passes him because he wants to be so much a Viper pilot, and he just doesn't have the chops for it. And I just, so much drama and greatness went into that choice. It was an intelligent choice. It was not a knee-jerk, virtue signaling choice. There was no virtue signaling about it. In fact, he took a lot of heat for it, but he felt it was a valid, creative choice. And I always say, in my courtroom, genius is always an affirmative defense to prosecution. You know, you can do anything that you want. I mean, if Kurtzman Trek had violated canon and done everything, but it was brilliant, I would have had to give him a pass. He would have gotten an innocent judgment from me, and I'd be touting the show. I am not a rigid ideologue, but by God, quality matters. And that's really all that matters at the end of the day. And that's the shit that's lacking here.
I just want to add to it.
Go ahead.
I just want to add to it real quick. I was going to say, I'm not even against remakes or reboots as long as they're done well. I mean, and I don't even care about changing a character up as long as you give us a good reason. That's kind of what I was getting to earlier too. And you hit the nail on the head, Doomcock. It's all about the execution.
It is.
It has to serve the story.
Yep.
Exactly.
And that's why. I'm sorry, Gary, please go ahead.
Oh, it's the only thing that matters. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, no, and that's why, and I've said this before on Andre's channel, you know, and that's why I'm of the view that I'm very excited for the new Batgirl casting, right? Because you have Leslie from In the Heights, who's you know, she's Latina, but she's coming in, and I have an actor friend who knows the directors of that movie very well and was present when some of the decisions were made, and he told me directly, the guys were not thinking we need to bring a Latina in the role because we got to race swap. They were just thinking they had these, it came down to two incredible actresses, and they said, look, the performances she gave was exactly what we imagined when we wrote this character. And so that's a choice that's coming. A lot of people are like, I don't know, we're going to have a Latina, Batgirl. Give it. I think you would trust them because these two guys, Adil and Bilal, are brilliant filmmakers, and they really are tuned to the fans, as we saw in Bad Boys 3. They want to make stuff that the fans like, and if they chose her, it's not because they wanted to put a minority in the role. It's because she was the best person that they got in front of her. So
that's always a valid reason to do it. In fact, that's the only valid reason to do that. Let the best actor out there. And, I mean, that should be the goal, is to make certain that people are not excluded from the table or from great roles simply because they are the wrong color or something like that. But on the other hand, people should also not be excluded just because they happen to be white males and in traditional white male roles. I mean, make some new stuff. Make some great stuff. Look at The Expanse, for God's sakes. Yeah. That is perfectly cast. I love every single actor, every single character. That is a model of how to correctly do diversity, and it is pretty much flawless.
When it comes to Batgirl, the key there is to advertise it as Batgirl. Okay, you cast your Latina actress, fine. But don't make that's the whole thing. You keep patting yourself on the back about it. That's always a red flag and a bad sign that, oh God, there's a lackluster plot. There's not much to it, So it's like Batgirl is what you're selling. And I got to admit, I'm a little more intrigued because the rumor is they want to get J.K. Simmons to come back and be Commissioner Gordon. And I really love that idea.
Dad, right?
Right.
And that's a perfect example. They have a traditional white Anglo guy still playing that role, and they have a Latina playing his daughter. And I know that I think the other actress that had come up that had reached the top 2 was Zoe Deutsch, who's a wonderful actress, big fan of hers, right? And she did a superb performance. Actually got to the very top 2. The very fact that this white woman with red hair and this Latina woman got to the top 2 means these directors weren't thinking, I can only have a minority, right? They were just like, who giving us the best performances? Who had given us the best performance on the auditions? And that's how it came down to it. And so that's why I'm really actually excited about this casting, because those guys didn't come in from an ideological perspective. They just want craft.
That sounds good.
That sounds good, but what doesn't sound good is Mexicans don't eat at Taco Bell.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. That's for tourists. That's for tourists.
The only problem for them is that the road's been damaged. You got to go back to Battlestar Galactica to look at a good example of that sort of thing, of swapping a character or what have you. And it's through no fault of their own, so it's going to be hard on them. It's just, that's the way it is. It's not their fault, but so that's why I'm saying emphasize Batgirl.
Yes. Flamio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Flamio. Says, Lord Doomcock, you should try some independent video games. The storylines are much better. Oh, I'm well aware of that. Having played Witcher 3 and Red Dead Redemption, I can absolutely say those stories had more depth than most of the shit out there today. And Nicholas Horton with a what is it?
Nothing. Go ahead.
You sure? You okay?
Yeah. I was just gonna say you're completely right.
Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. God bless you, sir. Nicholas Horton with a 10-pound super chat says the new CGI animated He-Man show is He-Man in name only. They took out the swords and sorcery fantasy elements of the show and reimagined as an Overwatch sci-fi looking amalgamation. I wouldn't even put it like that. I think they just made it shit. I mean, you're right, Nicholas Horton, but it was so fucking awful. And I mean, I've never seen a network strike out twice with the same show. I mean,
how many times if you count She-Ra?
Well, I guess you're right. But I mean, my God, they came out with Masters of the Universe Revelations, and then they came up with this CGI one that's just as bad for different reasons. And it's just like, wow, 2 strikes.
I had a lot of people come to me and say, give it a chance, give it a chance, give it a chance. And I'm like, you know what? I saw the trailer. I saw a little clip of it. I've seen enough of it to know that even though it's not made for me, I'm not going to enjoy it because it's not Masters of the Universe. I mean, one of the biggest draws of MOTU was the fact that it was sci-fi meets sword and sorcery, right? Mm-hmm. And now you've taken one of the big elements out. What the fuck is the point? Now it's just Star Wars. I mean,
it's Disney's Star Wars, if anything.
Yeah, if anything, because really, let's be real. I'm one of the world's biggest MOTU fans. Don't get me wrong, but I'll be the first to admit all Masters of the Universe is Star Wars meets Conan. I'm not oblivious to that with a little bit of Shazam thrown in there. That's all it is. I get it. Just stick with that formula. That's all you need to do.
That's all they needed to do. Jake of all trades with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jake of all trades. Says the Rocketeer's jetpack was fueled by alcohol. Just saying. Right. Exactly like Doomcock. Doomcock is fueled by alcohol. If y'all didn't know that, it's true. Chelly Roberts has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Chelly Roberts. Really appreciate you joining and supporting the channel. Hail to Chelly Roberts, a new member, folks. And Captain Spire with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Captain Spire. He says soundtracks. Listening to James Horner, Hans Zimmer, Jerry Goldsmith, Danny Elfman, John Williams, and so much more. They gave a soul to movies. They certainly did. God bless. I mean, James Horner, Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, The Rocketeer, Hans Zimmer, I think his score to Crimson Tide and also to Inception are 2 modern classics. Jerry Goldsmith had more great scores than I could even mention in an entire live stream. Top among them, I think Chinatown, I think is one of the best scores I've ever heard in my life. Danny Elfman, of course, Batman, Nightmare Before Christmas, Ed Wood, Danny Elfman, John Williams, geez, same deal. I love movie soundtracks. Someday I'd like to have a live stream just talking about movie soundtracks, but unfortunately you can't then play samples from the movie soundtracks because then YouTube will ding you. So isn't that swell?
I have a whole channel dedicated to movie soundtracks, and it's not monetized for that reason.
Yeah, but they'd still get you.
I agree with you, except for on Zimmer. I mean,
oh, come on, man.
He makes nothing but noise anymore.
I can't do him. Yeah.
No, he's got a lot of bad ones, but Inception is a masterpiece.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, and yeah, Red October or Crimson
Hunt
Tide.
For it's Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide, yeah, it was pretty good too.
Was fantastic, and also I thought he was brilliant doing a True Romance.
I didn't
he opened
really
up that movie with a steel drum theme in the winter, harsh winter of Detroit, and it was kind of foreshadowing the ending of the movie when he winds up in Mexico. I thought that was
all right. I'll give you that. That's good.
It's ladder.
Well done.
Ladder.
And he did a decent job on this terrible Wonder Woman too, right? I can't imagine having to score that movie. Like, how do I make this work?
True. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, how do I do it, right?
The poor bastard.
Yeah, I mean, and as someone who loved the first Wonder Woman passionately, I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? All the music's
yeah. Now, according to Andre, the Dune soundtrack is not
one of the worst parts. Too.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh no, are you kidding? They blew
nothing but noise and
the music doesn't work.
Yeah, Zimmer's doing that one, or did it?
Oh
yeah, you can listen to it. I guess it's out there already.
All you just have to do a standard Middle Eastern strings thing, right? So that
just a bunch of
that would have been easy, but no.
I guess he didn't want to compete with Toto. I don't know.
I love the Toto score.
Toto's score.
I love that one.
Great.
Yeah.
With Brian Eno's desert theme and shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was cool.
Actually, Gary Ambrosia gave me the uncut complete score.
Wow.
Thank you for that, Gary. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I got a copy of that, but it's not a physical copy, unfortunately.
It is fantastic. Jack White with a $50 super chat of exceeding generosity. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your patience, too. It took us a while to get to it, but man, he says with this very generous super chat panel, I am of two mindsets when it comes to remakes. If it is a remake of something like Star Wars or Ghostbusters, then don't do it. But if it is a reboot of an adaptation of a book series that sucked and they do it better the second time, then go for it. I have to agree. That's one of these things, Jack, and I'll throw this open to the panel. Remakes are not always a bad thing. I mean, look at, again, Battlestar Galactica. I think that like I said, genius is an affirmative defense to prosecution in my courtroom. If you show me, even if I'm skeptical, and you do everything wrong on the book, and yet the result comes out brilliant, I have to love it. I have to give a nod to it. I have to give a pass to it. Any thoughts from anybody else before we move on with these super chats?
I agree with that. Yeah. If you can top it, hey, top it. If you can do it better, do it better.
And I mean, Hollywood has been built on that idea. I mean, we go back, and a lot of the films we love today are based on something else. They've never been an original idea. And even some of the more original ones, like King Kong, I mean, they've historically been remade more times than others. And I mean, I still love every version for different reasons. But, I always make that point, though. Nowadays, it's a little harder to make a remake, right? Like, you got to give us a good reason why you're doing it, like Scarface or The Fly and some of the other examples of The Thing that we brought up before, which is actually more of a readaptation, but still, point being, you got to give us a good reason. And now it's harder than ever because we grow up now in a generation where we have these movies at our disposal at any time, the video generation, the cable generation, right? When King Kong came out in 1976, there was pretty much a whole generation who had never seen, if not two generations, who had never seen the original Kong, right? Yeah. So it was only released in 33 was when the first one came out?
Right.
And then I think they did a revival of it in the 50s. But if you weren't alive then to see it, I don't know if it ever really showed on television all that much because movies didn't make it to TV very often back then until they became a bigger deal and stuff like that. So chances are, if you were a kid in 1976, you'd never seen King Kong. So, they had to make sure that King Kong was good. And there's things I love about the 1976 Kong, but does it replace the original? Oh, fuck no.
No, the original is a timeless, timeless
Exactly.
classic.
Right.
But there's great
and-
examples like Scarface and The Thing, and other ones that have kind of replaced the originals in a lot of ways.
And I
Right.
have to say, the Peter Jackson Kong is one of my favorite.
I love it.
Oh yeah.
Because the reason he remade that is because that's what the movie that made him want to become a filmmaker as a child. He was watching New Zealand, watching King Kong on TV, the original, and he was blown away by the stop action, and that's what. And so his heart is in it because he's trying to honor that, right? And then you can feel the love for that movie in that movie.
I didn't personally care much for it. It just, I don't know, it just didn't do it for me. I think sometimes filmmakers who are super passionate about a project can, I don't know, choke. They can just get overwhelmed or try to overdo it or something. I don't know. I mean, I certainly respect your opinion that you loved it. I just didn't really care for it. But it's funny that Steven Spielberg, when he did Raiders of the Lost Ark, I remember an article in Rolling Stone where he said, basically, I viewed Raiders of the Lost Ark as a movie to kind of blow the saliva out of my mouthpiece, so to speak. And he shot it in a hurry. He beat he brought it in ahead of schedule and under budget. And he just was kind of freewheeling it and just saying, well, we're going to do this thing. And, because I think hadn't he come off of 1942 and
41,
and that had been a big debacle, and he just
Yeah.
decided, let's do this, this little movie fast.
Well, sometimes happy accidents can happen.
Exactly.
But on the subject of remakes and reboots, is that the term and the concept has been so badly damaged.
Yes.
as of now, I've often thought that, if for nothing else, if you're a true passionate artist, you would take the challenge of going back and looking at something, maybe even a B movie type deal, and look at that and see if you've got what it takes to turn that piece of crap into gold.
Absolutely.
That would be the thing to do.
Little Shop of Horrors is a great example of that. Even though it went from movie to Broadway and then back to movie, it still shows the potential, right? Fly is another, we already brought it up too, but to dive into it, go like, okay, you have this really great, interesting concept. Let's explore it even deeper, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I love that idea of a remake or a reboot or whatever. And that's the thing. They've even tried. Reboot is not even really a word that was ever associated with movies and television shows until recently.
Yeah.
And it's because they're trying to hide the moniker of remake. Why? Because remake has always had a bad connotation to it. Right?
And deservedly so. Most of them suck. Most of them suck. But
in most cases they do. I'm not going to disagree.
They do, but there are exceptions. For example, the Maltese Falcon was with Humphrey Bogart was the second time they had filmed the Maltese Falcon. There was an original version. I forget what the name of the guy was that played Sam Spade in that one, but Humphrey Bogart, man, the second time that was.
Well, that was my point I was getting to earlier. It's like, Hollywood was built on that idea. They did Ben-Hur 2-3 times, whatever. Dracula, all these movies, because sound would come along, then color, and then widescreen,
right,
and then another reason to do it. And we've kind of gotten stagnant. That's the problem. Once you've hit that point in the late 70s, and the special effects and the technology, the sound and everything that we use to make movies has kind of reached its peak, you get to the computer age and there's nothing left nowhere to go from there, right? Like, we've seen the pinnacle of what CGI can bring us. We've seen Lord of the Rings 20 years ago. What do you got? They don't have anything anymore. You don't have anything, no reason to do it, right? There was no reason to make Ghostbusters now. There's zero fucking reason.
Most just profit, greed, and it's stupid and pointless.
Special effects have not gotten any better than what they were in 1984. Those special effects still hold up to this day. I'd fight anybody on that.
I agree, and I would point out that although they did remake the Ten Commandments, both times it was by Cecil B. DeMille.
Yeah. So
he was basically trying to top his own work. So I think that's perfectly valid.
And if you watch, and I have to say with the Ten Commandments, because that's the first movie I ever saw in my life. I was a little child, just come over from Pakistan. I was 4 years old, and I was just learning English from watching Magilla Gorilla cartoons, right? And it was April, I guess, in 1976. And you know, every April and Passover, Easter time, they play that on ABC. And so I watched it on TV as a child. I was blown away as Peter Jackson was with King Kong. I mean, my heart was racing watching that movie, this Red Sea splitting open, the pillar of fire. And I remember turning to my father and asking him, what is God? And he sat me in his lap and he said this profound thing. He said, think of God as the light of the universe. And Moses saw one ray. And that always stayed with me, right? So very meaningful.
Wow. That's a very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that,
your
I
dad.
was a simple guy, but that stayed with me. I was 4 years old. I remember sitting in his lap. He said to me, you know, God is the light of the universe, and Moses saw one ray, and that just hit me. And then when Ridley Scott does this remake, you know, Exodus of Gods and you know, Kings and Prophets or whatever it was, you know, Ridley Scott's a brilliant filmmaker, but the problem is he doesn't understand. He's sort of a modern, he's a Hollywood sort of, you know, British agnostic, right? He doesn't understand the heart of this, and so in the effort to try to make real and rationalize the events of the Exodus, you take away all of its magic. It's meant to be a magical story. I don't need no scientific explanations or reasons for why anything happens or coincidences. It's supposed to be magic because the story, as written in the Bible and the Quran, is magical. It's meant to be the violation of laws of science. That's what makes it wondrous.
Well, that's what makes it a miracle.
That's what makes it a miracle. And so this effort recently that we've seen of Hollywood remaking biblical stories and stuff like that and trying to make them down to earth and real, nobody wants that, man. I mean, the writers of these stories a couple thousand years ago knew nobody wanted that. They're supposed to be grand and mythic. That's what touches the heart. And, you know, it really offends me when they start messing with scriptural stories of any religion because they always lose the heart of it.
Absolutely.
Great point. Wow,
man. Yeah. This is really a great live stream. If I say so myself, it's not my doing. It's just so much great stuff.
Bro, it's like you get this crew together, you get different variations of our crew together, and magic happens. And we also have one hell of an amazing group of people that's in this chat stream with us.
They are, and I've got to get to their super chats. But man, this flow, this conversation, there's so much gold here that I feel like
super chats, but we have much more to go through, of course.
I feel like Scrooge McDuck, just surrounded by a
Scrooge,
wealth of observation and golden conversation. It's just astonishing.
There's a story that gets told all the time, right? Like, how many different versions of A Christmas Story and Scrooge do we have, for Pete's sakes? It's okay if you have a good reason. Like,
if you have a good reason and good people,
and say, hey, we're gonna make Patrick Stewart Scrooge. It's like, fuck yeah, bring it on. You know,
well,
like,
not Patrick Stewart anymore. I don't want to see him
now.
Yeah,
when they did that 20 years ago is my point. Even though you know, half a dozen other versions I already loved, it was like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're bringing something new or bringing a new version of that. But they didn't really fuck with those then. Nowadays, if they did it, now if we got A Christmas Story, it would have Zendaya. And you know,
yes, and you know, Victorian, you know, England, yeah, it'll be.
They gotta have passion. They gotta have, you know, respect for that property, and they gotta care about it. If those elements are there, then yes, they're capable of making it.
Absolutely. Flex Honcho.
Going to be the ghost of Christmas Future is going to be the Cinderella dude.
Yeah. Exactly.
I just think that guy's going to be cast as
that might be
gender fluid magical figure for the next several years. Which is pretty tragic.
That's right. With our, you know, trans culture now, they're going to have one actor for a Ghost of Christmas Past, Present, and Future. It's just going to be boom.
And people are bringing up a better example than I did with Scrooged, right? Like,
right.
Even a new angle on it.
Right.
Scrooged is good. Flex Honcho with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Flex Honcho says, Space Herpy, dormant form. Keep away from heat and moisture. Extremely dangerous when activated. Antibody. Oh boy. Unknown.
Yeah, that's from Ice Pirates. I know the Space Herpy thing is from Ice Pirates, but I don't remember what the hell they're called in Dune. Just those. I don't think they ever call the disease anything in the movie.
In Dune?
Yeah, does it have a disease name or whatever the disease?
I don't know. I just thought it was spice. I don't know.
No. The crap that's all over Baron's.
Yeah, in the
stuff.
David Lynch movie, he's got all those lesions
the
on
mouth
his face.
stains.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's. I think the disease is called Max Factor.
Yeah.
Basically, makeup.
Well, you don't want to catch the factor.
Or
You don't want to catch the factor. Kit Kat with an incredibly generous 50-pound super chat. Thank you so much, Kit Kat, who is always a great presence here in all of my live streams. And I want to thank you, Kit Kat, very much for that. And Kit Kat says, future generations will look back on our times as a historic turning point when the great shift began to independent production, independent marketing, and independent distribution of all pop culture, something which people will then see as the norm. God, I don't know, Kit. I hope you're right. I mean, that seems incredibly optimistic, Kit Kat. I would love that. The problem is, and I'll throw this out to Cameron, Tom, and the whole chat here, real fast. With independent production, how do you get the word out when there's so much product out there, so many people doing indie comics and indie movies and everything else? How do you rise above the kind of sea of deluge of product and penetrate into the marketplace? I mean, is there any way to do it, or is it just always going to be a certain amount of luck?
The short version?
Yeah.
The short version is you're looking at it. YouTube, that kind of a thing is going to be it. And your shit has to be good. It has to be good to rise above the rest, to get attention. Because the gatekeepers are not letting anybody in. We're way past a point where we're overdue for a new independent movement in Hollywood, and it's because they're stopping it from happening, as we were talking about earlier with Gary and stuff like that before Cameron came in and when Cameron came in and stuff. Yeah, so like that's the best short answer I can give is you're looking at it, things like YouTube, the internet, social media, anywhere you can get your friends to just kind of echo it out there and get the word out. That's the best way to do it, unfortunately, right now, because getting in the industry is not as easy as it used to be.
And it never was easy.
No.
So now it's damn near
you used to be able
impossible.
to just suck a dick or two, but now
there was one thing you could do that was very easy, and you're in it.
But George Carlin say, "Hey, if it gets me a ride across America, I'll take a shot in the mouth."
Oh boy, I don't know.
All I can say is this: that couch is very active now, more so than ever, because they got the spotlight off of it by saying "Me Too" and we're gonna stop this stuff. So all the spotlight's off of it now, and it's getting even worse.
Are you serious?
Believe it.
Oh yeah.
You know this
I knew that's exactly what it was.
Distract them.
Yeah.
I thought that shit was over.
Smoke and mirrors. It's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. Look, Hollywood has always been built on two elements. One is sexual harassment. One is prostitution. Right. Those are the two elements working together. Right. Those are the two elements that have been there in this system since the silent films, and they've only accelerated in the process since.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
It doesn't disappear. It just changes shape and form. It'll always be there.
Which is
God,
why
that's
it's
awful.
probably for the best that there's going to have to be a strong independent, outlet for entertainment and whatnot, because just let it die at this point as far as it comes to Hollywood. And the best hope for Hollywood in the end would be like it will just be the distributor of other people's product.
Well, but the issue is this, and I actually was listening in the chat when you guys were talking about the difficulties they're having with all the medical checks we're going through, which we were talking about, Gary, right? This is the step that I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back, right? We've always had, the economics of this town have never made sense, and we've talked about the unions. The unions have made it very difficult to do business for years, right? And I say that as a member of a union who has a lot of issues with my union right now. But actors in particular know the issues that SAG has, right? But now they've added this layer, and it's all, to be very frank, it's all performative virtue signaling. It's all there to keep the one crazy person out of a 500-person crew feeling safe, while the crews are very down to earth people. They know they're very practical people. They're not into bullshit, right? And they have to play along with this because there might be one idiot that's going to create a problem for them. And the economics of it are no longer sustainable because now we're seeing that insurers are not willing to pay for it anymore, right? And so the studios are suing, saying, "Hey, man, you got to give me that, $50 million I spent on these medical things that I assumed you were going to cover." And once insurers don't cover this anymore, and I think it's going to get even worse next year, then something you're going to watch overnight, the big C is going to vanish from Hollywood. Because once they can't get away with, once the money doesn't support them being able to virtue signal on this topic, it'll be over.
Yep. I totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how hard it is to get into Hollywood or not, but let me tell you this. Doug Nelson and I were looking forward to doing Shang-Chi 2, Revenge of the Rabbit Chickens. But Mexican Iron Man doesn't want to do
rabbit chicken, man. Is this a real thing in this movie?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's calling it rabbit chicken, but actually, Cameron, did you see Tom's video?
I saw the video of the Costco rabbit chicken, which was quite amazing, yes. But this really is a creature that's in this movie?
Yes.
Right. In fact, the creature is the core of the whole story because without it, they wouldn't have gotten to the magic land they had to get to save the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There he is. There's rabbit chicken.
It has no head, no mouth, no eyes.
It was just,
and they follow it.
No nose.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why I walked out of the movie is that when everybody needed to find the rabbit chicken that only Ben Kingsley could talk to, which he didn't talk to it because the thing doesn't have, I don't even know how this thing eats, let alone takes a dump. But when the mystical rabbit chicken that only Ben Kingsley could telepathically talk to then became the true hero of Shang-Chi, because they end up following the rabbit chicken, Cameron, to the mystical trees of the mystical forest to find the mystical portal to fight the mystical dragon in the mystical interdimension. I'm like, then why didn't we meet
dude? I'm like, why didn't we meet the dude with daddy issues? It's about this thing.
We should have met the rabbit chicken in the first 10 minutes because the rabbit chicken is the true hero of Shang-Chi. I'm like, and that's why I walked out. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to say this out without laughing. Why didn't I get to know the backstory of the great rabbit chicken in the first 15 minutes?
The thing of it is that the guy's father, who's the villain in the story, is that he needed to find his way back to this magic world because he thought he could rescue the spirit of his wife or whatever. And all he had to do was pick up the rabbit chicken. And he would have been there.
It's like Dorothy, she always had the shoes. Is that how this works?
Yeah.
But that was actually a good movie. It was a good movie.
All you had to do was click your heels together 3 times and say rabbit chicken McNuggets, rabbit chicken McNuggets, rabbit chicken McNuggets, and you would have been transported back to the magical land of.
I'm trying to make shit for 20 years. This is the shit that's getting made.
I am so glad I don't watch this garbage. I watch your show just so I get the review on it. I don't have to watch this fucking bullshit. Oh my God.
Yeah, Shang-Chi was a movie that I thought was sort of just okay because my expectations were so low. But it's the problem I have is that I thought about it. And that was a mistake.
Yeah, that is. That's a very bad idea.
The rabbit chicken is like, look, idiot, you had the rabbit chicken all along. All you needed to do was let it guide you through the forest and you would have gotten to the other world.
Dumb shits. Voracious Patriot has joined the channel membership at the Dominion level. Thank you, Voracious Patriot. I really appreciate all of my channel members. And God bless you for signing up, Voracious Patriot. Thank you. And Cardinal Sin with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cardinal Sin, says, Hail Doomcock. If they must bring old movies to the fore, remaster them in HD and surround sound and re-release them, for fuck's sake. No more remakes or reboots. I agree. Unless they are absolutely brilliant and somebody has a great passion for it, don't do it. Lone Wolf 79 with a $5 super chat and a very interesting one. Lone Wolf 79 says, Doomcock, have you read the book, The War Against Boys? This book explains all this crap.
I read it.
Did you?
Absolutely. I have it on my nightstand. I can go run downstairs and grab a copy, bring it up on screen. I read it several months ago when I read this book. I bought it right before I left San Jose, and I read it as I drove across the country at the hotels that I stayed at.
Is it good?
It is powerful. It is informative. It is statistically it basically discusses how there is a war against boys, and it has sources and sites. It's incredibly powerful read. And let me tell you this much: this recommitted me to be even a better father than I already try to be every day of every week.
Oh man, that's great. Yeah, if you wanted to show it on screen, that would be fantastic.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That's great. Thank you, Lone Wolf 79, for introducing me to that.
But Mike is right. I mean, I've heard of that book. I haven't read it, but I've heard of it, and I've heard those reactions from people who've read it. There is a war against boys. There's a war against men inside of Hollywood. Masculinity is seen as a threatening thing. And, I work with a lot of these writers, who are coming up with these stories. And let's be honest, they ain't masculine dudes, right? I mean, these are pansy, weak guys who are. I mean, Gary knows what I'm talking about, right? They like to watch railed by somebody else, right? And these are the guys. And so they're real threatened by masculinity, and the uber level above that, right? The actual people, like the Bob Iger level of the world, right? They are powerful dudes, and one could argue they're at least masculine enough to take power of a studio, right? These are people that are threatened by masculinity because they don't want nobody coming for their throne. So they've got to dumb down the culture and the civilization so boys in particular be weak, right? Because they need to keep their elite in power, and young, confident, masculine boys. Masculinity at its best, it's about courage, it's about confidence, it's about service to the community, it's about leadership, it's about breaking through barriers and taking risks and trying new things. All of that is a threat to the Hollywood power structure. All of it is. And so they're going to go out of their way to give you the stories so that your kids will watch this stuff and want to not be masculine. Not where your boys will not, and girls not be feminine. They want that because that will keep you all down.
It always comes back to power. You notice that?
Always. Because
it's like, you talk about what drives Hollywood, and you go, well, sex and greed. And power. Well, power's the one to look at. That's the threat. And power is always your enemy, because a lot of times it's hard to understand it because we don't have it. And someone gets it, it's like it's way worse than any drug you can imagine. It changes them and makes them monsters. They live in fear.
Else. Power will get
exactly
you
right.
Money doesn't necessarily give you power. I know lots of rich Middle Eastern scumbags who come to Hollywood, throw around money so they could get into a party with Tom Cruise, talking about making movies, never get to make their fucking movie, right? Like, they don't have the power. Gary, those fucking, I'm from the
I know every one of them.
Bags that show up at the parties, those guys, right? They don't actually have any power, but they got lots of money. So power is this foundational thing. Money and sex, will come to anybody who's got power.
But I think power is part of the big clue as to explain a lot of these bizarre decisions. It's like, because it's like you talk about Kathleen Kennedy or somebody like that. It's like, gosh, she produced terrible product. So what? She still has her power, and that's the game.
It's a sick game. All right, a few more super chats here. Lincoln Springer with a $5 super sticker of the Invisible Man. I can't see it, but it's there. Thank you, Lincoln Springer. Joe Smith with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Joe. Says, I bring word from the Emmys. The rank hypocrisy is sickening. Packed rooms of wokesters abiding by none of the rules us commoners are ordered to. They are emboldened. Men in evening gowns with exposed chests and heels now in. Wow.
Like I said, everyone wants to be the fairy godmother now, right? That's the archetype of Hollywood, the fairy godmother.
And we're the fucking pumpkin and mice. It just sucks. They're just so fucked.
On my Patreon today, I just posted a photo from the last time I was at the Emmys when my show Sleeper Cell was nominated for Best Miniseries, right? And in those days, it was just beautiful girls in beautiful gowns and, a party around celebrities. And one or two makes a stupid comment about, politics, but he was generally just there to have fun. I miss those days. I miss those days. I came to Hollywood to go to those cool kinds of things. Now the Emmys are a joke. I wouldn't go to those. Nominate me, I'll go again. But then I'll grumble about it on Doomcast.
But it sounds like you have to walk through a minefield every day just to operate in that world.
Yeah,
horrible.
And Mexican Iron Man is showing off. Let me go ahead and solo him here so he can be seen. The war against boys, how misguided policies are harming our young men. I gotta read that book.
Yeah, and it has like tables and stuff. It talks about there's a lot of data in here, and it's a pretty quick read. If you can see it's a pretty quick read. Now, there's another book written by Warren Farrell that I also read called The Boy Crisis. Why our boys are struggling and what we can do about it. This one is much more in depth. It has a greater breadth and depth to it. It's a little bit more academic in terms of its reading. So I read this one first, and then I was interested in the subject matter, and this one was second. But this is a fantastic book. I encourage especially guys, if any of you are divorced, both of these books actually talk about, some of the unique challenges when you're divorced. You don't necessarily have custody, or you've got shared custody, and they really talk about some of the things that are happening in our pop culture that are really absolutely destroying families, destroying men and boys specifically. They're both great books.
They are fighting a war against nature itself. They are trying to get boys to act like girls and girls to act like boys, and it's just an abomination. Eric Winberg, who has been a Dominion of mine for 11 months, a channel member. Thank you, Eric. Says, hail DVD panel and chat. Thank you. Hail to you, Eric Winberg. Lenrod with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lenrod. Says, a couple of bucks for the mighty overlord digging Gary Ambrosia's ear pencil. So your fashion statement, Gary, has got a fan in Lenrod.
Didn't even remember it was there, but thank you.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a good touch. And Eric Winberg gives a super sticker of Bushiba giving a thumbs up. Thank you so much, Eric Winberg, for that. I give you a thumbs up right back, buddy. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Cider. He says John Wayne Gacy has a country song.
Is there a joke there? What? I think I missed it.
Yeah, Dixon Cider says John Wayne
he's
Gacy.
enjoying the man's name.
Yes, Dixon Cider. DIXONCIDER.
Right, because that's what it means.
Yeah,
that's like the life of Brian, Naughtius Maximus, right?
Dickus.
Yeah. We Waterwick. Hail Dixon Cider.
My favorite.
You couldn't make the life of Brian today.
No, you
couldn't do Python today. You can't do it.
You cannot do it. But Dixon Cider, he can't even get past the humor of his name, but he's got another good joke. He says John Wayne Gacy has a country song called I Got Friends in Crawl Spaces.
Oh, God.
Well put.
That's kind of, in Hollywood, that's not always false.
Oh, dear.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Your Muslim uncle with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Your Muslim uncle says, hail to the panel. What is the difference between the new Blue Beetle and this new National Treasure show besides the age of the Shiro? I don't know.
All right, you talk about the new National Treasure show that's in development, right? So
yeah.
I have a little bit of insight because I know the showrunner, the creator of it, because I was actually up for a job on the show. And ultimately I didn't get it. They actually wanted to go with a Latina woman, and I'm sure she's a brilliant writer, but because I think it's a Latina woman that's in the real. But what she told me, which I'm revealing to you, is that this is good. And she actually said this to me. She said, this show is very much going to honor National Treasure. We want to make the fans of the original franchise happy. We will have cameos from the original actors. We don't want to go away from the mythology of it. So it's gonna be sort of good. So that's what she told me personally, and so that she's a showrunner, and so I'm very confident that people are going to be happy because she knows the fans have expectations and she wants to satisfy that.
Well, that's good. I hope. I mean, I like the intention. I hope that through all the filters and notes and everything that she will be able to honor that. Jack White with a $5 super chat, clarifying his earlier super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says Spielberg was the one who pointed out the Title IX complaint with KK in an interview he gave, or at least that's what I heard. So if you can actually find anything about that, Jack, send it to me. I would be very, very grateful. I know the world would be grateful, actually.
Well, I mean, I heard that part from Gary as well. I've said for the longest time that Ms. Kennedy has actual blackmail on these people. Right? You don't get to that level of power without blackmail on these people. They have blackmail on each other because they all get invited to the same eyes wide shut parties as you rise up, right?
Okay. Okay.
I'm not even exaggerating.
All right.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
You know,
wow.
You know, and
okay.
so
I love how Gary knows something's about to happen and he's stopping it from happening.
Okay.
The eyes wide shut party.
No, you're going to receive
I gotta
a visit.
go.
So yeah, so that's definitely a dynamic there. But I've said for some time, I don't believe she has that on Mr. Chapek because I think he was invited to different parties, not those, and so she doesn't have
Right.
him.
That's an
Right.
interesting
That's what
point
I've
of view.
Parts.
Yeah.
He doesn't come from the Hollywood side of things.
Right. I
Interesting.
heard that he comes from old money as opposed to Iger's kind of new money.
He seems to be based in math. Business math.
But no, you hit something there. You've actually hit something, Doomcock, because I was having this conversation earlier today. And again, I'm going to be careful what I say here. Let's just say that the things that I'm talking about, these kinds of parties and these hidden things, they are very much also prevalent in the music industry. So I have friends who are very connected deep in the music industry, and they've said someone that people know I'm a very big fan of, Taylor Swift, is one of the few that is not in that inner circle of that kind of behavior because her father was independently wealthy and essentially had bought out a small label and gave it to his daughter. And then she was talented enough to build with that, right? So the enlightened ones were not able to get their hooks on her because she already was wealthy and out of the system and became famous without their help. And so she's not part of that, but she's very aware of those hidden elements of the music industry. If you are actually financially independent, they don't have a way in, which is very frustrating for them.
I always knew I liked that Taylor Swift. Whatever.
Tyler Swift.
Whatever. I like her hair.
Is Justin Bieber part of this? Nah.
I'm just gonna let my silence speak for itself.
Oh,
He's
God.
Canadian. That's all we know.
Here's a few more. Lincoln Springer with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Lincoln Springer says Hollywood intentionally deconstructs and alters classic movies in order to destabilize American culture and to transform it into a new culture based on critical theory. I cannot argue with that, Lincoln. I cannot argue with that. I think that's pretty much spot on, sir. Excellent super chat. Thank you. Bun 299 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bun says there is a reason to do remakes. If there is a creative involved who loved the original and wants to tell their own version, but that's not what's happening in so many of these soulless cash-ins. So true, Bun. And that therein lies the problem. It is not done with skill or love or originality. It's just cranking out shit, just like they do at Secret Hideout and Bad Reboot. And Joe Smith with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Joe Smith. Says CBS all ass Kia car commercial during Emmys showed a Kia outrunning a holographic. Oh God. Yeah. CBS all ass Kia car commercial during Emmys showed a Kia outrunning a holographic USS Kurtzman Prize 1701. So pathetic and laughable this franchise has become. God.
Sad.
God, just
is that a joke or is that serious?
No, he's saying that's true.
Oh,
he's saying that was on the Emmys tonight.
Oh.
Can you believe that shit? I can't wait to see what the ratings are for the Emmys. I can't wait to see it. I bet it's going to be awful.
They will be too. They'll be trying to find it and they won't be able to find them. They'll be like, we can't find the ratings. What do you mean? Nobody watched it. We can't find any ratings.
There's actually negative ratings where people from the future came back in time to not watch it. Orknestra with a $5 super sticker of Pump and Pear saying keep it up. Thank you, Orknestra. We are trying. We're absolutely trying. Saul Shymek with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says tonight's film recommendation, Natural City. Pretty much a Korean Blade Runner film, different enough to make it interesting, made in 2003. I think I saw Natural City, actually. I think I've seen it once upon. I think I rented it way back in the day. Hail Saul Shymek. Natural City, folks. If you're looking for a Korean Blade Runner, Apparently, Natural City is it. And Mages Guild with a $6.66 super chat. Thank you, Mages Guild. Says, thank you for alerting me to Peacock TV. I would love to hear your thoughts of The Last Symbol as it continues. I enjoyed the premiere. I haven't actually seen The Last Symbol. Does anybody know what The Last Symbol is? No?
Nope.
No.
I guess nobody here watches Peacock TV.
I am muted. The Last Symbol is this new, I believe it's coming on Peacock. It is based on a Dan Brown book that I actually thought was a decent book. And it's a new miniseries, I guess. I don't know if it's going to be a continuing series based on that book where Langdon, the character that Tom Hanks plays, is on one of his mystery quests that's about Washington, D.C. and looks at the Freemasonic origins of Washington, D.C. and the architecture and stuff like that. And I thought it's a good book. I despised his book Inferno. I was deeply offended by his book Inferno. I really liked the Da Vinci Code. Inferno was profoundly offensive. It's one of the few books, as a bibliophile, I love books. So the few books I took, I read it and I threw it in the garbage. I literally went to the dumpster behind my house and I threw it in the garbage because it's profoundly offensive. Because what we're going through in the last couple of years, the whole book was a pro, let's just say, ending reproduction and using medical viruses to promote the end of reproduction.
Oh my God.
Idea. It was a horrific book with a very immoral message. And so, he's hit and miss, but he's definitely promoting all kinds of interesting ideas from that underworld of Hollywood. And so The Lost Symbols is very much from that underworld.
I have never been a fan of Dan Brown, but Kelvington, let's have some good news, shall we? Sunny Side Up, where we are going to go ahead now and go around and kind of do a square up here, offering up some things that we are grateful for this week. I'm going to start out right now and say that what I am grateful for this week is Tom Connors Jr. rabbit chicken video.
Oh God.
made me laugh more than anything this week, and actually made me single-handedly gave me the will to live again. Thank you, Tom Connors Jr.
You're welcome.
That was that is my sunny side up, man. That right there is it. So Tom, I ask you to reciprocate and say, did you have anything that made you happy this week?
Well, I'm happy for my friends, and you guys are always there for me when I need you, and that's always what counts, right? And I guess right now my mind is wandering too much. I'm trying to figure out which came first, the Harvey or the egg.
I love that. That was done by our producer Kelvington, who does all the bumper animation. He does a fantastic job. Thank you, Kelvington, for that.
Well, yes, and especially, and I do mean that though, because especially when you have stuff like Norm passing as young as he did, and stuff like, it makes you remember that life is short, and you could go at any time, and so can anybody you know or love. And then on top of that, Mike having his scare with his fur baby this week, is another reminder that you always gotta hold those you love close, and remind everybody that you care about that you do care about them. So.
Actually, I have to add an addendum, since Kelvington had two things that were sunny side for him. I also say, I heard about Bambino in my Friday Night Frolics live stream, and I DM'd you in the middle of the live stream, and we all took a moment of silent prayer for Bambino, and I got to tell you, I was really worried. I mean, it sounded bad, and you think about a little guy like that getting bit.
There he is.
Oh, looky there!
Bambino.
Bambino's a good boy.
He's like, "Why are you doing this to me, Dad?"
Yeah, I know. Dad, you're embarrassing.
He's doing
Dad ever.
He's doing great now, and I want to thank everybody. Doomcock, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody in Xana Doom, everybody on this panel, everybody in the chat stream from all the shows, the Wednesday show, the Friday show, and this show. I got an outpouring. I panicked. I went to the movies. I saw the Clint Eastwood thing. I came home. He started acting weird, and then he was just lethargic, glassy eyes. He wasn't moving. barely breathing. And then I was listening to the show, and I was about to send you a super chat. I looked over at him, and he just looked awful. And then I said, "Let's go outside." He always loves to go outside, and he did it. And then turns out we found out the next morning because he killed one. I guess he got in a fight with a copper snake.
Oh my God!
And but we got him to the ER. He stayed for 2 days in the ER. And now he's at home just resting, and he's on antibiotics. But he's going to be okay. And thank you, thanks everyone, and I love you all. And he's going to be okay. But I was scared.
He killed one?
What?
Did you say he killed one?
Well, there was a dead one. I think it bit him, and he bit it.
Badass. Look at that.
Here's what I think happened. I think it bit. This is what the doctor said he thinks happened. It bit him, and he bit it because there was a dead one right outside the sliding glass door in the backyard.
You got him good.
Yeah, so I think it bit him, and he got pissed off, and he went after it. And I don't know if it bit him once or twice, but they took great care of him at the emergency hospital. But they, when they said they wanted him for a day, I mean, he was in bad shape. Think about it. ER for 2 days, and he's a dog. So, but he came back okay. He's just real tired, I think.
Bambino the Snake Slayer.
He had
a title.
So I know the copperhead. The copperhead didn't kill itself. So I think it bit him, and he went right back after it.
It was a suicide copperhead. It was a suicide. No, I think it's basically a case of he fought the snake and the dog won.
Yeah.
He fought the snake and the dog won.
That's going on the soundtrack.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. So Mexican Iron Man, do we even have to ask what your
that was it, man. Are you kidding?
Was it. That is
I'm thankful. I'm thankful for that Bambino's alive. I'm thankful for you, Doomcock. I'm thankful for my panelists who are all my best friends. I'm thankful for this chat stream. I'm thankful for everybody from all the other shows, and Xanadu is always there. We're a family, and we're to me, we're an online virtual intellectual university of fandom, but below that, the foundation is love and a family that supports each other. And thank you all.
Amen. Well said. Kelvington, I know you've got some sunny side up items.
I always do. There was one thing I was very happy to get. I finally got an open frame version of Jurassic Park. And what that is, it's the actual 35 millimeter version, which they shot and then they created the film from. And I'll show you, this is what a Blu-ray shot looked like when it was put into theaters. And you'll notice there's just one guardrail there and the goat is kind of centered. But in the open frame version, it's the 35 millimeter 133:1 version. And you can see much more of the film. It's much larger shots, and all the shots are like that throughout the entire movie. There's the Blu-ray version, and then here is the open frame version. So you can see how they cropped it all in. And there's even throughout the movie, you can see the boom mic hangs down and stuff because they're going to crop this down to hit, Jeff Goldblum right there. So I thought that was kind of fascinating. I've been looking for it for a long time, and it exists, and I was able to get my hands on it. The other thing I was thankful for, isn't that cool though?
Man, I didn't even know that existed.
I had known about it for a few years, but I couldn't, unless I was going to get a 35 millimeter movie projector, I wasn't going to be able to watch it. And then finally I found that they released it. And I was like, oh yes, I will be having this.
They released
that was cool. Yeah.
I don't think
it's out there.
Legitly released unless you go back to the old video. But yeah, they used to. It's the open mat 35. Since it's a square frame, they would just crop it off.
Son of a bitch!
If they were filming it with a spherical lens or whatever,
and it doesn't look like it's color corrected either.
That's because it's probably from a 35 millimeter print from back in '94.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it comes from.
Yeah. The other thing one for Lost World, let me know, man, because Lost World for some reason is the only of the early JP movies that when they transferred them in 4K, it's from the 2K interpositive for some reason.
Oh, jeez.
Huh.
I'd appreciate it.
That's interesting. I will take a look. The other thing I was thankful for this week, we got some shots of the Cleopatra asteroid this week. This asteroid has 2 moons orbiting it, and it just happens to look a lot like a dog bone for all the craziness. This is some of the shots. And the observations were made this last week, and it could shed light on how the asteroid was actually formed and how the 2 moons around it are formed. The closest it's going to get to Earth is about 124 million miles, which is 1.3 AUs for you Star Trek fans. And the group focused a lot on the shape, trying to figure out how can it be a dog bone shaped thing. It's so unique, and it's one of the most unique objects in our solar system, period. Now, I will say, however, in my world, there's only one item that is allowed to be in space and be dog bone shaped. And that's this. The Satellite of Love is the only thing you can put up that is dog bone shaped and is in our universe. It is the only thing that I will allow. So those were the two things that made me happy this week. But yeah, that was it.
That is bizarre. That is a bizarre thing. I wonder if it's like a Muamua. If
it's not natural, Doomcock. I don't think it's natural. I think it's the topic that we're going to be talking about on some of our Wednesdays. I think that it is a constructed object, whatever that is.
It is awful suspicious, Cameron. I mean, that's the first I've ever seen of it, Kellington, and I'm really glad you brought it to us. But man, that's weird.
Maybe it is the Satellite of Love.
Have we got movie sign?
Maybe it's here to not just infiltrate, but it's here to maybe it's a space peen.
I was just
get
gonna
it.
Say
It wants to start a penal colony.
Here we go.
Cylindrical.
Oh my God. Let's see. Douglas, did anything make you happy this week?
Yes, and I'm gonna sing the praises of my fellow panelist here, Cameron Pasha, because I can't recommend enough his Patreon.
Wow.
And just today, I read his take on his one of his first, I guess, lessons on screenwriting and whatnot. And even though I don't really plan to write a screenplay, but still, just a fascinating tour of the details and whatnot of breaking it down. And of course, the classic 3 acts and whatnot. But he goes into very good detail how story works. And as he was going through it, I started thinking about, Star Wars would be a good example of it. And then he goes right into Star Wars. And it's perfect because, it's been said 100 times, about Star Wars is owes a lot of things to, Greek tragedies and all that sort of thing. But it's just, it's a great Patreon account to follow and look into. He's always got some great stuff there and a lot of stuff to learn. And of course, juicy stories about this sinister cabal known as the Club. So I'm looking forward to more tales of those characters.
The content that Cameron puts up on that Patreon, you're not going to get it anywhere else, anyways. So
right, yeah.
So you really aren't. It's another dimension. It's more breadth and more depth. And there's no way that the stuff that we get there that he could possibly share anywhere else, anyways. And so
I get sued if I put it out publicly.
I mean, frankly, I got to tell you, Cameron, I haven't told you this thing yet, but you not only are you the most active, but for the money I pay for the membership compared to what I get, it is the greatest value I have, and I have 11 Patreon memberships right now. So thank you.
Outstanding.
I mean, I did not expect that. Doug, I knew you were subscribing. It's so meaningful for me to hear that on a live channel. So I didn't expect that. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I mean, it means a lot to me for both of you to say that.
It's my pleasure. It's well worth the money I certainly recommend it, and I've enjoyed it, and I look forward to more.
Absolutely.
Although I have to say, there's one thing Doomcock has on you that you don't do, Cameron, and I have to say that he is still my favorite because he is Doomcock, right? He's my favorite Patreon. But I didn't get a signed picture of you, and I didn't get a membership card, and I should be your Ministry of Rabbit Chicken Defense or something.
You and I will talk because I'm a Luddite. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I mean, I know how to type into
I've got a picture of Doomcock downstairs on my wall. Okay, so I'm a little
listen. People need to jump now while the iron's hot on the rabbit chicken market because that's going to be it. And of course, I'm still going to send Mike your rabbit chicken action figure for Christmas. Yeah. That's
my God, that's disgusting. I know you want to know how
would you want that in your house?
Oh,
give you nightmares?
Oh my God, that would be awesome. But I'm going to be moving soon. I don't know what that.
Oh well,
absolutely.
Make sure to stay in contact.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, the live stream has been interrupted and it's over.
No.
But yes, at the Legionnaire level, you get an autographed picture of Doomcock with a personal message on the back. You get a certificate, what ministry you want to run, and it certifies you as a supervillain in your own right, and you get a metallic kind of membership card. So it's kind of a
mine
cool
are all
thing.
mounted. They're in my bedroom. They're on a wall.
I am honored. I am honored. Keep it away from the rabbit chicken, though. That's,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That would be disgusting. Gary, anything make you happy this week?
Well, yeah, last year when we were all shut up in our homes, Doom and Steve Vossung, who might be in the chat room, and I, we decided to get together and make a few things for this channel. And I just want to say, I was kind of going through all that stuff today, and I was very thankful for having that. And I know that Steve was too, but that was really quite a special memory for me. And I know that what I'm talking about right now, you guys don't know about, which hopefully you will soon. But I'm very thankful for that project. And I'm actually pretty thankful for being invited on this live stream tonight. I really had a great time.
Man, I'm grateful to have you, and I'm grateful for all of your engineering marvels that you've been helping me with Section X Studios. And I can tell you guys, look, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet.
I've seen it all, and it's awesome.
I've got a spider robot. I've got sections of the base you've never glimpsed. I've got reactor rooms, and I've got my own sentient AI that is going to be making an appearance soon. There have been some practical reasons that I haven't, as of yet, revealed this stuff, but it is coming. Certainly, like in the next 6 months or so, you're going to start seeing this amazing stuff that Gary Ambrosia has been helping me with, and it's going to be amazing. Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome. Thank you,
dude. It's remarkable stuff. When you see it, it's gonna.
You guys are gonna love it. All you guys are gonna love it.
You're gonna love it. Is that Cameron? What are you happy about? Did we talk to you yet?
No, I don't think we did. I was talking on the side of something's wonderful, but I actually wanted to say the two things that I'm happy about is one. The one thing that I'm very happy about is that I actually was able to join today's live stream. I was just watching for about an hour on the side, and then Mike noticed, hey, Cameron's in the chat, and brought me in. And it's always meaningful when I can come onto this channel because Doomcock, you've got one of the best channels out there. You got some of the best viewers and loyal audience members, and whenever I've come on here, I've gotten really powerful feedback. And today I got to meet Gary, who's somebody I had not met before, and I just feel like I made new friends on this particular live stream, so I'm very thankful for that. And the second thing I'm thankful for is the fact that this Patreon that I launched it about 3 weeks ago, and we already have over 60 subscribers, and it's jumping forward by leaps and bounds. It's allowing me to connect with people and share these stories that I can't always talk about on camera, because sometimes I have to give real incidences and names and stories of things that I've seen in Hollywood. But also today I put out something from the heart, my own screenwriting method, which is what I've been doing for 20 years. And I know a lot of people subscribing are fellow writers, and they want to learn some of this stuff. So those are two things I'm very thankful for. And I couldn't believe that they were brought up here by my friends on the panel. So it's incredibly meaningful to me. So thank you so much.
I am absolutely wanting to find a way in there without doxing myself. I think what I'll do is charge up a credit card with a whole bunch of money and use that, under an assumed name. But
your support is always great, but I think you're undoxable. You're like Charlie from Charlie's Angels. You'll always be this voice in the box. I think the universe would end if you were doxed. Like it would all lose all of its mystery.
My name is Charlie. I would like that. But I tell you, man, it's a delight that you're here, and a delight that Gary and all of you guys. This has been a really magical panel, and I've my God, I've been in such a bad mood today. Just awful mood. For the last 24 hours, I've been very, very unhappy about some stuff. And today, this live stream, it's made me just feel happy again. And I can't even I can't even tell you. I mean, seriously, it was it's just been suck, and I'm just so glad that you guys are here. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. This has been a great time.
We love you too, man.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
It's just been great. I hope everyone in the chat is having fun. There is still some of these super chats here. I'm going to get real quick, but
I don't know if Mike got to really go officially.
Yeah, I did. I talked about Bambino.
Oh yeah, so you bounced off of me, but I didn't know if that was your.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I did go. I just thanked everybody for being my friend, or just thankful.
Yeah, you did, Tom.
Like that. I will say this though, I did see, and Michael backed me up on this. I did see Cry Macho, great fucking movie. Okay. Not life changing or anything, but it's just a great classic Clint Eastwood movie, and it's a movie you can watch with your parents, and you'd enjoy it, and it's a good film. So check it out. There you go. That made me happy. It was a good movie.
All right, now that at last something that made Tom happy, that makes me happy. I love Clint Eastwood. I think actually the two greatest Westerns ever made are both Clint Eastwood movies, in my opinion. I think Unforgiven. Yeah, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Those two movies are so great that they're kind of tied in my mind. It's hard to pick, although I think Unforgiven is one of the best written.
That guy says.
Unforgiven has so many layers. It's such a deep human movie. I mean, that moment where that young gunslinger finally just kills that guy while he's in the toilet, and then he actually has to face the fact he killed somebody, right? And then he's crying, and well, he had it coming, and Clint's character says to him, "We all have it coming," right? And it's really profound, right? And there's so much depth to that movie; it stays with you.
That is a fantastic movie. One of my favorite parts is when I think they're hiding behind some sand dunes or something, and they're shooting at each other. And one of these guys is shot, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's really bad." And he says, "I'm real thirsty." And Eastwood says, "Will you give him a drink of water? God damn it!" And then the other guys are like,
"For Christ's sake!"
Yeah, he's like, "Will you give him a drink of water for Christ's sake?" That was just, you don't see that kind of shit in movies.
Oh, I love that movie.
That's a great moment.
He's a man who's lived a life. Unlike a lot of the clowns we have in Hollywood. He's one of these old school guys, right? And he's lived a life, and he's had a journey, and he's learned something about what life is about. And and he was portrayed as sort of Dirty Harry, as this thing. And he's been thinking about what it means to be human and what it means to live and to get retribution all of his life, right? I mean, he's just thinking about these issues. So that's his soul pouring into that movie. You realize this guy's profound.
Oh yeah. He's lived a real life. He's been a war veteran. He's had real jobs, unlike some of these candy asses and all the movies you have now. I mean, he's a real guy who lived an entire life before he showed up in movies. Yeah. And they weren't the most exotic movies when he first started out. I mean, he did some rough movies out in Spain, out in the middle of the desert. And they ended up being classics, but they must have been hell to make,
Oh man, I know, but they're amazing. I love the very last scene where, Gene Hackman is little Bill is lying on the ground, shot. And he says, "I didn't deserve this. I was building a house," and he says, "Deserves got nothing to do with it." He says, "I'll see you in hell, William Money," and he says, "Yeah, man."
That was so powerfully well shot with all of it. Especially putting him in silhouette to where he's almost like the supernatural, angel of death coming in.
I just also love how the character when he's brought in is almost like he is that character from back in the day, that man with no name, right? Like, okay, this is what happened. He got a family, he settled down, and now this past is coming back to haunt him. Yeah. And again, I always bring that up with The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi could have been a great movie. All they had to do was follow Unforgiven.
Yeah, right? Absolutely right.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
And I talk about this, Tom, in the article I just put it on Patreon today. I talk about story structure and why the original Star Wars is perfect story structure. And then I just mentioned how The Last Jedi doesn't work because it doesn't follow any of those rules. And as a result, it can't work because it's not a story that the human soul can recognize as a story.
Right.
Right.
But I got to tell you, Unforgiven is like every movie's best part. Like every scene in it is a scene that in another movie would be, oh, do you remember that part? But they're all strung together. I mean, as spectacular as those other scenes are, the scene in the jailhouse where the writer is, where he's going, unhand that woman, said the duck. What?
Yeah.
Duke of Death. Duck Guy says.
I love that part.
And then
the broadside of a barn.
And he says, "No, you got to do is pull the trigger, mister." And the writer can't do it. He says, "See, it's not that easy." He said, "What if we give it to him?" And he says, "Give it to him." Oh man! Oh
Gene
man!
Hackman is so awesome.
Oh,
yeah. Speaking of awesome, you know what else is awesome? Super chats.
Super chats. Let's read some. Oh man, see, Kelvington knows to look out for me because if you get me started talking about Unforgiven or
we'll be here all night till
the
next
good,
week.
the bad, or the ugly. Oh my God, the good, the bad, and the ugly is. Oh, am I alone? Does everybody love?
No,
I love it. It's not one of my. It's in my top probably 10 of his.
Oh my God!
Unforgiven is probably my favorite all-time Clint Eastwood movie. Like,
I have to say, although, but I look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, and just the way it's styled, and the music, and the unforgettable moments. Angel Eyes, that opening where Angel Eyes comes to that little farm, and that piece of music that they play, Quentin Tarantino took that music and used it in Kill Bill Part 2 in the opening.
Yeah.
That dun, 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 dun,
brilliant score.
I mean, geez, man. All right, shit. I was getting too excited.
I know. We all love Clint films, man.
I got to pull back because let's read some of these super chats before I just start. I mean, there's not. You see, that's the thing about great film. That's what they're trying to kill. Is that the great films lift your soul. They remind you of the glory of life, for God's sakes. I mentioned Unforgiven. I talk about those few scenes. Everyone's face lights up.
Yeah.
Everyone's face here that is on camera lights up, and they get so excited.
And that's the thing is, like, Cry Macho is, and I mean, I've seen a few people in the chat say, "Oh, it's not that great." Well, it's definitely not one of Clint's best, even probably 20 films. But you know what? It's 10 times better than a lot of the crap we've gotten lately. And I know that's not a really high bar, but it is a decent film. It's well made. It's well written. It's got well-rounded characters. It's not overly woke. And I know that shouldn't be a reason why we praise a film, but it helps. And Mike, I mean, you saw it too. I mean, it's a beautiful movie. I'm
going to put it is a great, beautiful movie. It's not a rack'em sock'em. It's not a lot of violence. It's not a lot of gunslinging. It's just a great movie. And Clint Eastwood did more. If we're going to talk about Hispanic Heritage Month, whatever, I'm just going to say this. He did more to honor my people's culture in an hour and 45 minutes than all these woke ass idiots have done with all of their crappity crap. Literally.
Yeah.
Total respect.
Yeah. He's great. With respect, we accept. Without respect, we reject. That's just the way it is.
Great respect. We should probably get back to super chats. Even though I tried getting us there, I derailed it again.
Okay, here we go. Innovator SH with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Innovator SH. Says what's really cringe is Lady Murderer that looks like she's about to be nanoprobed by the Borg Queen in Picard. Agnes, or who is a pointless character. Oh yeah. Oh my God. The Picard thing is just fucking horrible. I mean, I've ragged on that before. I'll rag on it again, but yeah, Innovator SH, it is absolutely unbearable. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says the direction Hollywoke is going, I'd be worried about an Alita Battle Angel sequel. Well, hopefully Rodriguez and Cameron wouldn't go that route. I mean, thankfully we have the manga, and they were doing a pretty good adaptation of the manga, and I would hope that they would stick with that. Although I don't know if
I loved Alita, and the fact that the town and the woke element of the town came after it, I'm sure it pissed off Rodriguez, and I was just like, because that was a labor of love for those guys, right? And so if I've always wanted a sequel because I loved Alita, and I didn't think I was going to like it coming in, and I walked away blown away. And so I do hope a sequel comes out, and I have no doubt it will be good because now they have something to prove to this stupid town, right? Because this town disrespected that movie for no reason except weirdo political agendas, that it wasn't woke. It was just a good story. So I'm sure they'll come back and say, well, screw you. Here's more of that.
Well, I hope they will make a sequel, but I don't know. I haven't heard. I still haven't heard anything about it. I hope they will. I have optimism about it. I'll put it that way. Cardinal Sin with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Cardinal Sin says, Mexican Iron Man. Tokenism is the worst form of racism. Agreed. Well said, Mexican Iron Man. And I agree.
Yeah, and I think Mike has stepped away for a moment. So, okay. But I look, as the other brown guy on here, I will say it is something that I fought my entire career. There's stories that I've wanted to tell that are from my culture. I'm a Muslim. There's stories from Middle Eastern culture. I've written a bunch of those scripts, right? And those are good stories. What I can't stand is when any minority is put in there just so some stupid woke, producer or exec can feel proud that they put that face in there, because inevitably I've seen that actor disrespected, that character disrespected, and made to the shoeshine boy for the powerful characters in the story. It is disrespectful to the stories that person brings to the table, and it's disrespectful to them.
Amen. Nate D with a $3 super chat. Thank you. Nate D says, I have no rabbit chicken and I must scream. I believe that was the first draft of Harlan Ellison's masterpiece, but they stood in the way. They said, what the hell's a rabbit chicken? And he changed it. Tygia 527 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tygia. Says, could Mike and Tom talk about the Masters of the Universe board game? I don't know anything about a Masters of the Universe board game. I never had one. Any comment, Tom, about Masters of the Universe board game?
They're both be right back.
Okay, we'll try and come back to that. Thank you, Tygia 527. The Tyos with a $10 super chat. Thank you. The Tyos says, I believe Disney wants to die. How else would they keep old Kathy around? So basically, Kathleen Kennedy is the Dr. Kevorkian of franchises. Is that?
and so let me address that, because I don't think Disney wants to die. I do think she's had leverage over powerful people there. But I've said this before. I said this to you, Doomcock, when you were rightfully upset when the word was coming that she might be extended for another year or so. I do believe her tenure is essentially done, and she's just a figurehead now. She's out of Star Wars. We've gotten our victory. It's just for us, we just want to have her paraded out and shamed for what she did to our beautiful franchise. But that's never going to happen, right? Even just purely because it would be considered disgraceful. Even the people that hate her inside the company wouldn't do that, because they wouldn't want that done to them, because they're all a bunch of idiots too, and their day will come someday, right? And so that's not going to happen. But I think we should understand that I think Miss Kennedy's time is over. And I think there was some comment earlier. People were saying I think you were saying, Doomcock, how is it that there's getting all this negative stuff, about, Ms. Lucas came out and said her comments. And so about Miss Kennedy, it's because her time is over. Her time is over. That's why we were beginning to get the information that was suppressed for so many years about people's dissatisfaction within the system. But that's going to be the extent of it. There's just going to be some grumbling. There's going to be some embarrassing stories in the press, and she's going to stay out of the press until she'll get some accolades for Indiana Jones, if the movie ever really gets made. I'm not so sure it will. And then she'll just move on to the sunset. But I think we have to accept we've actually won. And I think killing the snake further is unnecessary. And I think we have to let that go.
Fair enough, but it still is very mysterious and disheartening. But it was wonderful hearing Marcia Lucas's comments. I was very pleased by that. Ree Lavi with a $5 super chat. Hail, or is it Ray? R-E-A, Ray Lavi. Thank you, Ray, for that. He says, I haven't watched a single minute of Kurtzman Trek, or as I like to call it, Star Trek, The Next Degeneration. I'd like to retain my soul. I'm so envious of you, Ray Lavi. I'm so envious of you. I wish I had never seen a single frame of Star Trek Discovery. Of course, if I hadn't, then I would not have gotten so outraged that I would have started this channel. So I guess it's, Well,
I have a question, though. I haven't watched any of this new Star Trek at all, but I understand on Picard, Seven of Nine, who I loved as a character, she's into chicks, which I'm good with. I'm good with that. All right. But do we get to see any hot, lesbian stuff or no?
No, you don't see any.
No.
What's the point of that?
Her lesbian love interest is Raffi, who's a broken down alcoholic junkie, who is living in a trailer down by Vasquez Rocks.
Van by the river, right?
Cameron, I am absolutely 100% serious that they
and
put
she
her.
blames Picard for it too.
Yes, they put her living in a trailer by Vasquez Rocks. Why would that be? To degrade Vasquez Rocks, because so much of the original Star Trek series on exteriors in the Deadly Year, it was in Arena, it was in the Alternative Factor, it was in the one, the one pattern. No, it was the one with the Capellans that with Julie Newmar was in it. They shot that at the Vasquez Rocks. So much of it was shot on the original series, and so they had to basically degrade it by including it like that.
And we get no hot 7 of 9 lesbian scenes.
None. No, in fact, the whole lesbian business is like in the last 2 seconds of the season. They just show them holding hands and didn't even mention it. There's no story or nothing. There's no romance between them. It was just, look, we've got lesbians.
What a fucking tease.
That's it. And it's just bullshit. Awful. It's just awful. Okay, I'll get back to this. Sorry. When you have so much fun, it's just difficult to focus. Rad Roadbot with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Rad Robot says, hail all. Have you ever read or listened to The Adventures of Tom Stranger, Interdimensional Insurance Agent? It's a shining beacon in this dark sea of wokeness, narrated by Adam Baldwin from Firefly. No, I've never heard of The Adventures of Tom Stranger, Interdimensional Insurance Agent. Have any of you guys?
No, it sounds like a Douglas Adams type.
Yeah, it does.
Vehicle, so gonna have to check it out.
I will check it out, Rad Roadbot. Thank you, sir. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Xenobit says, Mexican Iron Man, you don't like rabbit chicken, but do you like Super Turbo Atomic Ninja Rabbit? I guess he's Mexican Iron Man has stepped away.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
I'll answer for him, sure.
I guess I will say, no, I don't like it.
Okay, then we got both sides.
We just covered all the bases. We covered all the bases. Thank you, Xenobit. I'm sorry about that. NG1TEAV with a $4 super sticker of a pear given a toast. I'll drink to that. Hail NG1TEAV and thank you very much for that. John Platt with a £5 super chat. Thank you, John, says, hail Doomcock. It's great to see Marcia Lucas speaking out against KK and Disney's ruination of Star Wars and Knights of the Old Republic. Without respect, we reject. Amen, John Platt. Amen. Thank you, sir, for being here tonight, and hail to Marcia Lucas. And I'm glad that you enjoyed that little bit of news. I'm glad I was able to bring that to you. Infinite Main with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Infinite Main, says, I was naive, thinking The Last Jedi was setting up some incredible finale to the franchise. Forgot JJ also produced the series Lost. Well, there you go. There is no human being alive that hates Lost more than I do. And I can say that confidently because any human being that hated Lost more had their head explode long ago. I'm the living human that hates Lost more than anyone. I will absolutely take that to the bank. Thaddeus Maximus with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Thaddeus, says, hail DVD, hail panel. Been loving these live streams. I predict Phoebe will be the Furiosa to Harrison Ford's Mad Max, aka the lead in Indiana Jones' own movie. Likely it was going to be even worse before. Yeah, I don't know if they're backtracking and if they're furiously revising, if they're going to fix it, because Mangold is claiming that was hooey. But again, like a number of panelists pointed out, people in Hollywood lie. Even when they're going to be caught in the lie, they still lie. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Christian Corralejo with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Christian. Says, off topic, but have any of you watched the CGI He-Man? I have not. I had quite enough with the first 2 episodes of Revelation. I think Tom. No, you haven't even looked at it.
No, I've avoided it, actually.
I've avoided it also. To get back to Xenobet, I heard everything because I had to give Bino his medicine, but I had my wireless headphones, but not my mic.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry, Xenobet, I'm sorry, but I must be loyal to the rabbit chicken meat. I'm a big fan. In fact, Xenobet, I'm going to tell you this. There's talk in the chat, and today we are forming, in response to Star Trek Discovery, the Rabbit Chicken International Intergalactic Federation. So We are seeking out memberships, and just like with the Star Trek Foundation, or just like Starfleet got started, we're going to be considering members here for the Intergalactic Rabbit Chicken Federation. You are invited to join, Xenobit.
And what does the insignia look like? A dead chicken with wings?
No, it's the rabbit chicken is going to be on your chest. You know how like Star Trek, we had the big A, you know, the thing? Well, this one's going to have the 2 wings and just a big butt in the middle, like a big rabbit butt. And then there's 2 wings off each side. So you see the butt, the rabbit butt.
It's a flying ass, which is a great metaphor for Disney these days.
Yep.
NG1TEAV with a $4 super sticker on a pair, given a toast. Thank you, NG1TEAV. I will drink to that. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, Mexican Iron Man, you need to show your son Yu Yu Hakusho 1 and My Hero Academia and Gundam Now.
Okay, the last 2. Hold on, I'm going to cut and paste that and put it here on my list because I keep an anime list. I actually plan on watching a lot of anime with him this holiday season because after October 15th, I won't have a ton of time. So thank you for your recommendations. I'm literally copy pasting them here and adding them to the list. Thank you. Love you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and real quick on the He-Man Masters of the Universe board game that was announced, I think, back in April or May. I don't know if it's out yet. I haven't seen it. I can't help but take a look at it. So I probably will buy it and take a look at it, but probably not till Christmas time.
Outstanding. And let's see. Let's get back to it. We're actually closing in on the super chats here. Thank gosh. Corion Witch in Residence with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Corion. Says, all right, Tom, you win the internet today. Well done, sir. Well done.
I try every day. If I can manage once in a while, I'll take it.
You are absolutely awesome. You just, yeah. Douchebag, it totally surprised me with that. I was laughing over the little jingle at the end, which kind of drowned it out. I was so sorry.
That's all good.
I couldn't help it, man. Shit. Douchebag Kylo with a $1.99 super chat says, hail Overlord DVD and hail Cameron Pasha, my pal. You got a fan in Douchebag Kylo.
Yeah, I remember he used to follow me on Twitter. We interacted and he was great. So what can I say? Twitter's gone for me now, but I'm still interacting with people here and on Patreon. And I actually want to add this one thing. I wanted to thank one of the wrenches, Anti-Derivative Jill, who told me about an episode of Deep Space Nine that I apparently missed. Season 4 episode that has a very quite interesting, passionate, lesbian subplot. Rejoin. With Jet.Cia Dax, which yes. I've now found quite a few interesting stills from on the internet. And I'm going to have to go back and watch that.
How have you not seen that episode?
Wow.
I guess I've
seen that episode. Oh, I'm going to sell myself out here. I kind of.
I think
I've seen that episode probably 9 or 11 times. Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of rewind.
Let's just say I've seen part of that episode probably 50 times. But yeah.
What was the episode of Next Generation where Beverly Crusher and Troy were in leotards exercising together? Y'all remember that?
Yes,
I remember the scene.
I don't know what
I'll have to go back and remember anything else that happened in that episode.
Exactly. I can't remember the name of it, but I think they were spread out on the floor, like their legs spread with their feet pressed against each other as they were stretching and talking.
Okay.
And yes, I knew Cameron would be excited by this. As Cameron and I are so similar. It is eerie. Okay.
You mean you're
no. It's for someone like me who knows you both incredibly well, more than people probably know. It's terrifying and exhilarating at the same time.
We are so similar. We are both interested in the same kinds of spiritual directions, and yet we are also both grounded in the earthly delights of women.
We are tantric masters who understand spirituality through mastery of the material realm, particularly certain aspects of the material realm.
Emphasis on the aspects of the.
When I was in high school, we called that the horn dogs.
Ain't nothing but a horn dog. That's us, unfortunately.
Now that scene was all about extolling the virtues of physical fitness. Yes,
I think you're probably right, but
Yes.
Holy crap!
I assume there's nothing titillating like that in this fake Star Trek we see nowadays.
No.
Oh no,
No.
I mean, that's Star Trek has always been about that. I mean,
I know.
you go back and watch that Kirk stuff. The ladies on there were incredible.
Oh yeah.
This is I mean, they were gorgeous.
Well, we got to fight the male gaze. You understand? So
yeah, right.
So apparently, Star Trek has now absorbed brain. What is brain? They took it to brain. What is brain? And it was said by a really hot girl. She was really hot when she said that. Brain.
You know what? We should start a meme where every fucking woke wanker out there on Twitter or something, let's clip a clip from Spock's brain with the chick saying, "You're not Morg, you're not I Morg," all puzzled. And that basically is the woke wankers. They are just neither Morg nor I Morg. They're just.
I mean that's one of the greatest bad episodes of television ever made, and the line you can't forget those lines. I mean, he's like, it's when he's like fixing Spock's brain. He's like, a child could do it, Jim. A child could do it. yeah. And then the middle of it, fucking thing wears off. He can't remember how to fix his brain. And Spock wakes up and goes, "Well, let me tell you, you should attach that head right to this." He's like, "You should attach this dead right to my brain." What's happening here?
He says, "The neck bones connected to the collarbone, doctor."
I mean, remember that is the first episode that I think aired after they made that whole fan thing. We've got to bring Star Trek back, right? Star Trek was canceled. They're like, everyone's waiting. Star Trek is back. They watch it. What the fuck is this? He did a huge thing to bring Star Trek back, and then Spock's brain is the episode they show.
You like that, Trekkies? Choke on it.
God bless them. I love them.
Yeah, well, it's still leaps and bounds better than anything you'll get
on Kurtzman Trek. Hey,
I love the episode.
Spock's brain were really hot. They were really hot.
Exactly. Yeah, they saved the show.
Amen. But you know what really makes me sick about that episode? Gary Ambrosia, you'll appreciate this. On the episode of Spock's brain, you remember when McCoy cooks up this remote to control Spock's brain?
Yes.
To control Spock's body when he doesn't have the brain. They cannibalized the cage communicator.
Yeah.
For that prop.
Yeah.
They cannibalized that beautiful primitive communicator on Captain Pike's desk. And just painted it over crudely and slashed some buttons on it, and that was the remote for Spock's body.
That's the art department, man. Whatever crap they have laying around, especially a sci-fi show, put some reflective sticker on it, paint it up, and just get it out of my face. That's what they say.
Amen. And hail to the Kelvington. What a great producer.
Let's get a close up on that because there's quite a few lovely ladies in that scene.
Yes.
Look at these three lovely ladies that don't have brains. I love it.
And
yes, the angels.
Look at that like metrosexual dude in the back, man. He's like that dude. He's just standing there. He's totally
I'm just jazzed about being on the show.
That's Officer Chad.
Yeah, Chad. He's waiting to sell them some granola pops to vend them. And
Shatner's so into this moment. Look how Shatner's so into this.
Yeah,
he's got these three hot chicks, and she's selling it. He's got that thing around his stomach, that like Jeopardy button around his stomach.
I can tell you what a real man is.
Actually, what he's saying to them is, "And now you work for me. My name is Charlie." That's what he's saying. Charlie's Angels, Roddenberry's reboot of the timeless classic. Thank you, Kelvington, as always, sir.
That's great. That's get more stuff. Get the brain. What is brain? We got to use those.
Brain. What is brain? It's absolutely fantastic. Crazy Eye Jedi has been a Dominion of mine for 22 months. Says Team Candy Corn. Love the stuff. Yeah, but not the turkey with stuffing shit. I can't believe that was real. I thought Kelvington made that up, but apparently I guess it's real. Albatross with a $5 super chat says, "I unironically like candy corn, but I ain't eating that." I hear you, Albatross. I hear you. Corion Witch in Residence says, with a $5 super chat, thank you, my friend. I can confirm what is being said here. I'm building a network to identify them. I have one target already. Wow. Hail Corion Witch in Residence. Shit. This guy, he's serious. And the Iron Mexican with a $2 super chat says, you have crossed me for the last time, Mexican Iron Man.
Oh, no.
Boy, the Iron Mexican has an issue with Mexican Iron Man.
Oh, no. But I come bearing peace and love and fandom knowledge of all fandoms. And shit, dude, I'll bring you a 20-pack of rabbit chicken freaking nuggets. What do you want?
Yeah, really, you can't go wrong with that. Shark Dentures with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Shark Dentures says, I only recently rediscovered that Song of the South is the source of my inspirational childhood song, Zippity Doo Dah. Sad it has been so smeared. Absolutely. Shit, they're even removing all aspects of Brer Rabbit and everything from the Big Mountain Ride in Disneyland, I think. I think they were remodeling it to get rid of that problematic element. I think it's disgusting. Nick's Radio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nick's Radio says Song of the South is worth it just for the Brer Rabbit cartoon alone. Check that out. It's on YouTube. Nice to know. Thank you for that, Nick's Radio.
I want to say this, Doomcock, because when we studied history, we often think, how did the Dark Ages happen? How did Europe, which was the center of classical civilization of Aristotle and Plato and Socrates, how did it lose that knowledge? It lost that knowledge because we've been through this before, where the people of the culture turned against their knowledge and destroyed it, right? The only reason that we have the Greek classics today and Plato and Aristotle is because they ended up being salvaged in the Arab world. All translations we have of Plato's Republic are from Arabic because we've lost the original Greek. And Europe destroyed its own culture when it literally erased its own greatness. We're going through that again.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah. I mean, that is spot on. In fact, this is interesting. This super chat here, it's a few down, but I'm going to move it up. He says, Russ McKay with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Russ. Says modern North American culture is following the same path of ancient Rome. Deteriorate culture, plant weak leaders, and control the mob and watch civilization fall. Damn. Spot on.
We look at history and go, how did that happen? Well, I guess we're watching it right now. This is how it happened.
You're looking at it. Yep.
Yeah, you are looking at it. And it's no better in Canada either. Viking Insane with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Viking Insane. Says they are burning Tintin and Asterix comics in Quebec schools. Guess who burns books and art?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
Song of the South is distilled art, history, and culture. Yeah. It's insane. It is literally a time of madness. And then Viking Insane with a $5 super chat also adds, Doc, I got to go back to 1985 to take out Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, the actor. That was, of course, from Back to the Future, Viking Insane. Thank you, my friend, for that quote. I love Back to the Future. It's not an exact quote, but it's similar. Bello Triggerfish with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bello Triggerfish is changing the past in order to shape the future. Evil. Amen. Amen, Bello. You have nailed that on the head. Silent Watcher with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Silent Watcher says, you don't know what's best for you. We know what's best for you. These older movies are hurtful and hateful for your own good. We're remaking them.
Exactly. That's why Plato's Republic is not good for you. It misunderstands how human nature works. We're going to get rid of that.
And 1984 is spilling the beans on what we're doing, so we need to get rid of that. That's basically it. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you. Kit Kat says Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged also becomes more and more relevant. I've never read that. I probably need to, but I never have read Atlas Shrugged. I don't really know a lot about it,
I think Ms. Rand is a very important thinker in the sort of conservative libertarian wing of things. As someone who identifies as a libertarian, she's important historically. I think that a lot of her ideas are not as deep as people think they are, and I would suggest those who are interested in that kind of thinking really look at Murray Rothbard and the Austrian economists like Ludwig von Mises. These are the people that really profoundly looked at these issues and did so without being such trigger assholery kind of thing that gets a negative response from people. So I think there's a lot deeper stuff than Rand that people should look at.
I don't really know a lot about her, but I'll take your word for it. I will check it out though at some point. I will. Lance with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says, honestly, if you love a given IP, get physical copies now. Games, movies, all of it. Mexican Iron Man is Bambino okay, and gives hugs.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's I had to take a break for 15 minutes. He's got his antibiotics. He's knocked out cold, sleeping right now, right here underneath the desk.
What a sweetheart. I am so very glad that he's okay. That's really wonderful news. Cardinal Sin with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gil. Says, actually, most important Hollywood movies are stored in an excavated salt mine in Missouri where silver nitrate is safe, the right humidity and temperature. Wow. Yeah, I think I've heard something like that, Cardinal Sin. But let me tell you something. Cardinal Sin is a pretty sharp guy, and he knows fascinating things. And he's got a YouTube channel. Hail Cardinal Sin. Please subscribe to Cardinal Sin. He's a great guy and does some great things on his channel. And Wrenches, if you'd please post a link to Cardinal Sin's channel, I would really appreciate that. Tillaller1 with a $4 super sticker, a pair, giving a toast to all of us. Thank you very, very much, Tillaller1. We appreciate that. Dark Saber Force with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dark Saber Forces. With Tom's point, the UK had that for slasher films.
Yeah, the video nasties.
Yeah, the video nasties. Did you ever see The Young Ones, Tom?
That's a fantastic show.
Hilarious fucking
British
I'm
comedy.
aware of
That
it,
is
but
one
I've
of the
never
best.
really actually watched an episode. So
You should watch it.
You ought to check it out. It will make you laugh your
But
ass
yeah,
off.
so
the
good.
salt mines thing is true. In fact, I think that's the same one that they shot Day of the Dead in.
Oh, no, really? Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I think they even make a point in the movie where he's like, we have every negative to every Hollywood movie here, Sarah,
Wow.
but what's it worth? Kind of thing.
Wow, that's super
Like on
cool.
top of everything else,
That is super damn cool. Adam Wofford with 2 super chats in a row, a $10 and a $5. Thank you so much, Adam. Hail to Adam Wofford. He says, so Ghost of Tsushima is getting a live action movie. But some of the SJWs are saying, why isn't there black people in the cast? Note the story was based on the real historical event over 1,000 years ago in fucking Japan. So
Jesus Christ.
maybe that's why there aren't black people in the cast. You figure?
Jesus
Maybe?
Christ.
So fucking stupid. these
Stupid.
people.
Wow.
These people. So it's like, I read, there's one woke ass mofo that I got in a Latinx debate with. He's like, well, why does it it was, what was it, Lord of the Rings or something? Doesn't have, any Hispanic Latinx representation. I'm like, because Spaniards just started banging Native Americans a couple hundred years ago. I'm like, we weren't around. We hadn't been banged yet, for God's sake. The epical era of bangosity had not found our people's ancient lands yet. It was in the time before the time of the bangosity in the old Latin times. And they're like not Roman, like Native American. The Spaniards bang the Native American. It's like tacos. You get the tortilla, you get your carne asada, boom, you got a taco. You take your Spaniard, you take your Native American, boom, you get a Mexican. What? It just happened the other day. From a historical time period, my people are not even barely, we are barely infant.
But your people go back to the Mayans and the Olmecs,
Not
man.
the Mexican people. We just got made it the other day. We're like milk and strawberry quick. They just made us the other day.
Oh.
In other words, Mexican Iron Man, that Taco Bell had yet to be wrong.
Yes.
No.
Lord.
Oh.
There you go. What can I say?
We offer entertainment and historical knowledge on this channel. I'll tell you, so read.
We do. You get it. You get it.
Mel Gibson should have reached out to you before he did Apocalypto, man.
No, Apocalypto was great. I love Apocalypto, but Apocalypto doesn't have any Mexicans. It's a native Mayan tale. My people hadn't been. Yeah, the closest my people get in Apocalypto, since you asked Cameron, is when he's at the beach and he's looking at the ships and he's like, "Huh, I wonder if they're gonna bang me, my wife, or some of our sisters in the tribe." That is as close as you get to Mexican in that movie.
I think with a pop culture breakdown live stream, everyone who attends the whole thing ought to get a diploma, because we are laying down some great historical knowledge.
Well, I want Mike's perspective. Godwin, I make my show on the Moors and Moor Spain. I want Mike's insight on that.
There weren't Mexicans there either, but I'll show up. Yeah.
Well, actually, getting into the whole Moors thing, you just need to clip a little bit from True Romance, and you will get the true story.
Just watch The 13th Warrior. If you want to, whatever. The 13th Warrior, best movie Hollywood's ever made with an Arab character.
Very cool. I do want to see that. I have not seen that.
Warrior?
I want to see it. No, I haven't seen it.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
Are you serious?
Antonio Banderas. I mean, it's a cult classic. I just saw it 2 weeks ago again. This time with the screenwriters. Well, one of them is Bill Wisher, who wrote Terminator 2. It's an incredible movie. It's really a fascinating movie that nobody watched when it came out, and it developed a massive cult following since then. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of the most quotable movies. There's so many fucking lines in there that when I met the screenwriters of it, I just started quoting the movie, and they couldn't believe it. I knew it line for line.
Wow. Okay. I guess is that like on Netflix? I think I've seen it on Netflix.
It's based on a Michael Crichton book called Eaters of the Dead, which is a fictionalization of a true story, which is Ibn Fadlan, an Arab diplomat, was sent from Baghdad in the 9th century to the Vikings. And he's the actual day-to-day life of the Vikings we know nothing about, except for Ibn Fadlan's written account of how they lived their lives. And it's incredible. And in this movie, he basically goes to Vikings, and you see how the origin of Beowulf happens, right? He's basically traveling with these Viking warriors, and they're attacked by essentially proto-humans who are still living out there in the woods. And it's this incredible adventure story of how this Arab works together with the Vikings to save the people from these essentially Neanderthals that still exist out in the mountains. It's really remarkable.
I will check that out. I respect your opinion. I need to see that. Thank you for educating me on that. It had been under my radar.
If you like 13th Warrior, add to the chat.
Absolutely. Adam Wofford with $5 super chat says, us Dark Tower fans have not got a good version of the books, let alone a remake. Dark Tower isn't hard to do. Just cast the character right. Yeah, man, y'all got screwed on that. I'm so sorry. That is just awful. Michael Rowland with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael Rowland says, The Shining, Jaws, and The Crow are my favorite soundtracks. The soundtrack to The Shining is amazing. Excuse me. And Jaws is a great movie.
Bless you.
Thank you. I don't know. I had the collection of music from The Crow, but I don't actually think I've ever listened to the isolated soundtrack.
Yeah, I picked that up not too long ago. It's really well.
Is it really good? Who did it? Do you remember?
I don't know how to say his name. I'm a butcher, but Gremlin.
Ravel?
Yeah, however you say his name. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to check that out. And Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, speaking of King Kong, just want to remind everyone that the guy who made Cloverfield said King Kong was too cute and Godzilla wasn't scary enough. Yeah. The guy who made Cloverfield should.
Oh no, they say he's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that was terrible. God, I was so pissed off at that movie.
No, it was really stupid. Cloverfield.
That was a good one.
Although there were some attractive women in Cloverfield, there were some nice looking.
No, it's a fucking dumbass movie. Anybody who says it's good, I'm like, what do you mean? You get the fuck out of town. So what do? You go back into town because you might get some pussy from this chick. You don't know if she's even still alive. And you killed your best friend in the process. Good job.
It was a desperation move. There's no doubt about it. Idiotic, terrible. Everything I hate about kaiju movies was in Cloverfield. The shaky camera, the effect shot at night, and showing like the foot of the monster. You don't have wide shots and long shots. And you can't get a sense of scale. God, I hated that movie. I also hated Pacific Rim for the same reasons. Just show me the monsters.
I like Pacific Rim.
I did not like it.
I know why. I mean, I get it. Yeah.
Just show me the fucking robots and monsters and quit getting cute with the rain and the night and all this shit. You know, come on. Michael Rowland with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Michael says they need to make an animated version of The Talisman by Stephen King and Peter Straub. I like both those authors. Never actually read The Talisman. I never have. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Jack's second adaptations of series like Full Metal Alchemist and Hunter x Hunter and Lord of the Rings and Dune now hopefully are great, and I am hoping the second TV adaptation of Jack Reacher is good too. Yeah, I mean those are good points, Jack. Yeah, I hope that it is too. I don't have much optimism, but I do hope it. Adam Wofford with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Adam says, so the reason why the Baron is so big is he forcefully took Jessica's mother and she poisoned him with something that makes him grow so large. I did not know that. I've read Dune years and years and years ago when I was young. And I saw, of course, the David Lynch movie many, many times. But I did not know that. Thank you. Xenobit with a weird question here, a $2 super chat, a weird question. He says, Doomcock, have you ever been diagnosed with ligma? I have no idea what ligma is, so I guess no.
I'm good.
What is ligma? Ligma? I don't know. I guess not, Xenobit, since I don't know what it is. I would probably know if I'd been diagnosed with it. I'd be paranoid about it and taking stuff for it. Dayox666 with a $4.99 super chat, echoing Cameron Pasha. Dayox666 has introduced me to a lot of anime and Asian cinema. This guy is a wealth of knowledge. And actually, Golgo 13's anime intro, is that the name? I forget the last name of it. Anime primer, what is it?
101.
That's
Golgo
right.
13 Anime 101.
Right. You should have Dayox 666 on your show, Golgo 13, because he knows a lot. He says, just watch the Three Kingdoms show and The Curse of the Golden Flower. It has everything and it's better than the Rabbit Chicken movie and saves you a ticket. Yes.
Well, truth be told, everything's better than the Rabbit Chicken movie right now.
But everything tastes better with Rabbit Chicken. That's the weird part. That's the strange part.
What's up, Doc?
Oliver Klossov with a $2 super chat says, top of the morning from Jacksonville. Hail Oliver Klossov and hail to Jacksonville.
Hey, I'll be in Jackson. Whoever that is in Jacksonville, hit me up on Twitter. I'm going to be in Jacksonville for the 49ers game next month. Hit me up. We'll meet up for drinks.
Hey, Oliver Klossov, do that. Mexican Iron Man wants to meet you for drinks. Outstanding. Bello Triggerfish with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bello. Says, men and masculinity are, of course, a target. But let's not be fooled. Femininity is just as under attack. Absolutely. You cannot be a female attractive person. At least not in Hollywood. Although they will put you on the casting couch.
Yeah, no,
or is that only...
Both are an attack because... let's just be honest here. The traditional family is under attack, right? The traditional things that we value, which is beautiful women and strong men, are under attack because both of those are the basis of civilization and the things that each sex actually values about itself, right? Its idealization of itself and how the other sex idealizes it. And those are how we get a functioning civilization, by attacking the basics of our sense of ourselves on a sex level. I don't use the word gender because I don't know what the word means anymore. The word has no meaning. When you have 100 genders, it means nothing. So I'm just using the word sex because that's the only word that has any meaningful meaning. And that's being attacked by Hollywood on purpose. Again, not to deny themselves, because you see the most beautiful women on earth are here in Hollywood, right? And that elites want them all for themselves on the casting couch, right? They just don't want them on the screen for you, right? They don't want you to even have the idea or the archetype of beauty anymore.
Amen. Well said. And that is true. I mean, they're trying to make women, they're extolling masculine virtues for women. For women. Yeah.
Yeah. And feminine virtues for men. And let's be frank here. For the vast majority of human beings, They don't want that. Most men don't want to be feminine. Most women don't want to be masculine. And they're trying to brainwash us to make us that. And it's affecting the younger generation, where the younger generation in school has to go along with this and say this stuff they don't really believe in order to fit in. And it's becoming this sort of groupthink of just like Hollywood is, a groupthink of everyone saying what they think everyone else wants to hear, but it's not what they really believe.
Chat, if you have any young boys, show them macho shit. Show them Clint Eastwood Westerns. Show them Mad Max. Show them images of masculinity, and don't be afraid to have them channel their inner macho assholes. It will serve them well in later life. And I want to salute my dear friend Tom Connors, who has been hanging in, going the full distance, the full Monty. What a champ. He's got to get up early. Let's go to our last segment of the evening. It's a little something. The stupidest thing said. It's like da 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 da. The stupidest thing said. The closest to a game show that we have on Pop Culture Breakdown Live, and essentially we just go around the room and have everyone say the stupidest thing that they can possibly think of, and then the chat will say who won. So they will be the judges in this. We're just going to go around and say the stupidest thing that we can possibly imagine. I will start off, since I'm the one that came up with this nonsense. And my entry for this is, you know what I really want to see? I think Kathleen Kennedy needs to direct, because that's where her calling was.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. That is my entry for the stupidest thing. Let's go to Gary M. No, because he's not prepared for this. He needs to mull this over. Let's go to Mexican Iron Man.
I'm next. Okay. In order to fund my Rabbit Chicken movie, Mexican Iron Man will be starting his own OnlyFans page, where he will be doing on-demand rabbit chicken pole dances.
Oh dear, that's pretty disturbing. Cameron, can you think of, or do you need a few more minutes, because you don't think stupid thoughts generally, but,
well, I'll tell you the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and
okay,
I'll repeat it, which is The Last Jedi is a bold film. It's bold storytelling.
No.
Bold.
Wow.
Oh, that's pretty painful. Let's go to Douglas Nelson. Douglas.
Chris Chibnall is probably the greatest showrunner of Doctor Who ever.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and maybe even the best showrunner of all time. With perhaps stiff competition from Alex Kurtzman.
Oh, you bastard. Oh, it's killing me. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom. Tom Connors Jr. What a great guy. Come on, Tom. I want to thank you for sticking it out here, man. No problem, I just want to say thank you.
No problem. I think the stupidest thing I've heard recently, and this is in the actual truth, with a little hindsight now, I think the dumbest thing anybody said was Shang-Chi is a triumph.
That's been the only headline on Deadline for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Shang-Chi is a triumph. Shang-Chi dropped 67% in a triumphant second weekend. That's the only headlines we're seeing.
It's barely going to crawl past 400 million when it's all said and done.
So are you saying, is it going to lose money?
In the grand scheme of things, probably yes, but it could have been worse. It could have been like Solo.
You can even say that about the heartbreak of psoriasis, for God's sakes. I mean, what can you not say that Solo could have been worse? Gary Ambrosia, have you got anything, an entry into this amazing game show? Go for the gold.
Well, it kind of sounds like this is supposed to be funny, and I'm gonna just take this moment and be really serious here when I say that I really think that we need to start taking in the opinion of our celebrities, and when it comes to politics and the way we want to live our lives, and what we want to see on TV. I mean, they really do know more than we do. And I mean, They're a lot wealthier than us. They really they know what's best for us. And I gotta say, guys, I really think that I can't finish. Oh, that was hard.
They're richer than we are. They're doing something right, and we should listen to them.
We're obviously
we should live our lives according to them. Wow. We may have a winner, but Kelvington, go ahead. What is your entry for the stupidest thing said?
I think it is Matrix Revolution is better than the Matrix.
A quote from the Star Wars guys. Oh, well, there you go, folks. So go ahead and vote in the chat. It's unofficial. There's no wagering and there's no prize, but still, pride is on the line. Go ahead. Who among us had the stupidest thing that was said? Maestro Chi says Gary wins. Len Rod is just laughing his ass off. Let's see. Douchebag Kylo says celebrities are truly our betters. Andy Derudo Jill says Gary. Master Farce Theater says Gary. Marco Antonio Checa Funke says Gary. Dirk Mather says I was all with Douglas, but I'm with Gary now. And
I'm with Gary.
Gary. Maestro Chi says Kelvington. Wow. It looks like wow. Gary claims the crown.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the arena of stupidity, I slaughtered you guys.
And by the way, that's pretty much how voting goes for the Emmys and the Oscars. Who are you voting for? Yeah. Well, I'm just going to vote for that person, and then we all do it. That's
there we go.
Yeah. So Gary was. I voted for Gary too. I joined that.
Right.
Yeah, well, there you go.
King of the stupid.
On his first appearance, he wins the gold. Yeah. Well done, Gary. Well done.
Thank you.
Just got a few more super chats to read here, but anybody that needs to depart certainly can. You guys have been troopers, and it has been a blast, and you guys have raised my spirits more than I can say. Kit Kat with a 10-pound super chat says, for a great period of China's history, the country was literally run by eunuchs. They were castrated by their own families and sent to the Forbidden City to serve the emperor. Mm-hmm. Did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a book out there about the last eunuch. Like there's a movie, The Last Emperor, about Puyi, the last emperor of China,
right?
Boy emperor during the Communist Revolution. But there's also a book out there about the last eunuch. And they survived into the 20th century. These eunuchs that were essentially the bureaucrats that ran the Chinese Empire. So it is a fascinating story.
Wow.
Damn. I actually have seen that. I remember that there was like a court physician or something that had to smell his poop and then say, less fish, more rice. That's a shit job.
Yeah.
Well, boy, I tell you what, that guy was a future Kathleen Kennedy.
You know what? I will. Mr. Hidalgo might be up for that. Okay, no. But no. As someone who's worked in Beijing, who's worked in China, and has great love for the Chinese people as a trapped people, trapped in a horrific system. Bring back the old emperor, man. I'll take that. I'll take that dude smelling the poop. I'll take the eunuchs. I mean, China was great under those 5,000 years of emperors, man. They had a civilization. I mean, this shit that Mao brought on them, my God.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, having been there, it destroyed this wonderful culture. And so I'll take ancient China in a heartbeat.
Amen. Wow. It's funny how many people's cultural revolutions turn into just pure tyranny.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the populism of the past has become basically the oppression of the future, and it's just a sad historic trend. It's heartbreaking. Same thing, with Russia. Right? Workers of the world unite, and it's like, and then what? Be ground underfoot by the
And then the only question nobody ever asks is, where the fuck did these guys get all their guns? Where did Mao get all of his weapons? Where did Lenin get all of his weapons? You don't want to ask that question. Somebody is financing that shit. A lot of money, right? And that question is one that you don't want to look at because these fucking, revolution didn't come out of nowhere. Somebody financed the shit out of that, right? And made a lot of money off of it.
Amen. Yeah. T Neil 89 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. T Neil says, if it's of any interest, my stepmom is producing E's coverage of the Emmys. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. T Neil 89. Cool. If there's any depths you'd like to plunge, I can try to ask. Wow. TNeil89, please drop me a line at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. Please drop me a line. Wrenches, would you
all the stuff that you're on? Just share it with us. Tell us, please.
Please, TNeil89. Holy shit. Please drop me a line. I would love to pick her brain. That is so cool. Thank you for contacting me. Wrenches, please put my email in the chat for TNeil89. I would really appreciate that. Golgo13's Anime 101 with a $5 super chat says, "Hey Harvey, what did one eye say to the other eye?"
I don't know.
Just between you and me, something smells.
Oh, jeez.
Literal dad joke from my dad today. Well done, Mr. Golgo13's Anime 101. That's a pretty awful corny joke. And Andy Derivative Jill with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my dear. Says, Hollywood, guess what? I fail. I make mistakes. I learn by denying this. You deny my ability to grow intellectually and spiritually. It is insulting. I can succeed without taking someone else down. This from a strong woman. This from one of my wrenches. Andy Derivative Jill, thank you so much for stepping up and testifying there. That is beautiful.
She's a nice woman, and she guided me to that Deep Space Nine episode that's going to be watched a lot now. So
okay.
Yeah, wear that one out.
I know that Cameron Pashaw's VHS tape is going to be just ground down to dust.
It'll be like the Ring, man. It's gonna be like the Ring. When it's all over, you're gonna watch that. There'll be nothing left, man, except a few images that'll be really creepy. Yeah. How much I'm gonna watch that?
But it'll be fun getting there anyway. Golgo13's Anime 101 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friends. Says weekly anime Hunter x Hunter 2011 and 1999. Thank you, Golgo13. Appreciate the tip. Lance with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says hashtag badass Bambino. Amen. Amen. Bambino, the
hail
snake
and thank
player.
you.
Fantastic. Jack White with a $5 super chat says ideas for you guys: One Piece marathon and Gundam marathon. Do it. A One Piece marathon would kill us. Wouldn't it be literally like months watching? That would be a live stream for the ages, and we would die making it. Thank you, Jack White, though. That's an interesting notion. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. There's another remake that's coming out is A West Side Story, yeah, by Spielberg. Can you imagine? God almighty, how awful.
I got zero interest in watching that crap. I don't like Spielberg anyways. He can kiss my ass for all the misery his compatriots will cause me.
He really started out to be one of the greats and just...
Yeah, he can kiss my ass. His remake was already done well. It was done by Rita Moreno. There's no actress that they can find in any way, shape, or form, let alone a script that's going to surpass what the original already was. Why? Because the original had an innovative context within the time in which it was released.
Yes.
You lazy Hollywood fox!
Amen.
Exactly,
I hope
that was a revolutionary film when it was done. Now it's just pandering.
I mean, if you didn't know that I mean, this is what I'm going to tell everybody that still thinks they're a Spielberg fan. You know what? Guess what? He's now as woke as all of them. Why? Because even he's remaking something that was already better than look at the cocky arrogance of this dipshit. He thinks he's the great king, the great Steven Spielberg can come and he's going to make it something better, because this mofo already talked down a Hispanic musical. Yeah. That was bad. That was pretty good a couple months ago.
But that's thank you, because that's what I felt as well. I felt like this is pure ego. There's no reason to do this. There's no reason to do this except ego.
Yep.
Yeah, and
this is him saying, "Look at me. I'm gonna be. I am gonna be the king of the Latinx too." Shit. Cocky arrogant fuck. Steven Spielberg, get away from my people, you greedy fuck.
and aren't they gonna do some kind of race swapping in that too?
I don't know.
That's what I heard. There's something going to be.
You know what? I'll do my own West Side Story remake. We're going to live with the rabbit chickens. We're going to live with the rabbit chickens. We're going to live with the... Sorry.
Rabbit chicken. I just tasted one rabbit chicken. That's
You're gonna have to do this to the Sound of Music next time. We don't have time for it tonight, but the Sound of Music, you're gonna have to set Rabbit Chicken to Maria, and all those wonderful songs. The hills are alive with the sound of rabbit chicken.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use your notes from the Patreon thing today, and I'm gonna start writing the screenplay. Rabbit chicken.
Hills are alive.
Rabbit chicken. Rabbit chicken. The musical.
All right, there's 3 acts, and then in the first act, for rabbit chicken.
Okay, the first act we discover what is in the first act. Look, I'm going to tell a better story than Shang-Chi. In the first act, who is the rabbit chicken? Second act, we catch the rabbit chicken. Third act, we eat the rabbit chicken.
Oh, all right.
There is no dish I know that compares with fucking rabbit chicken. Good. That's what Campbell's shit is. Pew Pew Monger is a Dominion of mine for 3 months. Says, hail Doomy, hail Norm, hail Kojak, hail Eastwood. Hail Pew Pew Monger. Thank you, sir, for being a channel member. Darren O'Connell has been an arch villain of mine for 2 months. God bless you, Darren. I hope I'll see you Thursday for our arch villain live stream. He says, hail Doomcock and panel. I finished watching Millennium, which I found mixed at best. What is the panel's assessment of that X-Files spin-off series? I really enjoyed Millennium. Did y'all ever watch Millennium with Lance Henriksen as the star? And it had that gorgeous Megan, what's her name? She was Larry Sanders' wife on the Larry Sanders show. That gorgeous brunette with the long curly hair. Did y'all ever watch Millennium? It was like a 1-season show.
Nope.
No, I didn't watch it. No.
Oh yeah, it was very good. It was excellent.
It was excellent. And what's her name? Megan. You know the girl I'm talking about.
I will.
Yeah, if you could find her picture and put it up. God, she was gorgeous. Oh my God, she was gorgeous.
Megan Gallagher is the person.
Yes, Megan Gallagher.
All right.
Oh man, she was. So
yeah, she's quite lovely. Yeah, look, I mean, I enjoyed it because as you know, I enjoy all of this sort of otherworldly, paranormal, mystical stuff. It hits a little too close to home for Hollywood, so a show like that can't survive. I have a show that's one of my best scripts. I sold it to Warner Brothers. I actually developed it with McGee's company, the director of Charlie McGee. But it's one of my best scripts, and it's essentially there she is. Hello, here we go. And it's essentially about the Illuminati and how they are involved in all sort of global events and catastrophes. And it's literally my best script, or one of my best scripts. It gets me a lot of movie work. It's a TV script, and I'll get movie work off of it. But Warner Brothers could not sell it into the marketplace. Warner Brothers tried to make it into a show, and everyone's like, oh yeah, a little too close to home there. Okay, now thanks, great script. We're not gonna put this on the air.
Oh man, yeah. That's Hollywood.
I miss this chick.
That is Hollywood. But Megan Gallagher, I just have to say again, Larry Sanders. If y'all haven't watched Larry Sanders, it was an early HBO comedy with Gary Shandling playing a late night talk show host. Had Rip Torn as his producer Artie, and it had Hank Kingsley was played by what's his name? Jeffrey Tambor. And it's one of the funniest shows I've ever seen in my life. If you guys haven't seen it, you got some joyous stuff to look forward to. Check it out. It probably should be on HBO Max. I mean, it was an HBO show. I would imagine it's somewhere buried down there.
I never worked with Chris Carter, who created the X-Files, but I worked with Glenn Morgan, who was an EP on Millennium, because he was one of our EPs on Bionic Woman. And I have to say, he was an absolute genius, working with somebody who had been a writer on X-Files and then one of the EPs of Millennium. I mean, that was just like, holy shit, I couldn't believe I was in a room with this guy. And his brother, Darren Morgan, wrote that incredibly famous episode of X-Files where, do you remember the episode with the guy that knew how people were going to die? That won the that won the very first Emmy, and he won the first Emmy for X-Files for writing. And he was on our staff of Bionic Woman. It had the most brilliant staff, and the show didn't work. It was one of those things where just like the most brilliant people I've ever worked with, and the show just couldn't work. So it's unfortunate.
That is incredible. Darren Morgan actually wrote some of the very best X-File episodes ever. I believe he wrote Jose Chung's From Outer Space.
Yeah.
And on the new series, He wrote The Were Monster meets or Mulder and Scully meet the Were Monster. Yeah. And the Were Monster was dressed exactly like Kolchak. And then he also wrote that hilarious one where, Reg was, the one about the Mengele effect. And
Mengele effect. Yeah. He was a real character. I mean, he was a little genius, crazy type, right? And he was incredible sense of humor. He's also an actor. If in the original X-Files, remember the worm creature guy, the worm man? That was in the sewer. That was Darren underneath the makeup. Darren was
kidding. Oh my God.
It's split in half in the sewer. Yeah,
that is super cool, man. I did not know that.
Hey, real quick, can I ask Cameron a question about Bionic Woman? Did it ever occur to anyone that maybe Katie Sackhoff should have been the main focus of the show?
Look, Katie Sackhoff was a superb actress. We had a challenge because our lead actress, who's a wonderful actress on Bionic Woman, she was a British actress and she had never played an American accent before. And so suddenly she was being asked to do an American accent to play Jamie Summers. And she would often just be not present because she's so focused on getting her accent right. And so we actually had to do one episode where we literally made Jamie Summers pretend to be British as a part of a spy mission. And then she was finally free to be herself, right? and she was really great in the episode. But, Katie Sackhoff is an A-list actress. I mean, she's superb. Right. I think it's just one of those tragic things where there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and I'm a huge fan of the original Bionic Woman as a kid.
Me too.
Cameron,
when you told me that you worked on Bionic Woman, I flipped out because I watched every episode. I love that show. I thought it was going to be awesome, and you could tell it was just falling apart.
No, it was just there was too many cooks in the kitchen, and the network didn't know what it wanted. There was a lot of things that went wrong, and the fact is, every single person working on the show was a genius, like people like Glenn and Darren Morgan. But you have all these voices, and it just didn't work, and it was tragic. And I was the annoying guy in the room that kept saying, "We should get Lindsay Wagner on the show. We should give her like a role. We should bring Lindsay Wagner back." But it never happened.
Nah, they won't listen to you. They should have though. They should have.
It is what it is. But
a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country, as the saying goes. Well, it's true. Let's see. Thank you, Darren O'Connell, for sending us down that rabbit hole. Bello Triggerfish with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Bello says, great panel you got there. Doomcock, sadly, I have to bow out, and sorry for not being able to join the next Archvillain live stream. It clashes with Echo Base Network's time slot, and I heart them night. Good night, Bello Triggerfish. Thank you for being here tonight. Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, Tom and Mike, have you heard about the Masters of the Universe board game? If you have, it's also getting a She-Ra expansion. Okay, I think we talked about that, didn't we?
Yes.
I answered that earlier, but yeah.
Thank you, Nicholas Horton, very much for that, my friend. Captain Spire with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Captain. Says that link I sent you regarding Kirk being bisexual was properly commented on by Shatner himself. Kirk and Spock thing was a topic since the motion picture and squashed. Yes, Captain Spire. I really enjoyed that quote and the link to Shatner's words. Captain Spire has been a great friend of mine for a long time and a great supporter. He made me a shield for Doomcock, for Xanadu. And I just really appreciate it, Captain Spire. You've been a great friend, and thank you for being here tonight. Xenobit with a $2 super chat says, I just changed my profile pic to a rabbit chicken. And he did. It's Foghorn Leghorn with Bugs Bunny's ears.
I say, I reject that.
Yeah, that's not right, Doc.
Boy, you're talking nonsense. Xenobit says, also with a $2 super chat, says, never been diagnosed with ligma nuts. I guess not. I'm sorry, Xenobit. I'm sure that's clever.
Good job. Nice work. What do we do with that?
I just don't get it. I don't know. It's probably very clever. I'm just not getting it for some weird reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Ligma
nuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
How clever.
No, I have never been diagnosed with that. Michael Panitz with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says, hail Doomcock. I recommend Mobile Suit Gundam movies, Zeta TV series, Char, Counterattack, and Hathaway movies to all people that want to watch good anime. Thank you, Michael Panitz. More people are turning to anime as a refuge from what is going on in our own society. Michael Rowland with $5 super chat says, The Talisman is my favorite book. Wow. I'm an English major, LOL, so take my word for it. But seriously, great book. All right, damn it. I'm going to go get a copy of The Talisman. Listen, I love Stephen King, and I love Peter Straub. I loved Ghost Story by Peter Straub. And, unfortunately, when Stephen King got hit by the truck, it pretty much knocked all the great talent out of him. I'm not kidding. I mean, I don't think he's written a good book since he got hit by the truck, but I'm really greatly interested in any old Stephen King that I haven't read. So I will definitely take you up on it, buddy. Thank you for the recommendation. And Lance with 2 super chats in a row, $5 and $10. Thank you, Lance. He says, lo, there do I see my father. Lo, there do I see my mother and my sisters and my brothers. Lo, there do I see the line of my people back to the beginning. Lo, they do call to me. They bid me take my place among them in the halls of Valhalla, where the brave may live forever. Beautifully
that
said.
Is the
Lance.
mantra of the 13th Warrior. That is direct line for line. One of the great things. It's a Viking chant that the 13th Warrior. It's incredible.
Holy crap. I've got to see it.
The chat lit up. There's so many people are fans of the movie, and they can quote it line for line. It's a movie that the lines will stay in your head.
I've only seen it once, but it's a good movie, Doomcock. You're going to enjoy it.
I am going to check it out, and I'm going to get some of these anime suggestions as well. Organic Vistas with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Old Tucson Studios is opening in this next year. I live in Tucson. Very excited. Movie history. Rio Bravo shot there. Kathy, Ryan, JJ suck. FYI. Thank you, Organic Vistas. He just says that to prove that he's got great taste. And hail to Old Tucson Studios. That's fantastic. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. You rabbit chicken, you. Says Kurtzman. He does have trouble walking. He does have trouble walking. He has a different disability. Ligma nuts. Ligma nuts. Maybe so. And Galaxy Express Media with an incredibly generous $200 super chat. Holy shit. Wow.
Man.
Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. My God, sir. Thank you. He says, hail Doomcock and panelists. Thank you for another great show. And I thought I would end the night with a bang. Respect to Team Rabbit Chicken.
Thanks, my brother. He and I talk all the time, just so you know, Doomcock. That's my boy. He and I talk all the time on Twitter and stuff like that. I was thinking about going to visit him, but he's a little bit out. Well, I won't dox where he's at. He's a little bit out of the way, but hail, brother.
I want to thank you, Galaxy Express Media. What a great guy. Right now, he is under the weather. He is afflicted with,
no.
Yeah, I know. He started getting sick at the end of last week. I've been talking to him every day on Twitter.
And he says, thankfully, that his symptoms are mild and he's kicking its ass. So God bless you, Galaxy Express Media. Please, my friend, get better soon. Okay.
Lots of zinc and vitamin C. Try to get some sunlight if you can. It'll help you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Galaxy Express Media. And Oliver Klossov with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Oliver. Says original Charlie's Angels, Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Smith or Kate Jackson. The debate continues. For me, Farrah Fawcett. Anyone have out of those three, who was your favorite? We'll just go around the table. Gary Ambrosia.
Give me the options again.
Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Smith, or Kate. Kate.
I gotta go with Jacqueline Smith. I don't trust blondes. I love brunettes. I gotta go with Jacqueline Smith.
Fair enough. Mexican Iron Man. What do you say?
Farrah Fawcett. Despite my track record, I have a thing for blondes. Always have, and you know what? I'm used to crazy. So let's do this.
Kelvington, you're an aficionado of beautiful women. What do you say?
I like Kate Jackson. I like the way she's built. And also, I've done some research while we're in the back room here. Ligma is a made-up disease and an internet hoax claimed to have killed popular Fortnite video gamer streamer Ninja. When people are not in on the joke and ask, what is Ligma? Pranksters reply with the crass pun, lig my nuts, or lig my balls, or other such slang terms for nuts. So now we know. The more we know.
I fell into the trap. Well done, Xenobit. You got me.
Dicks on her, yes.
You got me.
Boy, we learned so much on this stream.
We really do. Douglas Nelson, your pick of the Charlie's.
It was always Jacqueline Smith for me.
Wow, you guys.
Yeah.
Even after seeing that Farrah Fawcett poster with the
I know, but
and the hard, I mean, Tom, any out of those three, anybody?
Probably Jacqueline
Smith. Damn. Cameron Pashaw, you are a connoisseur. What do you say?
I have to say, I'm actually on the Jacqueline Smith team as well. Although I love blondes, and you want to know, I have a big, let's say blonde ladies have a special place in my heart. But Jacqueline Smith has a particularly special place. And this is something I just posted on my Patreon before I came on today's live stream. I posted pictures from the time that I went to the Emmys in 2006, when, to everyone's surprise, Jacqueline Smith, Farrah Fawcett, and Kate Jackson came on the stage to do a special tribute to Aaron Spelling. And they hadn't been reunited in 30 years. And Aaron Spelling had just passed away. And I was there with my quite lovely date. We're sitting there. And when they were announced, they came on the stage, I was like, oh my God. I mean, literally people gasped, because this was like a moment of history and no one saw it coming. And they looked absolutely stunning. And if you go to YouTube, you'll see their speech. And I saw that live, and it's on my Patreon. And it's very interesting that would be brought up today, because I just posted that because I remembered that's one of the greatest moments of my time in Hollywood, being at the Emmys and seeing those three lovely ladies on stage, just, short feet away from me. And it just blew me away.
Oh, wow. That is great, man. History in the making.
I'd like to go on record just to say I do love blondes. I just don't trust them. I just want to be clear about that. I love y'all, but the
last one I was with several years ago, took my kid, split up with me, took all my money, and I ended up broke, and I had to start all over again and become a millionaire again. So I hear you, but you know what?
Oh no,
let's play this game again. I'm feeling lucky.
Gotta take another spin of that wheel. He is not deterred. Well done. And T-Neil89 with a $2 super chat says, just sent you an email, sire. Hope I can be of aid. So we are wired in to stepmom producer of the Emmys. I cannot wait to find out what I find out. And I will let you guys know. And E. Clay Thomason with a $6 super chat, the last super chat of the evening, says, has anyone here seen Another Life on Netflix? I thought it was awful, but some say it's great. What am I missing? I never saw it. Isn't that one of the Katie Sackhoff shows?
I saw it.
What was it like?
It was
marginal.
Bad? It's marginal.
No, it was marginal.
It's just real marginal. And then it got a little woke. Yeah.
Son of a gun. Well, no,
I love Katie Sackhoff. There's not much she can do to turn me off.
Yeah, but she's not writing the scripts, right? She's just,
right.
Incredible. Give her the script. She's got to read it.
Yeah, she's generally helping. She's blonde.
And actually, go ahead. Kelvington, you've met her.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I've met her a couple of times. She's really sweet, and she's had some bad luck with men, I think, but she's a really sweet person.
Well,
she had a broken leg when I met her, and I got to carry her up a flight of stairs. Yeah. So I was very happy about that.
Oh, wow.
No.
What?
Are you serious? She had a broken leg. I knew she had a broken leg, but you didn't tell me you carried her up. Why? Because you were afraid I would self-destruct and be...
hold on, Doomcock. Hold on. Dibs, and it's Hispanic Heritage Month. Put in a good word, Kelvington. Mexican Ironman's ready to send me in, coach. Send me in.
Take one
we were in the green room at the con, and she had to go to the next floor, and there was no elevator within 1,000 yards. Wow. And she came to the stairs, and I was coming with her, and I said, well, I'll just carry you. She goes, you can't carry me. And I'm like, I'm 6'4". I can carry 2 people. And I just picked her up, cradled her up, and walked her up the stairs without even touching a rail. And afterwards, she gave me a nice little kiss on the cheek and said, there are still some gentlemen left.
Smooth.
Well, did you mention that there's also Mexicans around too?
Oh, you prick. Boy.
And he's really going to be an Iron Man for her. Absolutely. That's what the Iron Man is.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about Kelvington. This guy has lived a charmed fucking life. One of the most interesting lives I've ever heard. And someday, Kelvington, we're just gonna go mano a mano and reveal to the world your wealth of incredible stories, like Peter Falk, for example. My God.
What?
Yes.
Oh no, he knew Peter Falk.
Oh wow.
What?
Man.
He hung out with Peter Falk.
That's worth of an entire. That's worth of a whole.
That's a whole. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna, I don't want to reveal anything that you don't want me to, but I just want people to know. Mad respect for Kelvington. This man has lived. That's all I'm gonna say. Someday we'll maybe tell some stories, huh, Kelvington?
Absolutely. We'll have a night when there's not a ton of people, online with us, and we'll tell the tales.
It sounds great, man. He's just a hell of a guy. All right. Actually, there was one more super chat that came in, and then we're gonna.
Before we jump to it, I said I will not make any comment about Katie Sackhoff because I worked with her, although she is quite lovely. I will say that I would have. Oh, you got a picture? I would say that I have.
Oh, okay.
Of course. Here we go.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, here we go.
Well, let's see the picture, then I'll tell my story. Oh wow, look at her.
Look at how radiant she is.
Yeah. She's magical. She's absolutely magical.
She is adorable. My God.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that.
That picture is damn near perfect. If only there was a Mexican Iron Man in there.
Yeah.
I know.
She's sitting down because she has a broken leg.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're a good guy, brother. I love Kelvington. He's such a good guy.
Oh, wow.
Kelvington is great. Everyone here is great. I mean, you look out at this room here, and I love every damn person in it. You guys are amazing, and you guys are absolutely part of history tonight because we went over 6 hours.
Wow.
We did,
and you still have almost 700 viewers still.
Wow. We do.
Oh my God! It's 2:43 in the morning. I didn't even realize it was that late.
I didn't either. I mean, I had so much fun. This flew by. It flew by because of the quality of the chat and all of you guys. And I just want to say,
we've got to make Gary and Doug and all these guys regulars, right? I don't think I've been on with Douglas before. I'm not sure. I don't think I have.
Douglas is always on. Yeah.
I think we missed each other before. I think you were on. No, we were Polly's channel. I got to talk to you on that one. Okay.
So, but Gary, please become a regular here. I'd love a fellow person with Hollywood journey who can affirm that I'm not crazy. I think
no, you're not crazy. Boy, you're not crazy. Yeah, I think I can make this a regular thing. Sunday nights, sure, why not?
All of you guys are welcome anytime. Okay, you know that. Tom knows that. I don't bug Tom. I know he's one of the busiest. He really is one of the busiest men on YouTube. I mean, my God, between Mead and Mead Radio and Midnight's Edge and guesting everywhere and
toxic femininity everywhere. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't help since I got that disease.
The ligma?
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus, creaming.
Get well soon, Tom.
No, I'm good.
You don't have a disease, do you?
No, I love to hang out with you guys, and it's always fun to pal around with Doomcock and whoever he brings on these shows. And Mike sleeps on my couch, so I see him all the time. But.
Yep. Tom, I was going to ask you, can we get some new pillows here? Because I feel these other ones here, they're a little, not fluffy.
All right, I'll work on that.
Okay.
You guys are amazing. And it's just been a blast. I can't believe the time flew by like this. It's crazy. This was like one of the easiest live streams I've ever done. And I was in such low spirits.
I know.
Earlier.
The
Thank
pre-show,
you
did. I could tell you were in a good mood at the pre-show. I could tell.
You guys are the best. Xenobit with a $5 super chat says, "I want rabbit chicken cartoons, video games, and comics."
No! Oh my God! Now we're world building. We're world building. I love it. Coming soon.
We are, man. It's amazing. Thank you, Xenobit, for putting the Ligma curse on me. And Nicholas Horton with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas, who stays up all night with us. This guy is amazing because it's like, I don't know, it's like 3 days later in the UK, I think, right now. And he says, Katie should have been cast as Captain Marvel, Ms. Marvel back in the day.
Yes.
I agree. Yeah. She can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. She was fantastic as Starbuck. And you know, I know
professional when I worked with her. I mean, really one of the most professional people I've encountered in this town.
That is fantastic. I can't believe that. I mean, I wouldn't even, I don't, I'm stuttering just thinking about being in the same room with her. There's just, you know, you ever be around women who are just too beautiful that you can't even really look at them, like can I you feel embarrassed to even look at them. They're so beautiful.
Can I tell you a story about that very quickly? I know it's late, but I want to tell you.
Go ahead,
please. So some years back, I was invited by a friend of mine who's a big time director. He said, "Well, come out to the bar with me. I'll introduce you to some friends." And we went to the bar and we met the director of he directed Gattaca. And what was the movie about? It's the movie about the beautiful woman that's actually the AI.
Oh yeah. What was her name? What was it?
Simone.
Yeah.
Simone. So the actress who played Simone was actually, she was a supermodel, who played the actress in that movie, and of course the director married her, right? And so we were there, and we were in the room, and there's Andrew Nicholas, big time director, right? And his wife is there, and she's literally a Victoria's Secret supermodel, right? And I'm sitting at dinner with these two, and his wife kept talking to me. I couldn't look at her. She was so stunning that your breath stopped. Your heart was.
Yes.
You can't. I was like, and the whole time she talked to me, and I was like, and I would respond by looking at her husband and answer by looking at Andrew. I couldn't look at her. It was that because I was a blithering idiot there. I couldn't believe I'm sitting at the table with this woman that is beyond 10. I didn't understand it.
I know. It's like if you look at them, you know you're gonna blush.
Yeah.
And then it's just too much. I mean, yeah, there you go, Kelly. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You just, how do you look at?
Well, it's perfectly understandable, Cameron.
Rachel Roberts was her name.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm finding some old pictures of her on. Oh my God.
Yeah. Look at that picture there.
Well, look, anytime you guys have a hard time looking or talking to a smoking hot chick, just send the Mexican and he'll talk to anybody.
Yeah.
You guys are masculinity, man. You guys
it's very rare.
Aztec and Spaniard blood in you.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to tell you, if I was in the room with Christina Hendricks during Mad Men era, Joan the secretary, she looks like a real life Jessica Rabbit. A
friend of mine who's an actress knows her very well and said that women have that reaction to her. She said whenever Christina's in the room, women start getting flustered. She really is that person. She's like Marilyn Monroe. She just exudes this glamour and femininity that other women don't know how to deal with. It's so overwhelming.
It is. And speaking of overwhelming, this stream has been just a dream come true. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sticking it out with us this whole time. It has been a blast. Let's just go around and plug anything that you want to plug. Gary Ambrosia, do you have anything at all that you want to plug or publicize or anything?
Yeah, my good friend and brother Daniel Bridges just completed a graphic novel that I executive produced for him called The Zombie Game. Unfortunately, I don't have any links or anything, but if you do a Google search for the Zombie Game, that's a book that I just put out. I'm not sure the status of it right now. I know the status of the comic book industry, so but it's a cool book. The art's great. and I'm real proud of it. So yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Gary. Absolutely. Actually, if you want to ever shoot me a link to, where people can buy that, I'll definitely put it out.
Okay,
there.
I'll definitely do that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Mexican Iron Man, plug away. What are you working on?
Let's see. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm with Tom on the sofa doing Midnight's Edge After Dark. That's at 7:00 Central. Saturday, 7:00. I have Why We Love Star Wars with Loki's Mornings of Mischief. And other than that, I can't wait to be here every single Sunday, and it's the highlight of my week. And I love you.
I love you too, brother. Thank you.
It's late, isn't it?
It is, man. Tom, we got to get you to bed. Plug away.
No. I said it's 6 Central. That's why Mike's always late. He thinks it's 7 Central.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm always on the sofa anyways. You just wake me up. Mike,
I just shake you and you're like.
Well, anyway, Tom, go ahead and plug away. What would you like to
just
plug?
the normal stuff. Midnight's Edge After Dark. Mead Radio, as mentioned before. We got Midnight's Edge Espanol. We got Morning Show in the morning. Midnight's Edge After Dark every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m. Central, like Mike said. And just glad to hang out with you guys. It's always fun.
Had a blast, Tom. Thank you for the highlight of the night. I think was your rabbit chicken video.
Do you like rabbits? You like
Really good. Well done. Kelvington, have you anything you would like to plug?
Well, I always throw up kelvington.com where you can see all the videos we make and all the fun stuff I've done over the years, Trek Through Time and King Kong, the non-human cut, which Doomcock nicely appears in, and just stuff like that. There's nothing to buy up there. It's just all fun. Click on an ad. If you send me an email, I will never see it. I tell you right away that I will never see an email that you send through that site, period. But I get a lot of people sending me emails, or so I'm told.
Hail Kelvington, and Trek Through Time is amazing. He does a mashup of original Star Trek and Doctor Who, and it's amazing. In fact, Shatner liked it so much. Didn't he write you a letter?
Yes, he wrote me, said essentially like, thank you for saving Jim Kirk, something nobody else bothered to do. And
wow.
I framed that. I still have it up on my wall in the living room.
Yeah, wow.
Good
Excellent.
God. Wow.
Excellent.
Check out kelvington.com. Tom, I talked about putting you to bed, and in the chat here, 6 says, I'd like to get Tom to bed.
Oh, hello.
Wow.
Oh,
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming 6 is, like Trisha Helfer 6.
Yeah, that's why it's Trisha Helfer. It's Cylon. It's actually Trisha Helfer herself doing this. Oh my God.
6
Wow.
6 is a wonderful, wonderful person indeed.
So I don't know about this.
I'm getting
6
jealous,
character.
Tom. She's not going to come take my place on the sofa, is she?
Uh-oh. Tom.
Just be
Great
glad she
stuff.
doesn't live very close, huh, Mike?
Yeah, I guess not.
She might not take
Tom,
over the sofa, but she'll be like, Mike can't stay here no more.
Uh-oh. Actually, I think is that her clutching your thigh there?
Sure.
Oh wow, yeah.
Here we go. Wow. Okay.
I have no issue with that.
It
I
all
guess.
makes sense.
I
now.
just wonder where her hand went. I mean,
Oh wow.
It went between
Okay.
the pillows.
Oh yeah.
You like
All right,
a
I'm going to
puppet.
give you a quote, Tom, from the 13th Warrior. A gentleman does not discuss such things.
I try not to. I try
That's
to.
a line from the 13th Warrior. A gentleman does not discuss.
6 says I'll sit on the console between you two.
Hey, that works.
Ooh.
She just wants to watch TV with us. See,
Oh, free cable.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, Harvey wants pizza, beer, free cable, and some girl cutting the crust off his sandwich, as he likes to say. Douglas Nelson, plug away your many channels.
Well, yeah, I know. There's many. The Nelson Ratings is the main one here on YouTube and other video platforms. The podcast is the Mr. Nelson Show on RadioMisfits.com. Now, that contains dark and raunchy humor, but I won't discuss those things because I'm a gentleman. And my comic books based on Night audio plays, you can get those at indieplanet.com. 2 issues available with a Superman parody on the way called Sun King. So you can find me there. Oh, and my artwork, you can usually find that on Instagram. You can follow me there at Mr. Nelson. I used to put them on Twitter, but it's not a happy place. It could be dangerous to post things there. So
it is. And I will tell you that Douglas Nelson is one of the great hidden secrets of fandom. I mean, this guy, his voice work is incredible. His writing is fantastic. His artwork is just blows my mind. This is one of the most talented guys out there, and not a lot of not enough people know about him. So check out his stuff.
Well, really thank you. Oh, and by the way, I'll try to cook you up something for your Wednesday show. Another piercing the veil image.
Oh, thank you very much. You're awesome, dude. And Cameron, plug your Discord again. I mean, your Patreon, excuse me.
Well, before I do that, I want to actually say Douglas Nelson had made several nice. He just sent me on Instagram some incredible images he created of me as a superhero, which I just love.
Yeah.
And I'm going to send you an Instagram because I'd actually like to buy those out from you and see if I can put them on merch because they're really cool. So we'll talk about that. He's a really talented artist, and it was blown away. It just came out of nowhere. So and yes, I will plug my Patreon, which I'm very, very proud of. I'll put a link to it. It's just Patreon/Cameron Pasha. And like I said, I've been putting out screenwriting tips. I've been putting out adventures in Hollywood. A lot of stories that I can't necessarily say on camera, and I've got some more stories coming. So I hope you'll all join me. We've already had over 60 subscribers in just a few days, and so it really helps me get independent of this system because the more you guys support me, the more I can literally say when I don't like the gig, I'm like, yeah, fuck you, I don't need the money, right? And it means a lot to me that you guys are out there supporting me. So please continue to support this channel, everyone on here, but also support me, which means a lot to me. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I will keep exploring ways to get the word out and help you any way I can, Cameron. Thank you for being here tonight, man.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come in. I sort of bumbled in halfway into this, so thank you.
No, man, it was a pleasure, and it's just been a joy. I want to thank everybody in the chat who stuck it out. I want to thank all of my incredible wrenches. Oh, my God. You guys are heroes. You guys are absolute heroes, and I love the hell out of you. Thank you, my dear wrenches. Thank you all for being here tonight. And Kelvington, I believe we've got a graphic here to send us to bed. Hey, Doomcock production. Hail, Kelvington. Thank you for making that for us. And from the center of the earth, guys, this is Dictor Van Doomcock, Cameron Pasha, Gary Ambrosia, Tom Connors, Mexican Iron Man, Kelvington, Douglas Nelson, bidding you all, my friends, have a wonderful week. And do not forget, as always, to stay angry. Come back and see us this Sunday. And, of course, next Sunday and Wednesday, Cameron Pasha, Eric Sullivan, and I are going to be talking on Piercing the Veil about esoteric subjects. So come and join us for that as well. Good night, everybody. Thank you, and have a great weekend.